Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. You're watching Live Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours as we continue to bring you all of the major top stories, headlines, and live events that we've got coming to our desk on this Friday, March 25th. I do want to let you know that we've got President Biden heading to Poland as we speak. He did just about an hour ago make an announcement with the president of the European Union on a new energy deal with the United States and Europe. And we're going to get to that announcement here in just a moment. But I actually do want to start off our show this morning by letting you know that we are monitoring some breaking news here in the Orlando, Florida area. We know that now a 14-year-old boy is dead after falling from this ride right here in front of you. This is known as the Orlando Freefall Drop Tower, and it's at Icon Park. So if you've ever visited Orlando, this is basically a strip of restaurants, of rides. It's where the big Ferris wheel is. It's not technically considered part of any of the parks, but just another really great place where tourists can come in and have a good time. We're working very closely with our Fox 35 Orlando team to find out how exactly this happened. But here's what we know right now. And actually, here is a look at some of the video we've got coming from the scene earlier in, well, I should say in the early hours of this morning and late last night. That's when this news first broke. Several law enforcement officers, firefighters, and paramedics were on scene responding late last night after a 911 caller reported the incident. Witnesses on the scene told deputies that someone had fallen off of the Orlando freefall ride. The Orange County Sheriff's Office later confirming that it was a 14-year-old boy who was transported to the hospital where he died from his injuries. Now, according to Icon Park's website, the Orlando freefall stands at 430 feet, making it the world's tallest freestanding drop tower. The ride can accommodate 30 riders when loaded to capacity. Now, the vehicle rotates around the central tower as it rises. So I'm going to go back out live here to kind of show you what I'm talking about. So this ride basically spins in a circle, and then after it reaches the top, riders basically tilt forward and face the ground briefly before free falling nearly 400 feet at approximately 75 miles per hour. Now, officers say the death investigation is in the very early stages, but we actually have heard from some witnesses since this first happened. Our Fox 35 Orlando team speaking with them, so we're going to hear from them right now.
At first, like, we thought it was like a piece of the ride, like falling off or whatever the case was, until like we got a little closer and it was actually like a person laying on the ground. Everybody was just panicking, like we heard screaming.
And again, here is a live look at the drop ride this very moment. Stick with us because at 7:15 a.m. Eastern time, so in just about 45 minutes, we are going to be touching base live with our Fox 35 Orlando reporters who are on the ground there to bring us the very latest as this investigation really begins, because this did happen late last night. Meanwhile, I do want to let you know, as promised, we are monitoring all of the latest developments from President Biden's trip to Europe. Now, this is a live now look at the White House here in the United States, but we can actually go from the United States out to Poland right now. I do want to bring you this shot we've got from one of the crossing points. It's basically a bus depot, and we are continuing to see so many women, so many children, parents, families crossing. We do know that more than 3.5 million people have fled since the invasion began. It's now entering its second month. Now, I do want to bring you the very latest on his visit. He's scheduled to arrive in Poland later this morning, and we actually did just hear him speak with the EU Commission president to announce a task force to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian oil and demand for gas overall. And we're going to get to that announcement here in just a moment. We're going to play for it. We're going to play it for you in its entirety. But this is coming after yesterday, President Biden met with NATO leaders at an emergency summit. This is a look at some of the video we got coming in from Brussels, Belgium, as he attended 3 summits talking about the Russian invasion into Ukraine. So I do want to bring you the very latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard. She's bringing us the key takeaways from what we saw yesterday. We also did get that announcement from him at about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
$3.7 million Ukrainian refugees have fled the country in the 1 month since the invasion began.
It is a month of tragedy and courage, the moment of truth for every one of us, a celebration of our values and great purpose, and we have shown what freedom and unity mean for us.
While on his trip overseas, President Biden pledged the U.S. will take up to 100,000 refugees with a focus on reuniting families.
Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes.
For those who want to stay in Europe, America will commit $1 billion in supplies to aid the humanitarian crisis.
This is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States is the leader.
There are more than 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe ready to protect NATO nations. President Biden says the U.S. will help allies reinforce the Eastern Front from any Russian aggression.
NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine.
But critics of the president say even the newest round of sanctions on Russian lawmakers will do little to stop the war.
Unfortunately, right now, it seems like Mr. Putin is deterring us and our allies more than we are deterring him.
Next, President Biden will meet with the president of Poland. He'll also visit U.S. troops there, and he says he'd like to meet with refugees if possible. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. And as soon as we brought you that story, we are getting these live feeds right now coming from Brussels. This is Air Force One right next to me here. We are expecting President Biden to arrive any moment now here to travel to Poland. And that's where he's going to meet with the Polish president. And he's also going to get really a firsthand look at the humanitarian crisis that this has caused. We do know that millions of Ukrainian refugees alone have gone to Poland, actually outside of Ukraine itself. Poland actually has the largest Ukrainian population. So we are likely to get some more remarks from him today alongside the Polish president. But as promised, just about an hour ago, he did make an announcement on a new deal between the United States and the European Union regarding energy sources and gas and really international oil. So I do want to bring that announcement to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also are just about 10 minutes away from speaking live with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater, who's going to be bringing us all up to speed on this deal, as well as what we can expect from President Biden's visit to Poland here in just moments.
Once again, I'll be standing together with President von der Leyen as we announce a new groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take this step when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on 2 core issues. 1, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, It will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, the Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy. Just as we did when we resolved the Boeing Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs, the United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe.
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, March 25th. This press conference happening just about an hour ago in Brussels, Belgium. As you heard, President Biden just announced a task force that's going to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian oil and demand for really gas overall. He said the United States is going to supply more natural gas to the European Union. And he also is pushing for more energy efficient technology and work to reduce carbon emissions. So As you can see, the European Union president speaking right now. But as this did just happen, a little bit earlier this morning, I do want to bring in a Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazater. He's joining us live right now to give us a little more insight into this announcement. Doug, good morning to you. For people just waking up and may have missed President Biden's remarks, we did just hear about a new energy deal with Europe. So what does this really mean?
Good morning. Reliance on Russian energy has been a real sticking point for a number of these European nations that just simply rely too much on Russian energy. And it makes it more difficult for them to take a firm stand in some instances against Putin. Putin uses this as leverage. So the idea here is to wean some of these countries off of this reliance. How would they do that? Through the use of natural gas coming from the United States, for instance. So there's talk about expanded terminals, new ways to get gas into these countries. At the same time, the president, I think, is a little bit concerned about how environmentalists would view this kind of move. So there's been a lot of talk about moving more toward renewable energy, so there just isn't a reliance on fossil fuels in general. So that's the message this morning as the president wraps up his work in Brussels and then moves on to Poland. And then in Poland, he's going to be meeting with U.S. forces and no doubt talk about the impact that this war has had on the refugee situation and the number of refugees heading into Poland specifically. The White House did just commit to allowing more Ukrainians into the United States, but Poland is really bearing the brunt of all of this. So the president will perhaps see some of this firsthand today as he travels to Poland.
Yeah, actually, I do want to show our viewers right now. We are getting a feed coming in from the airport in Brussels. We've got President Biden about to board Air Force One and head over to Poland. Now, this is, as you mentioned, Doug, happening after the emergency NATO summit on Russia-Ukraine happened just yesterday. Can you bring our viewers kind of some of the key takeaways that we got from that meeting? We also heard President Biden address the world after meeting with these leaders just yesterday as well.
Well, what's been so problematic here for NATO is that there's nothing at this point that would really trigger NATO's agreement among member nations. Ukraine is not part of NATO. So at this point, Russia hasn't done anything that would specifically violate any of these tenets of NATO. He hasn't attacked Poland, for instance. But should that happen, NATO would kind of kick into gear, and other nations would have to rally to Poland's defense if they wound up being a target of Putin. But there are more gray areas here, including whether NATO would intervene if, for instance, Putin were to use weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, nuclear weapons in Ukraine. What would the NATO response then be? And there seems to be no firm determination on that front. But we did see NATO allies get together and express support for one another and a renewed commitment to the NATO treaty yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And, Doug, I want to touch base with you on the fact that all of this is going on as the Russian invasion of Ukraine is entering a second month. Now, can you kind of explain the major talking points that we've got as far as what's happening on the ground? I'm actually showing our viewers right now some really crazy video of a battleship on fire. What can you tell us about Ukrainians claiming that they are putting up a fight against the Russian forces?
Well, they are, and they're expanding that fight apparently to the ports as well. And I believe that was a supply ship that Ukraine claims to have hit, and it apparently was destroyed. There were some other Russian naval vessels that were hit as well, or that suffered some damage at least. So it does show, if that in fact is true, that Ukrainian forces are really making some headway here, and there are some signs that they've been able to push Russian forces back on other fronts as well. Now, having said all of that, Russia still has a lot of advantages, including just sheer numbers. And a lot of this has to do with what Putin is willing to do. How far is he willing to push this? What price is he willing to pay? And as far as the Russian economy is concerned, the price is literal. I mean, the economy of Russia has really been hit hard by all of these sanctions, and there are more yet to come.
Yeah, well, we will definitely keep a close eye on everything happening on the ground there. And President Biden's trip to Poland, he did just board Air Force One to head out there right now. Doug Lazater with Fox News in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a great weekend.
Thanks so much. Have a good morning.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez again with you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to stick with us at around 8:15 a.m. Eastern time as well. We will be touching base with a former counterintelligence officer about everything we have seen on the ground there in Ukraine as this war enters a second month. And we're also going to touch base on everything regarding that emergency NATO summit that took place just yesterday. President Biden also meeting with the G7, with the European Union, and making that announcement this morning about a new energy deal between the United States and Europe. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to finish that update for you because the president of the European Union had some really important information to bring you. So when we come back, we'll finish out that press conference that, again, just happened in Brussels about an hour ago. Stay with us.
Mr. President, dear Joe, your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7 and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways, on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come. This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today. So we are right on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together, also with our energy-intensive industry, and the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, and we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence, and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. And I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody. And as we had to the right-hand side of your screen there during that latest announcement, here is a live now look at the airport in Brussels, Belgium, as we just moments ago saw President Biden aboard Air Force One, and he is on his way to Poland right now. Now, a little look back at some of the key points from that announcement that we just brought to you. President Biden speaking with the EU Commission president to announce a task force to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian oil and demand for gas overall. He said the United States is going to supply more natural gas to the European Union, and he also wants to push for more energy efficient technology and work to reduce carbon emissions. And he also announced that they are going to be providing data privacy for companies small and large in order to compete with this digital economy. And you also heard the EU Commission president speaking on Vladimir Putin, speaking on the fact that this invasion has officially entered a second month. Now, all of this just happening as we are taking a live look at Air Force One about to go wheels up to Poland. Now, when he gets to Poland, he's going to be receiving a briefing on Poland's humanitarian response to help refugees. More than 2 million Ukrainians have fled to Poland alone. Yesterday, he did announce that the United States is going to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, which, as Fox News correspondent Douglas Ader said, that is a help, but we still have millions in Poland, and there's actually growing concern on whether or not Poland can handle this influx of refugees. And we actually do have a Fox News correspondent tackling that story for us here. I'm going to bring it to you in just a moment. But he's also going to meet with global leaders to discuss Russia's war on Ukraine. He did meet with them just yesterday as well, speaking with the G7, attending multiple summits on how they can hopefully prevent Vladimir Putin from using chemical weapons. That's a huge topic of concern right now as Russia grows more desperate because Ukrainians really have been putting up a big fight. Yesterday, we did bring you video of them attacking a port ship, and they have been said to push Russian forces out of suburbs surrounding the capital of Kyiv. So we'll have more for you on the Russian invasion of Ukraine here in just a bit. I also do want to let you know, before I send you to this quick 2-minute commercial break, we are also monitoring some breaking news out of Orlando, Florida. In just a little more than 15 minutes at 7:15 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to head out live to Icon Park. That's where we've got Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto bringing us the latest, and as an investigation is now underway. We know that a 14-year-old boy fell from the drop tower, this ride that you're looking at, and he was transported to a local hospital where he did die from his injuries. So we know very little on how this happened, why this happened. We have heard from witnesses since this first broke overnight. So we'll have all that information for you here in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Some of you are going to see that quick break. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is officially 7 a.m. here on the East Coast, 4 a.m. out there on the West Coast, regardless of where you are joining us from. Thanks so much for trusting us to bring you all of the top stories and headlines and breaking news that we are monitoring on this Friday, March 25th. Before we get into some more stories related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine officially entering month 2, just moments ago, we did bring you live out to Brussels, Belgium, where Air Force One was going wheels up to Poland. President Biden heading to Poland as we speak, where he will get a briefing from the president of Poland on the humanitarian crisis that is happening out there. 2 million refugees alone fleeing to Poland since this invasion began. And there's growing concern on whether or not the country can handle this influx of people. So we'll get to that story in just a bit. But before we do that, I do want to let you know that we are monitoring some breaking news out of Orlando, Florida. And stick with us, because in just about 15 minutes, we are going to get a live update from Icon Park from our Fox 35 Orlando team. We actually do have a look at the ride where we are learning this morning a teenager fell to his death from while riding it. That's according to Orlando officials. This is known as the Orlando Drop Tower. Several law enforcement officers, firefighters, paramedics responding to the scene after a 911 caller reported the incident at this popular tourist attraction. Now, witnesses on the scene told deputies that someone had fallen off of the Orlando Drop. So this is known as the Orlando Free Fall Ride. That's what I want to clarify. And then the Orange County Sheriff's Office later confirmed that it was a 14-year-old boy who fell, was transported to a hospital, and that is where he died from his injuries. So Fox 35 News did speak with people who saw the boy fall from the ride, and we are going to get that sound for you here in just a little bit. We will be speaking live with Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time, so don't go anywhere. We will have that live report for you. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to a vantage point we have from Poland right now, and that is because we do have President Biden on his way there, like I just mentioned. So this is a bus depot, a shot that we've been bringing you a lot here on Live Now from Fox. Now, President Biden is expected to meet with the Polish president. This all happening after he attended emergency NATO summit in Belgium. We did just hear from him a little bit earlier. If you were tuning into our coverage just a few minutes ago, he did make an announcement with the president of the European Union Commission talking about a new energy deal with the U.S. and Europe. So that was really anticipated news that we brought you here. Meanwhile, this all happening as Ukraine is continuing to fight back, bogging down Putin's ground forces and pushing them away from the capital of Kyiv. Ukrainians are also claiming a major victory with the apparent destruction of a Russian warship. So Fox News correspondent Greg Pocket, he's been in Ukraine for weeks now, bringing us the very latest on everything happening as this war rages on. So I do want to bring you his latest report.
Victory at sea. Ukrainian forces destroying a large Russian landing ship in the occupied port city of Berdyansk, crucial for transport of troops, gear, and supplies. Missiles believed used. Other Russian ships hit as well. And around the capital of Kyiv, counteroffensive gains made by Ukraine against Russia in several key suburbs. Russian forces turning to digging in.
What we're seeing is the Russians take a real defensive posture. They're no longer trying to advance. They're simply going back now into the defense.
But still other cities becoming destroyed wastelands. 6 civilians killed, many more injured in the embattled northeastern city of Kharkiv. And the devastated southern city of Mariupol just hanging on. Tens of thousands stranded. Reports thousands more taken from the city against their will by Russians.
I don't know how many days is it possible to survive because people are in very bad condition, awful condition.
U.S. and Western supplied military aid like anti-tank missiles critical to the success so far of Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian President Zielinski wants more. He spoke to today's NATO summit via video link.
To save people in our cities, Ukraine needs military assistance without restrictions. Russia is using its entire arsenal against us.
The cost of a month of war has been high for Ukraine, says the government. Over 1,000 civilians killed, several thousand soldiers fallen. but the country's unity has never been stronger.
Ukrainians have united as never before.
The mood is high and we are determined.
President Zielinski had one more ask for the NATO leaders. Give or sell me just 1% of your tanks, your missiles, your planes. The need for weaponry here, that desperate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Balcott, Fox News.
And here is more of that dramatic video that Greg Pocket just showed you in his report coming yesterday, showing a Russian ship gutted by flames and explosions in the Ukrainian port of Berdyansk as a fire also burns on one of two naval ships leaving the area. Now, this is about a 10-minute video. We've only got about 2 minutes for you here, but it came from a local resort webcam showing a blazing ship fire and two vessels sailing away from the Sea of Azov port. Now, Ukraine's Navy said the Russian Alligator-class landing ship Orsk was destroyed at the port. The Orsk from the Black Sea Fleet docked in this port around March 21st, and the Russian military said it would be used for delivery of cargo and military equipment to Russian forces. So definitely quite a victory just yesterday for Ukrainian troops as they continue to push back against Russian forces out there on the ground. We also are continuing to get more video from the ground here this morning. Mariupol City Council posting this video on its Facebook page showing destruction inside of the city. The video shows a destroyed power transmission tower, ruined housing blocks, and a fitness center with broken windows. Ukraine's port city of Mariupol has seen basically the worst devastation of this war. They've endured weeks of bombardments and now street fighting. Elsewhere, Russian forces fired two missiles late last night at a Ukrainian military unit on the outskirts of Dnipro, which is the fourth largest city in the country. And, you know, with the war headed into its second month, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski spoke of hope and determination in a video address to the nation just late last night. As you heard in Greg Pocket's report also, he did address NATO at the emergency summits taking place in Brussels, Belgium. So we will get that announcement and those remarks for you here a little bit later in the show. Meanwhile, as we continue to tell you, we've got President Biden making his way to Poland this morning to get a firsthand look at the humanitarian crisis that this invasion has caused. Millions of refugees fleeing to Poland alone. And now there are growing concerns about Poland's ability to handle this massive influx of people. And Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni does have the latest information and is speaking with people on the ground there in Warsaw. So let's get the very latest.
I just can't believe that it is possible in the 21st century.
Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the small border town of Przemyśl has welcomed nearly 800,000 people in the last month, at one point processing 2,000 refugees an hour. Only 2,000 stayed in the town. The rest took trains or buses to other cities or traveled further into the EU.
To know that capacity in our warm hearts will end at some point.
Mayor Wojciech Bakun said he and others must start coming up with long-term plans as the war drags on.
How long as this war will exist? In some point, there will be a very difficult situation to manage.
20 minutes away at the busiest border crossing, Medyka Mayor Marek Iwaszewski told the UN Refugee Agency his town wasn't prepared for this crisis, and now he's worried about its infrastructure. The UN reports mayors of larger cities like Warsaw and Krakow are also struggling to accommodate new arrivals.
All of us, we are tired, but we are going to help until the end.
As President Biden heads to Poland tomorrow, Mayor Bakun has a message he would like to send the president.
We need to do everything what we can for stop that war and finish that war as quick as possible.
For now, his town will keep its doors open, simply because it has to.
We on the first line, so we have to do this.
And the U.S. has announced that it will take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, but most want to stay close to the border. They have hopes that one day they will return home. In Poland, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Meanwhile, according to UNICEF, more than half of the children from Ukraine have been displaced due to this invasion. That's actually 4.3 million children to be exact, which includes 1.8 million kids who crossed into neighboring countries as refugees and about 2.5 million who are still in Ukraine. Now, UNICEF and its partners are working to reach children in Ukraine and in neighboring countries with humanitarian assistance, but the organization says significant challenges remain in the most affected areas across the country. So we are going to bring you some interviews that our own Live Now from Fox team conducted with organizations trying to help refugees out there, people that are still in Ukraine, getting them medical supplies, getting them resources, even going out there to help them with their pets and their animals. President Biden in Poland today will be getting a briefing on the humanitarian crisis that this has caused. So if we do get feeds from that meeting, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the new Iran nuclear agreement, which is appearing to near completion. This is the Biden administration is admitting that it's considering allowing Russia to import Iran's excess enriched uranium. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has the latest from the State Department.
The State Department confirms President Biden may allow Vladimir Putin's regime to purchase and import Iran's excess enriched uranium under a new nuclear deal, justifying the move.
To accept and to pay for the highly enriched uranium to get it out of Iran's hands so that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. I think that's a role we'd be willing to entertain.
Enriched uranium is the core component used to make nuclear weapons, and a final nuclear deal may be just days or even hours away, according to the Iranians.
We believe that today we are closer to an agreement in Vienna than ever before.
The news comes as Putin's regime refuses to take the threat of nuclear weapons off the table if it faces a, quote, existential threat.
So if it is an existential threat for our country, then it can be used in accordance with our concept.
Under the terms of the 2015 JCPOA, Russia took Iran's enriched uranium so that Iran's stockpile stayed below the amount agreed to under the deal.
That is a key part of how we ensured that Iran's nuclear program was in a box.
Russia has the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons with between 6,000 and 7,000 warheads, many more than the U.S. But key Republicans on Capitol Hill say allowing Russia to obtain more enriched uranium is very dangerous. The Putin regime should not play any part in an Iran nuclear deal. It's absolutely insane the Biden administration continues to trust the Russian government in these negotiations. This is something Democratic lawmakers also echo.
I don't think Russia is at the table in a legitimate or honest way. I think they are looking for ways to get around the sanctions against them.
Just a short while ago, Iran's foreign minister said that what's blocking a final deal now is bad behavior by the U.S. He accused the Biden team of wasting time and playing with words and says they're not being pragmatic. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jillian Turner for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick commercial break. When we return, we are going to head out live on the ground here in Icon Park. You're taking a live look at the Orlando Free Fall Drop Tower. This is where we have learned overnight that a 14-year-old boy has died after falling from this ride. We've got Fox 35 reporters out there on the scene bringing us the very latest as this investigation is getting underway this morning. Stay with us for that live report. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, March 25th. As promised, we are staying right here in Orlando, Florida, as we monitor this breaking news that happened overnight. This morning, we're learning that a 14-year-old boy is dead after falling from the Orlando free fall drop tower at Icon Park. So if you haven't been to Orlando, or even if you have been, this is basically a strip of restaurants, of rides. This is where the big Ferris wheel is if you pass it on I-4. And it's a really great place for tourists to go to enjoy their vacation. But obviously, a tragedy definitely struck last night. And as this investigation gets going this morning, I do want to head out live to the scene right now. That's where Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Motto is joining us with the very latest. Nestor, such a tragic story. What can you tell us this morning as the sun is starting to come up?
That's right. Tragedy at an amusement park. We talked to witnesses who were here last night. They saw what happened. They actually said that they saw a figure fall from the top of the Orlando free fall. They said they thought it was part of the ride. Instead, though, Orange County deputies tell us that a 14-year-old boy fell out of the ride and died. Fire, rescue, paramedics, and deputies, they all rushed over here to Icon Park after getting the 911 calls before 11:12 last night. Witnesses told officials that they saw the boy fall out of the ride off this very popular attraction on International Drive. We know the 14-year-old was rushed to the hospital. That is where he unfortunately died from his injuries. We did talk to some people who said that the boy's parents were there watching in the front row, panicking after what they saw.
At first, we thought it was a piece of the ride, falling off or whatever the case was, until we got a little closer and it was actually a person laying on the ground. Everybody was just panicking, we heard screaming.
Nestor, crazy to think that, people who were just walking about trying to enjoy their evening all of a sudden saw this, and now a family is impacted. So much to unpack here. But to really put it into perspective, when you talk about that fall, Nestor, how tall is this ride exactly?
Well, the tower, according to the park's website, is 430 feet tall. And what happens is at about 400 feet, they take riders up, and that's where they drop. And then the drop is 75 miles per hour. They do tilt forward a little bit before the drop. So it's a very, it's a thrill ride. And of course, something went terribly wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I know the investigation is in the very early stages, Nestor. Do you know if we can expect a press conference from Orange County Sheriff's deputies? Any idea what we can expect today?
Well, we are still waiting on word for that. We did talk to a representative that came out here early this morning. All he had was a prepared statement where he said that they're investigating this accident as well. So it's very fluid. It just happened late last night. So a lot of work to be done today.
And I'm assuming, Nestor, that this ride is going to be closed indefinitely.
It's going to be closed until they can figure out what happened, and maybe even a little longer until they can fix what happened.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, Nestor Motto, thank you so much for joining us and bringing our viewers up to speed on the details of this very tragic story. I know we'll be touching a base with other members of your team that are also on scene here later this morning. So we thank you, and we hope you have a good day. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. As mentioned, throughout our morning, we are going to be checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team. Nestor, actually not the only reporter on the ground, as our Fox 35 team brings us full coverage of this breaking news locally here. We are joining you from Orlando, Florida. That's where our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub is. I've been to Icon Park. Definitely such a tragedy to know, and especially the fact that it's spring break. So many tourists in here, enjoying vacation, and definitely just took a turn for the worse for this poor teenager. So we'll bring you the latest developments as we get them here throughout the day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I actually do want to head out to Capitol Hill. Yesterday, 4 days of the Supreme Court nomination hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson officially wrapped up. So we're going to get the very latest on what we can expect moving forward here when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, March 25th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida, continuing to bring you all of the major top stories, headlines, and breaking news that we are monitoring here. If you were just joining us before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we actually did bring you a live report from on the ground here in Icon Park in Orlando, Florida. That is where we are learning that a 14-year-old boy tragically fell to his death from the free fall drop ride. The investigation is in its very early stages, so be sure to stick with us throughout the day as we bring you any new developments that come out of this situation. Meanwhile, I do want to go to Capitol Hill right now, because for the last several days we've been bringing you live, raw, unfiltered feeds of the Supreme Court nomination hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Those officially wrapped up just yesterday. So what happens next? Well, we're going to get the latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera.
On the last day of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation hearing, the Senate Judiciary Committee listened to her supporters.
Reviewers describe her integrity as beyond reproach, impeccable, and of the highest caliber.
And opposers.
And Judge Jackson's now infamous law review article gives me no assurance that she would give voice to the voiceless victims of sex crimes.
Jackson's record of sentences for child sex abusers has been a point of contention for Republicans, calling into question whether she'll secure any of their votes. Senator Lindsey Graham, one of 3 Republicans who joined Democrats to confirm her last year for her current role as a D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals judge, is now skeptical of her background.
After 2 days, I am now more convinced than ever that I understand why Demand Justice and every radical left-wing group chose her as their primary candidate.
Yet Democrats feel Jackson's confirmation seems virtually assured, even if she's approved along party lines.
Some of the attacks on this judge were unfair, unrelenting, and beneath the dignity of the United States Senate.
They're accusing some Republicans in the committee who have presidential aspirations of using the hearing as an audition for 2024.
You have some that are looking to run for higher office, some that just play to a political base. It was the questions that were important to them and not the answers.
The committee may not vote on Jackson's nomination until April 4th, with the final confirmation by the full Senate potentially taking place on April 8th. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Meanwhile, another major top story that we have been bringing you here throughout the week. So many states across the South now cleaning up and assessing damage after deadly tornadoes made their way through parts of northern Texas, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Our Fox weather team is out there. They've been out there all week long speaking with people that have been impacted. So I do want to bring you their latest report here this morning.
Many people are still cleaning up the physical and emotional damage left behind after a tornado hit parts of Texas and Louisiana earlier this week. The tornado flattened homes and caused widespread destruction to schools and businesses. On Wednesday, Louisiana's governor declared a state of emergency after 2 tornadoes sliced through parts of New Orleans.
The swath of damage is just tremendous, and the nature of a tornado, it doesn't really make sense, because you have one house totally destroyed. The house next to it looks like it's not hurt at all.
In Texas, one family is picking up the pieces and memories left behind after the storm took their aunt's life. 73-year-old Veranda Rogers died in the outbreak of tornadoes that swept across North Texas Monday afternoon.
I just couldn't believe it that she lost her life over this.
More than 90 families lost their homes in the Lone Star State, but many say they are just thankful to be alive. One 16-year-old in Elgin, Texas is still shocked he survived after his truck was tossed around by the strong tornado winds. A video captured by a passerby shows Riley Leon's truck being lifted and flipped on its side before landing wheels down on the ground.
Seeing the videos, I'm like, that's me and I could have probably not been here, but thank God I am.
Leon says he went out for a job interview, but will do things differently in the future. Now, the National Guard has been mobilized to help people, families, and businesses in need as this destruction and aftermath continues. In Louisiana, Robert Ray, Fox News.
Absolutely devastating to see some of that damage. And, you know, as we continue talking about the destruction caused by these devastating tornadoes, this is when emergency organizations like the Red Cross really spring into action, and they actually need blood the most. Meanwhile, this is happening as blood supply remains critically low. So Katie Byrne has more from a blood donation center in Fairfax, Virginia.
The Red Cross says every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood. And you can see these donors here looking to help people in need. We know earlier this year, the Red Cross was dealing with their worst blood shortage in over 10 years. They say things have gotten better, but they still always need people to donate blood. The need is constant. It's great if you donate once, but it's even better if you become a regular. It's something I noticed among donors at the Fairfax, Virginia Blood Donation Center today. For a lot of them, it's personal too. We met Sherry Lewis. She's been giving blood since 1995, and she tries to make sure she comes every 8 weeks to give back, because she knows what it's like when you're the one who needs it.
Well, I was a recipient of 2 units back in 1992 when I was in my 20s. I was at home in my apartment, and I collapsed, and my roommate said we're going to the emergency room, and when they were there, they found I was 2 units down. I had a bleeding ulcer, and they immediately gave me 2 units of blood. I mean, in each arm, one in each arm at the same time. It was that urgent. And I would have had no idea that I would have needed that blood that quickly.
Lewis said she saw the tornado damage in states like Texas and Louisiana on the news this week and scheduled her appointment because of it. Red Cross spokesperson Ashley Henyon tells us how that kind of severe weather can impact the blood supply.
As far as the blood supply goes, it can be impacted by severe weather. Large-scale emergencies force blood drives to close and blood goes uncollected. And so what we need to do is make sure that folks outside of the impacted area are rolling up their sleeve and giving the gift of life.
Even though Giving Day has passed, it's still Red Cross Month, and there are 3 main ways you can schedule an appointment to donate blood. You can download the Red Cross Blood Donor app, go to redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. In Fairfax, Virginia, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
Meanwhile, as we have followed these devastating tornadoes, we've continued to bring you video just like this that has been posted on social media. You're actually looking at drone footage showing some of the damage to schools in Jacksboro, Texas. Now, this happened just days ago, and we are learning this morning that the district that saw a lot of this damage has officially announced a return plan for students and how they plan on really repairing a lot of these buildings. So I do want to head out live right now to Jacksboro, Texas. That's where Fox 4 Shannon Murray is joining us this morning. Shannon, some of this video has been absolutely heartbreaking, but you know, good to know that officials have been talking and can kind of get students back to some sense of normalcy soon enough. So to backtrack for just a second, I'm going to show that video again, but what type of damage did some of these school buildings see?
Yeah, Regina, an EF3 hit this area earlier this week, and there is significant damage to 2 of the 3 schools here in this city, in the city of Jacksboro, which is about 60 miles northwest of Fort Worth. So we know the roof was ripped off of both of the schools, the high school and the elementary school. Significant damage to both of the schools' gymnasiums. The walls caved in there at the elementary school. Also, the cafeteria at the elementary school was heavily damaged. Neither of those buildings can be used currently.
So when we talk about a return plan, Shannon, what do school district leaders have to say? How is this going to work?
Well, the district says that their engineers have ensured them that the high school, which is where we're standing right now, will be safe for people to return on Monday. So they're going to have a staff work day on Monday. Students can then return on Tuesday. However, the elementary school, which is just down the road, needs a little more time. So students will not be able to return to that campus. Those younger students will be spread out at nearby churches and then also at the middle school, which was not damaged in the tornado. So again, staff will return Monday, students on Tuesday, and those younger students, the elementary ones, will get their assignments for where they will temporarily have class by Monday afternoon.
And, you know, Shannon, when you talk about repairing some of this extensive damage that we were just showing our viewers video of, do we have some sort of look at a timeline for that, when it will be fixed, how they're going to fix it, and when students can get back into those buildings?
Yeah, the district is working with a company that they've contracted with. They will be working to demolish some of the buildings that are unstable. They'll have to bring in a temporary roof to just place over these schools so that it's still usable for students. And they'll also be repairing classrooms. And actually, I can have my photographer pan over here to the right of us. We see just a couple of trucks here this morning, 2 demolition companies who are here already early this morning. So that's something that they will be looking at. You see the significant damage that happened here. So definitely a lot of work that needs to be done. But the district is confident. They're working with these engineers. They say that these buildings should be ready to go and safe for students by next week. They say that they will make sure with their engineers before anyone steps inside these buildings that they are safe and that anyone can go inside.
And, you know, Shannon, last question for you, because I know that your team has been talking to a lot of people that work here or go to school here. And I know that some people were injured when the tornado hit this school building. Am I right? Do we have an update on them?
Well, so actually here at the school, there were no injuries in the schools. Everyone was able to get into a shelter and take cover safely. It was actually incredible that people were able to get inside and get to safety. Those plans, that preparation that they'd done throughout the year doing those tornado drills really worked. There were a few people in town, I think about 9 people who were injured. Only minor cuts and bumps. I remember the police chief earlier this week saying it's really a miracle. It's incredible. Those people just walked away without really any significant injuries. So again, they just feel that everyone here was prepared. They got out the alerts early, especially here at the schools. You know, there were parents waiting out to pick up their children at the elementary school in their cars. They all ran inside and took cover. They listened to those officials who were telling them, hey, a storm's coming. You need to get to safety, and they did.
Yeah, Shannon, thank you for clarifying. It was injuries overall in the neighborhood, and amazing that students were not inside, were not injured. So thank you so much for providing us this update. Definitely a long road to recovery, but some sort of glimmer of hope. So we really appreciate your time, and we hope you have a good weekend. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, Regina.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to turn some of our coverage back to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and bring to you some reports and some interviews from our own Live Now from Fox team about organizations that have either held benefit concerts, done their own work to get medical resources and supplies out there, and even some teenagers taking a step up to help as well. So we'll have some of those interviews for you when you come back. You're streaming live now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, we've been bringing you all sorts of stories about how people around the world are working to help refugees and people still displaced in Ukraine. We have actually gotten a story to our desk this morning from Tampa, Florida. That is where the Tampa Zoo is working with resources out in Ukraine to help zoo animals out there. So I want to play for you this report here on Live Now from Fox.
Here on the Florida Boardwalk, we actually have 3 black bears.
For the caregivers at Zoo Tampa, these animals are family.
So they eat like oranges, apples.
When learning Russia invaded Ukraine, their first thought was for the animals at zoos there.
Our hearts go to these animals. That's why we choose to be animal caregivers. We spend a lot of time with these animals. We build those bonds, those relationships, and we want to make sure they're safe, happy, and healthy.
Not just the animals, but those risking their lives in a war zone to care for them.
To think of all the things that they're going through to care for their animals, but then on top of it, to worry about their families, to worry about their homes, everything else, we can't even imagine.
Yes. An animal rescue group from Romania has started evacuating animals from a Ukrainian zoo.
Okay, move.
A long and dangerous journey.
Everybody agreed that in extreme times we have to have extreme measures, and we decided to do whatever possible to bring those animals out of the war.
Knowing it's impossible to move every animal, Zoo Tampa donated to a fund set up by the European Association of Zoos and Aquaria to help zoos in Ukraine.
We are happy that we're able to provide assistance through donations and getting them at least so they don't have to worry about the financial need of caring for these animals.
Because they understand the sacrifice their job requires.
Sometimes it comes at the expense of our own safety or our families. For us, in the case of hurricanes, we have teams that stay here and make sure the animals are continue getting what they need. In the case of the Ukraine, same thing.
So that's what Jamie's feeding her right now.
But they wouldn't have it any other way. In Tampa, Janae Lewis, Fox 13.
Meanwhile, this time last week, I actually spoke with 2 women that were working to put on a benefit concert. It was virtual to help women and children specifically out there in Ukraine. So many have fled to surrounding countries. We know that more than 3.5 million refugees have fled since the invasion began. So they were able to provide us some clips and some video from that concert and talked about how it went. There were songs and compositions from out there in Ukraine as told by refugees. Music definitely being some sort of comfort during such a scary and tragic time. So I did catch up with them just yesterday, and I want to bring you this interview here on Live Now from Fox this morning.
The Russian invasion into Ukraine began, we've been speaking with all sorts of people, all sorts of organizations that have been working to help the people of Ukraine. And I'm currently joined right now by 2 women who were able to put on a benefit concert a couple of days ago featuring musicians and celebrities from all across the globe. I am currently being joined by those 2 women right now. We are being joined by Ms. Anzelika Steen-Olsen and Masha Brodskaya. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me. How are you doing?
Thank you. Hi, Regina. Thank you so much for having us. Hi, Angelica.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining me, ladies, and thank you for everything that you've been doing. Whoever wants to go first, for our viewers who are kind of just getting up to speed on the story, because we have spoken to you before on the show, tell us about, your Ukrainian roots and how this invasion has impacted you both on a personal level.
Masha, go ahead, because you are originally from Ukraine and you have family there, so please. Thank you. So, as I always been saying that I am a hybrid. I am half Ukrainian Jewish, half Russian Asian. And even though I was born in Russia, right on the border with Ukraine, I grew up in Ukraine. And most of my life, I spent there. All of my friends are Ukrainians from Ukraine, and culture-wise and education-wise, everything-wise, I consider myself Ukrainian because Ukraine is the country who has made me who I am today.
And that's why, like everything that's happening right there is happening specifically, to my country and to my people. And the city where I grew up, Kharkov, now I'm totally in denial. My brain doesn't want to fully process what has been happening over there. When I see these pictures and these videos, I can't believe that this is the place where I grew up, where I walked, those streets that I walked, where I was playing concerts, where I had my friends gatherings. This is crazy. And yes, my family still lives over there, and it's been tough. I've been in touch all the time, and it's been really difficult, but I'm very grateful, for the opportunity that we have gotten together with my amazing partner, Angelica Steele-Holson, and Share Group, and together with my organization, GCI Planet, we've been able, just to put together this concert, which is not just like 1 hour thing to do, in terms of just like it's going to be like out and done. No, this is the whole mission that we have started, and we're working on that in terms of just really raise as much as we can for the children of Ukraine, for the women, refugees, and orphanages. So this is where we've been working on, and I'm very grateful, for this opportunity to be able to do that.
And I would like to add that my mother is originally from Ukraine, along with my grandmother. I was born in former Soviet Union, in the former Republic of Uzbekistan. So fortunately for me, I do not have family in Ukraine. I do, however, have friends and people that I personally know and have been helping this entire time. And I would just like to add, with regard to our You for Ukraine concert, we're very proud to have been able to pull it off in less than 2 weeks. And in a huge part, we really wanted to do it in support for the people of Ukraine, mostly the vulnerable, the women and the children. And it was very important to us that it comes in a very positive way, so that it helps with people's morale and spirit, because that is one of the most important things you can do for yourselves during some of the most tragic times.
And you make two points that have stuck out to me so much. One, yes, women and children. We've had live cameras at the borders at Poland and Romania, and all these women have been forced to say goodbye to their husbands, fathers, brothers, so many men staying in Ukraine to fight. And then also something that stuck out to me is, yes, music. We have seen piano players in the middle of Maidan Square in Kyiv, people singing in the middle of these bomb shelters just to try to keep some sort of spirit alive. So really, is that what drove you both to really put on a concert? Talk to me about putting on this show and the artists that were featured.
Well, so what GCI Planet has always been doing, we're the organization that works with children and for children, and we are a concert platform, virtual concert platform that works with international child prodigies. And Angelica's platform, Angelica's organization, is the organization that works with incredible and remarkable women. So that was a perfect combination, of our strengths and our abilities to put it together. And in our concert, we've gotten support and features of such iconic world stars as Gloria Estefan.
Hi everyone, I'm Gloria Estefan, in total support for this amazing concert, You for Ukraine, that's going to help get some kids out of danger and help as many children as possible. So whatever you can donate, please do. I feel privileged and honored to be here, lending my solidarity to this amazing organization that is doing wonderful things for the suffering people of Ukraine. I'm Gloria Estefan. Let's all dig deep.
And these people, have shown an amazing support to us, but also the concert was featuring some amazing world-renowned virtuosos of jazz, classical, and pop music, and some child prodigies. Some of them were straight from Ukraine, just when they ran away from bombing and shelling with their families. And they were recording some messages of peace and hope. And also with their performance, they were just showing, the strength of their spirits. And that was absolutely, absolutely unbelievable.
How can viewers, people watching, how can they still donate and help at this very moment?
Spot Funds, Venmo, and there's one more link that allows people to donate larger amounts and to be able to get deductions.
Absolutely, and we will provide that information for our viewers. Ladies, to wrap it all up, each of you, what message do you have to the world, to, the people in your hometowns, Ukrainians, everybody watching this war unfold before our eyes? What message do you have right now for everyone?
I'm very proud of Ukrainian people. I'm very proud to see my Ukrainian friends, who, even though they've been going through all this terrible war and everything, just like being worried for their lives and knowing somebody who lost their lives, that they were able to stay humans. And this is something, that I admire the most.
I just want to add, in the words of my dear friend Donna Drake, when we wake up every day, we want the world to be just a little bit better. And so share your support of women and children, share your time, your talent, or your treasure. Support those in need. Could easily be us.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, we really thank you for everything that you've done to help the people in need right now over there and for sharing your stories. And we'll definitely be in touch. Thank you so much for joining us here on
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, here is actually a live vantage point we have from the Ukrainian border with Romania. Really just about minutes ago, we did get a live look as refugees. Oh, there we go. They're moving in the camera shot right now, but you could see refugees arriving by boat to Romania. More than 3.5 million refugees have fled since this invasion began. This is in Romania, but want to mention once again that we've got President Biden on his way to Poland as we speak, where he is going to get a briefing on the humanitarian crisis and refugee aid that has been being provided at the Polish border. We know that millions have fled to Poland alone, so we will definitely keep you posted if we get any of those feeds coming in from those meetings being held by President Biden with the Poland president. So stick with us for any new developments overseas. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to bring you his full announcement just yesterday. He did give a press conference yesterday afternoon that we streamed for you after attending several different emergency NATO summits on the Russian invasion. So we'll get those remarks here when we come back.
Good evening, everyone. With all the presses here, you must be getting very tired. Am I the 16th or 17th? At any rate, all kidding aside, thank you for taking the time. Today marks 1 month since Russia began its carnage in Ukraine, the brutal invasion of Ukraine. And we held a NATO summit the very next day. At that time, my overwhelming objective in wanting that summit was to have absolute unity on 3 key important issues among our NATO and European allies. First was to support Ukraine with military and humanitarian assistance. Second was to impose the most significant sanctions, economic sanction regime ever, in order to cripple Putin's economy and punish him for his actions. Third was to fortify the eastern flank of our NATO allies, who were obviously very, very concerned and somewhat worried of what would happen. We accomplished all 3 of these, and today we're determined to sustain those efforts and to build on them. The United States is committed to provide over $2 billion in military equipment to Ukraine since I became president, anti-air systems, anti-armor systems, ammunition, and our weapons are flowing into Ukraine as I speak. And today I'm announcing the United States is prepared to commit more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to help get relief to millions of Ukrainians affected by the war in Ukraine. Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes. But we also will welcome 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States with a focus on reuniting families. And we will invest $320 million to bolster democratic resilience and defend human rights in Ukraine and neighboring countries. We're also coordinating with the G7 and the European Union on food security as well as energy security. And I'll have more to say about that tomorrow. We're also announcing new sanctions of more than 400 individuals and entities in alignment with the European Union. More than 300 members of the Duma, oligarchs, and Russian defense companies that fuel the Russian war machine. In addition to the 100,000 U.S. forces now stationed in Europe to defend NATO territory, NATO established, as you already know, 4 new battle groups in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Slovakia to reinforce the Eastern Front. Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7, in the G7. So I want to thank you, and I'll be now happy to take your questions. Since there's so many people out there, been given a list. Now, how about Chris of the Associated Press? First question.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. So you've warned about the real threat of chemical weapons being used. Have you gathered specific intelligence that suggests that President Putin is deploying these weapons, moving them to position, or considering their use? And would the U.S. or NATO respond with military action if he did use chemical weapons?
You know, on the first question, I can't answer that. I'm not going to give you intelligence data, number one. Number two, we would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use. Josh of Bloomberg.
Perhaps I'll just project, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
If I had your voice, I'd have been elected a lot earlier.
I'll give it a try. He's got a long arm. Thank you. Can you talk to us about 2 things, sir? One, since your conversation with President Xi of China, have you seen any indications of action or lack of action from China that has led you to believe whether they will intervene and help Russia, either with the sale of arms or the provision of supplies to support this war in Ukraine? And secondly, can you say whether the conversation today turned to the subject of food shortages and what the U.S. will do to address wheat shortages in particular as a result of this war? Thank you.
On the first question relating to President Xi Jinping of China, I had a very straightforward conversation with Xi now, I guess it's 6 days ago, 7 days ago, in that range. And I made it clear to him, I made no threats, but I made it clear to him that make sure he understood the consequences of him helping Russia, as had been reported and as what it was expected. And I made no threats, but I pointed out the number of American and foreign corporations that left Russia as a consequence of their barbaric behavior. And I indicated that I knew how much he, because we had long discussions in the past about his interest in making sure he had economic relations and economic growth with Europe and the United States, and indicated that he'd be putting himself at significant jeopardy in those aims if, in fact, he were to move forward. I am not going to comment on any detail about what we know or don't know as a consequence of that conversation, but tomorrow is it tomorrow or next Monday that Ursula is having that conference with China? The 1st. On April 1st. We've had discussions because I think that China understands that its economic future is much more closely tied to the West than it is to Russia. And so I'm hopeful that he does not get engaged. We also did discuss today that there's a need for us to set up, NATO to set up, and the EU, to set up a system whereby we have an organization looking at who has violated any of the sanctions and where and when and how they violated them. And that's something we're going to put in train. It's not done yet. So with regard to Xi, I have nothing more to report. With regard to food shortage, yes, we did talk about food shortages. And it's going to be real. The price of these sanctions is not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon an awful lot of countries as well, including European countries and our country as well. And because both Russia and Ukraine have been the breadbasket of Europe in terms of wheat, for example, just to give you one example. But we had a long discussion in the G7 with both the United States, which has a significant, the third largest producer of wheat in the world, as well as Canada, which is also a major producer. And we both talked about how we could increase and disseminate more rapidly food shortages. And in addition to that, we talked about urging all the European countries and everyone else to end trade restrictions on sending limitations on sending food abroad. And so we are in the process of working out with our European friends what it would take to help alleviate the concerns relative to food shortages. We also talked about a significant major U.S. investment, among others, in terms of providing for the need for humanitarian assistance, including food, as we move forward. Tarina of the Wall Street Journal. Watch out, you don't get hit in the head there now.
Mr. President, in your view, does President Zielinski need to cede any Ukrainian territory in order to gain a ceasefire with Russia, or is that completely off the table? And then also, do you think that Russia needs to be removed from the G20?
On the latter point, my answer is yes. That depends on the G20. That was raised today, and I raised the possibility, if that can't be done, if Indonesia and others do not agree, then we should, in my view, ask to have both Ukraine be able to attend the meetings, as well as basically Ukraine being able to attend the G20 meeting and observe. With regard to, what was the first question?
If you think that Ukraine needs to cede
That is a total judgment based on Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't believe that they're going to have to do that, but that's a judgment. There's negotiations, that are discussions, I should say, that have taken place that I have not been part of, including the Ukrainians, and it's their judgment to make. Cecilia, ABC. There you are.
Oh, thank you. Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so early that you were too quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war? Could Putin have been emboldened knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No and no.
And to clarify on chemical weapons, if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, would that trigger a military response from NATO?
It would trigger a response in kind. Whether or not you're asking whether NATO would cross, we'd make that decision at the time.
And my final question, because you're heading to Poland tomorrow, do you think that getting a firsthand look at the effects of this war on these millions of Ukrainians who have fled their country could change the way that you might respond?
I don't think so, because I've been to many, many war zones. I've been in refugee camps. I've been in war zones for the last 15 years, and it's devastating. And but the thing you look at the most is you see these young children. You see children without parents that are in those camps or in refugees. You see women and husbands, men and women who are completely lost and have no nose. You see the look, that blank look on their face, that absolute feeling of, my God, where am I? What's going to happen to me? And so what it will do, it will reinforce my commitment to have the United States make sure we are a major piece of dealing with the relocation of all those folks, as well as humanitarian assistance needed both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. For example, this is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States, as a leader, one of the leaders in the international community, has an obligation to be engaged and do all we can to ease the suffering and pain of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, throughout Ukraine, and those who have made it across the border. I plan on attempting to see those folks, as well as I hope I'm going to be able to see, I guess I'm not supposed to say where I'm going, am I? But anyway, I hope I get to see a lot of people. Marcus of Der Spiegel.
Thanks, Mr. President. There's a presidential election coming up in 2024, and as you know, there are yes, that's true. And there are widespread concerns in Europe that a figure like your predecessor, maybe even your predecessor himself, might get elected president again. Are there any steps, anything you are trying to do and NATO is trying to do here these days to prevent what you're trying to do becoming undone 2 years from now? Thank you.
No, that's not how I think of this. I've been dealing with foreign policy for longer than anybody that's involved in this process right now. I have no concerns about the impact. I made a commitment when I ran this time. I wasn't going to run again, and I mean that sincerely. I had no intention of running for president again. And until I saw those folks coming out of the fields in Virginia carrying torches and carrying Nazi banners and literally singing the same vile rhyme that they used in Germany in the early 20s, or 30s, I should say. And then when the gentleman you mentioned was asked what he thought, and a young woman was killed, a protester, and he was asked what he thought, he said, "They're very good people on both sides." And that's when I decided I wasn't going to be quiet any longer. And when I ran this time, and I think the American press, whether they look at me favorably or unfavorably, will acknowledge this, I made a determination. Nothing is worth No election is worth my not doing exactly what I think is the right thing. Not a joke. I'm too long in the tooth to fool with this any longer. And so we're a long way off in elections, a long way off. My focus, if any election, is on making sure that we retain the House and the United States Senate so that I have the room to continue to do the things that I've been able to do in terms of grow the economy and deal in a rational way with American foreign policy and lead the world, be the leader of the free world. So, but it's not an illogical question for someone to ask. I say to people at home, imagine if we sat and watched the doors of the Bundestag broken down and police officers killed and hundreds of people storming in. Or imagine if we saw that happening in the British Parliament or whatever. How would we feel? And one of the things that I take some solace from is I don't think you'll find any European leader who thinks that I am not up to the job. And I mean that sincerely. It's not like, whoa, it's that. The point is that when the first G7 meeting I attended, like the one I did today, was in Great Britain. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And one of my counterparts, colleagues, as head of state, said, for how long? For how long? And so I don't blame, I don't criticize anybody for asking that question. But the next election, I'd be very fortunate if I had that same man running against me. Thank you very, very much. Whoa. No. Yeah, one final question, right. Hey, look, wait, hold on a second, please. I was supposed to be an hour ago at the European Union meeting and to speak. No, and I'm thanking you. So someone I haven't called on before. You. Who are you?
I'm Christina from CBS. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter. The maintenance of sanctions, the increasing the pain, and the demonstration why I asked for this NATO meeting today is to be sure that after a month we will sustain what we're doing, not just next month, the following month, but for the remainder of this entire year. That's what will stop him.
Do you believe the action today will have an impact on making Russia change course in Ukraine?
That's not what I said. You're playing a game with me. I know. The answer is no. I think what happens is we have to demonstrate the purpose. The single most important thing is for us to stay unified. And the world continue to focus on what a brute this guy is. And all the innocent people's lives are being lost and ruined and what's going on. That's the important thing. But look, if you're Putin and you think that that Europe is going to crack in a month or 6 weeks or 2 months, why not? They can take anything for another month, but we have to demonstrate. The reason I asked for the meeting, we have to stay fully, totally, thoroughly united. Thank you.
If we could have everyone stay seated. If we could have everyone stay seated. If we could have everyone stay seated.
To once again be standing together with President von der Leyen as we announce a new groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take this step when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal, while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, the Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy, just as we did when we resolved the Boeing-Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs The United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe, your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7 and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways, on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come.
Test, test.
This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today, So we are on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together also with our energy-intensive industry, and the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, and we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence, and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future, and I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox, where you just heard President Biden speaking in Europe today, where we do know he is there amid this ongoing war, Russia's war with Ukraine. So again, President Biden there in Brussels, leaving Brussels for Poland today. And as you just heard in President Biden's speech, he just announced a few hours ago that the United States and the European Union have formed a coalition to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy. And it is a step that some consider the start of a years-long initiative to further isolate Russia, again, after its invasion of Ukraine. We do want to bring in one of our experts here on Live Now, former intelligence officer Michael Pregent, who is joining us live here today to offer some insight into President Biden's visit to Europe amid that ongoing war in Ukraine. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. I just want to get your thoughts and your takeaways from today's meeting in Brussels.
Well, can I talk about tomorrow also and just kind of wrap it all up together?
Absolutely.
We saw the president go to Brussels, right, to meet with our NATO allies. But I'm not sure that Zelensky felt reassured by this visit. Again, Zelensky plead for, give me 1% of your aircraft, 1% of your tanks, so we can push back. We've seen the Ukrainians pushing back. They're fighting hard. They're changing minds in Washington, D.C., and they're changing minds in NATO. So that's Zelensky's take on this is the president can do more, that NATO can do more. But what was troubling yesterday is when asked about a potential chemical strike by Putin, the president said it depended on the scope of the attack. It was the same kind of language he used. It depends on how much they invade Ukraine, at the start of this war. He said it depends on the scope of a chemical attack whether or not it would prompt a NATO response. So that's concerning as well. But I do like the energy talk today. That's the right thing to do. But while we're waiting to set up this infrastructure to get liquefied gas to Europe, we should be going after Putin's oil and gas now and going after those banks that still remained unsanctioned. Use the pressure of U.S. secondary sanctions on China, on other countries that are trying to, buy Russian oil on the cheap, and really put the crunch on him. He's got about, 10 to 20 days left of funds, of logistical support to his force in Ukraine, and it's time that we do something now. The president should have visited Brussels 2 weeks ago.
And Michael, you did touch upon the possibility that we know that Russia has, the fact rather, that we know Russia has committed war crimes and the possibility of Russia using chemical weapons. That has come up a lot over the past few weeks and really over the past month since this war started. President Biden was asked if the U.S. or if NATO would respond to military force, but said that he cannot answer that question, only that the nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use. Your thoughts on that, and what kind of message do those vague responses send to Putin?
Well, it sends Putin a green light. If you tell Vladimir Putin, when asked the specific question, will there be a NATO response if Vladimir Putin uses chemical weapons in Ukraine, and you use this caveated loyalty type language, you're basically giving him permission to do it. We basically told Vladimir Putin that he can do whatever he wants as long as it's within the confines of the Ukrainian border. We're calling Vladimir Putin a war criminal. The White House is doing that, the Pentagon, the Department of State. And at the same time, the White House is courting him on the Iran deal. So which one is he? Is he the war criminal, or is he your guarantor to make sure Iran never moves to a bomb? And can you trust Russia at all in these roles? To your question, it just gives Putin a green light. The administration congratulated itself on telling us Putin was going to invade. Now they're telling us he could use a chemical weapon. If he does, and they come back and say, well, we told you he would do it, and they did nothing to deter him, warning us about something that's going to happen and not doing anything to stop it invites it. It invited Putin into the Ukraine, and Putin believes he has a green light to use chemical weapons within the borders of Ukraine with impunity. And that's not what he should be thinking.
And Michael, we do know that President Biden also announced new sanctions, additional sanctions against Russian defense companies and oligarchs. He reiterated, though, that those sanctions won't necessarily deter Putin, but instead hurt him where it hurts. And of course, that is financially. He also said that the U.S. and EU need to create some sort of system where they can track who has violated those sanctions. Your thoughts on that, and will a system like that actually make a difference?
Well, the system's already in place to see who's violated sanctions, and the administration isn't enforcing existing sanctions. They've ignored existing sanctions on Iran. They've ignored existing U.S. secondary sanctions on buying illicit oil on the market. And so those systems are already in place. They can track when China, India, Turkey, other countries are buying Russian oil. When you say that there needs to be a new system in place, it sounds like a delay tactic. It sounds like a self-imposed obstacle to getting anything done. We already have those systems in place. What we need to be looking at is what systems in place Russia and China are putting in now to bypass U.S. secondary sanctions, to not move money through U.S. banks and to move it through other banks. That's what we should be focused on.
And Michael, we did hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski, who addressed President Biden and NATO leaders yesterday in Brussels, Belgium, virtually, of course, because he is remaining in Ukraine as this war continues. Zielinski asked NATO leaders for just 1% of what they have, 1% of tanks, 1% of jets. This has been an ongoing topic of conversation of Ukraine asking NATO for additional help. But of course, there has been some serious hesitancy hesitancy from the U.S. and NATO in order to not get directly involved in this conflict. Your takeaways from that and Zelensky's repeated push and repeated ask for more help?
Well, this hesitancy that NATO has, that the U.S. has, I question it, because the most feared battle system, the most feared weapon on the battlefield is the Javelin. The Javelin kills Russian tanks. The most feared weapon system, if you're a Russian pilot, is the Stinger. All Zelensky is asking for now are weapons to kill Russian artillery. And that's what's destroying these cities. And that's what he needs. He needs reach. So he needs to be able to get to those artillery systems. So the administration will give them the Switchblade drones, the 600 series, which actually can fly further and actually has an armor penetrating capability. We're already doing that, so why not give them aircraft? The aircraft, the MiG-29, put in those air defense systems in place in Ukraine that they've already been trained on. Why not give it to them? We're already giving them weapons that are decimating Russian armor and shooting down Russian aircraft. Why not give them a weapon system to go after the artillery? I don't think it's an escalation. If anything, the Russians, it'd be easier for them to shoot down a MiG-29 than take out a Javelin team, because the Javelin team can hide, can move around, it's mobile. The MiG-29 has a radar signature. They can see it, they can shoot it down. So I argue that, the MiG-29 is a game changer for the Ukrainians because it can reach artillery, but it's not a game changer for the Russians necessarily, because they could defend against it if they focused on it. And maybe that's the tactic. If we give him a capability that makes the Russian military focus on the MiG-29, then that's also a victory for Zelensky, because it makes the Russians have to think about another possible threat.
And Michael, we do know several things that the U.S. and other countries have provided for Ukraine. Of course, humanitarian assistance, the U.S. committing more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance for Ukraine and for NATO countries, taking in all of those 3.5 million refugees. President Biden also announcing that the U.S. is going to take in up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees here in the U.S. alone. Back to the money part, $100 billion in $1 billion in humanitarian assistance. The cost of this war is growing. So your thoughts on just the financial aspect of this war, not only for Ukraine, but for the U.S. and really the rest of the world? And will this eventually cause a rift with the U.S. and other NATO countries?
Well, we're seeing other NATO countries step up their GDP, the percentage of GDP that they're putting towards their defense now, based on these aggressions by Putin. We've seen poll after poll demonstrate, not only in Europe but in the United States, that Americans are willing to absorb these higher energy costs if it means we're going to do more about the Ukraine. Anytime the president talks about what the administration is doing, he always throws a dollar figure at that effort. And you're right, when we say, $10 billion here, another $150 million here, I want to know what that's going towards. And I do think the American people, if the administration just simply laid it out, would be supportive of that. We need to deal with this refugee crisis. And we also need to ask ourselves, what more could have been done before this to prevent all of these costs, to prevent this invasion, to prevent these atrocities? And unfortunately, a congressman said something great. He said, if we would have paid attention to Syria as much as we're paying attention to the Ukraine, Putin never would have invaded Ukraine, because he did the same thing in Syria and the world kind of looked away. He destroyed cities, he starved cities. So what they do is they encircle a city and they starve it out, and then they bomb it. That's happening now, and we're waiting for that to happen to Kyiv before we're outraged. We should be outraged already. It already happened to Mariupol. And that's the example of what Putin plans to do with the rest of the country. And the international community should devote funds and spend funds to stop this. But if we're talking about a cost, we need to look at what we could have done before this invasion to not have to spend this kind of money to deal with a problem everybody saw coming.
And Michael, we are taking some some video of that damage that you said throughout Ukraine, as you mentioned, Russian troops at the order of Russian President Vladimir Putin, obviously destroying and wreaking havoc across Ukraine. We did hear yesterday, a question from a reporter to President Joe Biden: will Ukraine eventually have to cede and give up any Ukrainian territory to reach a ceasefire with Russia? President Biden said he doesn't believe Ukraine will have to do that, but ultimately said that is up to Ukraine's judgment to make. So I do want to ask you, do you think Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will eventually have to cede some land in order to reach a ceasefire?
Well, it's not just ceding land that the Russians want. The Russians want Zelensky to leave the country also, so they can put in their own puppet government. And the administration, remember a month ago, we talked about this. The administration was trying to get Zielinski out. They wanted him to have a government in exile. Zielinski stayed, changed Europe's mind, changed NATO's mind, and then eventually changed the president's mind to support the Ukrainian forces. Any deal where Russia comes out winning is a bad deal. Vladimir Putin thinks he can go to the G20 summit in October and things will be back to normal. He's a war criminal. This illegal invasion, these atrocities, the threats of using nuclear weapons and chemical weapons, you cannot go back to normal after this. The administration wants this to be over with. Zelensky, give Putin land, let's move you out of the country, and let's kind of be done with this, because we need Putin to help us with the Iran deal. All these things, you can't reconcile these things. This administration cannot call him a war criminal on one hand, have Zelensky bow to him, and then ask Putin to help with an Iran deal in Vienna. It's completely disconnected.
All right, Michael Prigin, again, thank you so much for always taking time to give us some insight on, again, this war in Ukraine. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, everybody, we do want to switch gears and head out to some breaking news that we have been following all morning long. So we do want to get this shot to you here on Live Now from Fox. Here you go, right here. We do want to take this graphic down for you. We are following, as we mentioned, breaking news. A teenager has died after falling from a free fall drop tower at Orlando's Icon Park. We do have a crew there on the scene, and we'll have a live update when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much. Out of Florida, Orlando, Florida, where we have learned a teenager has died following a fall from the free fall drop tower at Orlando's Icon Park. Now, Orange County deputies say it happened last night just after 11 o'clock. A 14-year-old boy died of his injuries after falling from the ride. We do want to head out to Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She is live outside of Icon Park this morning. Amanda, thank you so much for joining us. We have learned, though, that this ride has only been open a few months.
That's right. So this free fall tower opened in December around the holiday time. So it's only been open for about 3 months now in operation to the public. At 430 feet tall, it is the world's tallest freestanding drop tower. It takes up to 30 people at a time in a slowly spinning gondola to the sky. According to a news release from Icon Park, Keter Construction LLC is the general contractor responsible for building the landmark attraction and is the manufacturer of the ride at Funtime. The ride is owned and operated by the Slingshot Group of companies. This morning we heard from a company spokesperson about the tragedy.
Last night, a little bit after 11 o'clock, where a 14-year-old guest fell from the Star Flyer and was transported
We are
to
in
our
the SOT
Palmer Hospital.
I'll give you a
where he
10-second
died of his
countdown.
Injuries. We are working with the Orange County Sheriff's Office and other investigative authorities to look
So
at
I
this
did
further,
pull
and
most of the
we'll
SOT,
onboard
so we've got about a minute 30 seconds left in it.
our words.
Do you want me to start talking, or are you going to ask me a
Can't
question?
say how we feel. Our hearts go out to the family of this young man, and that's all we can say at this time.
Okay. And I guess what happens now? I know you guys are trying to investigate what happens, but is the ride going to be closed off, or what can we expect?
Yes, at this point, the ride will be closed, and we will open when there's an appropriate time after the investigation is completed and there's additional information to share.
All right, we've got about a minute left in the SOT.
Yeah, that's all I can say at this point.
I will ask you a question. Yeah.
Yes.
About maybe if the park
That's
is
what
going to
we
be
know.
closed,
So
possibly
again,
how long.
We operate the ride with all the safety precautions in mind. Everything is in place, and this is why we're doing this investigation. We don't know. We are working with those people investigating this at this point. At this point, just that ride will not be operational, but we'll have additional information later on.
All right, stand by. I'm going to come back out to you
just
with a question.
The drop tower ride will be closed, but we will have additional information to share later on that. No, our safety harness that goes over the chest of the rider is sufficient, and obviously we're going to look into this further. We're going to work with all the authorities.
And we do want to head back out to our Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. Amanda, just a very tragic situation. Any idea of how long this ride will be closed?
Well, according to the company spokesperson, the free fall ride will remain closed indefinitely during the investigation and will depend on the findings from that investigation. As for the other rides and attractions in this area, they did not give a definitive answer as to whether or not those rides would also be open during this time. So it remains to be seen, but it's just a very tragic event here, and that family is certainly in mourning, and it's just awful to hear about this 14-year-old who was on this ride and the worst absolutely happened.
All right, Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie, thank you so much for that live report. We do appreciate it. We do want to head out to New York City, where we will be heading after the break. We are going to have a report on New York City's vaccine mandate being dropped for professional athletes. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. You are taking a live look at New York City today, specifically the Statue of Liberty. We do have some news out of New York. We do know New York City Mayor Eric Adams has announced he is exempting athletes and performers from the city's vaccine mandate for private workers. And it is a move that will allow Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving to play home games and unvaccinated baseball players to take the field when their season begins next month. That mandate is effective immediately. The city's sweeping vaccine mandate for workers will still apply to people with other types of jobs, including government employees. In fact, the Police Benevolent Association came out against the exemption, saying that if the mandate isn't necessary for famous people, then it's not necessary for the cops who are protecting our city in the middle of a crime crisis. So again, that vaccine mandate dropping for professional athletes. We're going to tune in to New York City Mayor Eric Adams' press conference announcing that.
It's a pleasure on behalf of the Mets to welcome Mayor Eric Adams, Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, New York Yankees President Randy Levine, local business partners, and all of our Mets employees who are here today, including those who are affiliated, union affiliated. You know, it's wonderful to have a mayor at Citi Field on a day that we're not playing the Red Sox. Steve and Alex Cohen are committed to the city of New York. During the height of the COVID epidemic, there are almost $17 million fund to help local businesses here in Queens, as well as the location of a vaccination center here at Citi Field. Now, we're proud to partner with the mayor and his team in their effort to reopen New York City and drive the economic recovery. Mayor Adams asked that this event be held in the Jackie Robinson Rotunda. Our home opener on April 15th coincides with the first game Jackie Robinson played for the Brooklyn Dodgers, starting at first base, April 15, 1947. We look forward during that April 15th game to celebrating Jackie's accomplishments and the historic nature of his start with the Dodgers that changed baseball and changed America. We look forward to not only celebrating Jackie, but the 9 ideals that drove him to the success that he achieved. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you the 110th Mayor of New York City, Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you so much, Sandy and Randy. It's good to see you. Let me be clear on something. I'm the mayor of the city, and I'm going to make some tough choices. And people are not going to agree with some of them. They're going to look through their primary lens. They're going to talk about different things. But generals lead from the front. I was not elected to follow. I was not elected to be fearful, but to be fearless. I must move this city forward. If it's about ridding our streets of guns, it's about turning around our educational system, it's about dealing with our economy. I know people would like to stay and just pinpoint one issue and one item and make a decision, but I have to take the totality of my city and your city to turn around. And I want to be clear, I am unafraid of making the decisions, just like I was unafraid to put on that uniform and patrol the streets of this city. Tough choices take a tough person to be able to make them. And I know and you know, 8.8 million people in this city, 30 million opinions. I got it. And today, the decision we're making, we're not making it loosely, haphazardly. We're not doing it because they're precious to do it. We're doing it because the city has to function. We're leading the entire country, for the most part, in unemployment. We're seeing unbelievable vacancies in our business district. Everyday men and women that are standing right here is dependent on our economy turning around so they can provide for their families. Then we have to have vaccination rules to make sure that we don't close down the city again. You take all of the combinations of what we must do, and you realize you better have a mayor that's willing to make those tough choices and willing to stand up and do what's right. And that is what we're doing today. Today, we're joining and saying that we will continue to take steps for New Yorkers, for visitors to come back to this city, to ensure that union employees are working, to ensure that we open our entertainment venues, our ballparks, our concert stages, to bring people to this city. A multi-billion-dollar industry is tied to tourism. That's a real issue for us. And I've always said over and over again, we're going to focus on the science, we're going to do what's right, and we're going to make sure we're healthy. And being healthy is not only physically healthy, it's economically healthy. Unemployment leads to the economic unhealthiness of this city. All of these things are taken into mind. And since we lifted the mask mandate for K-12 students, cases have remained low. I stated we were going to peel this back in a smart way, one step at a time. And the same goes with our lifting of the Patriot requirements under the key to New York City. Another layer peeled away. New York City is at a low-risk environment. And so today we take another step in the city's economic recovery and support local businesses, entertainers, and performances, and those performance venues across the entire city. And just like as any player, some people will boo us, but there are also those who will be employed and would cheer us. That is not only the game of baseball, but that's the game of life. And we have to be on the field in order to win in both the game of life. Today I signed Emergency Executive Order 62, expanding the performance exemption to private employer mandates. This is about putting New York City-based performers on a level playing field. Day one, when I was mayor, I looked at the rule that stated hometown players had an unfair disadvantage for those who were coming to visit. And immediately, I felt we needed to look at that. But my medical professionals say, Eric, we're at a different place. We have to wait until we're at a place where we're at a low area and we can re-examine some of the mandates. We're here today. Currently, only non-residents are exempt under this executive order. We expanded it to residents of New York City. It's unimaginable. We were treating our performers differently because they lived and played for home teams. It's not acceptable. This exemption has been put in our sports teams as at a self-imposed competitive disadvantage. But this new order would help boost our economy. Now, before I go on, let's be clear about this. I've said it and I will continue to say, all of us should be vaccinated, even our players. We will continue to promote vaccinations and booster shots. It's imperative that we do so. That's how we got here. That's why we have an NBA season, because of the vaccination. Over 90% of players did so. And I'm hoping that we will reach the 100% numbers in both Major League Baseball and in basketball and other professional sports. We will continue to push and hope that they do the vaccination and booster shots. This is about supporting our local vendors, our local stores and performers. Walking outside of Yankee Stadium the other day and hearing those vendors on the ground that benefit from the baseball season saying how important it is. Players attract people to the stadium. And even here in this area where what I will continue to say Shea Stadium, vendors benefit. These union employees who make sure this field is operating benefit from the teams being here. And our nightlife, we're going to keep our nightlife industry thriving. A $35.1 billion industry. Everything from the cook, the dishwasher, the bartender, the busboy or girl, all feeds into this nightlife industry. And by putting our home teams on equal playing field, we increase their chances of winning. And that has a real impact on our city. This is just not fans in the stands, but it is people in the stores. Every time a championship or a game is played here at Yankee or Met Stadium, it's a boost to $11 million into our economic impact for New York City during the playoff seasons. These are real dollars, and they play a major role. And I want to be clear, expanding this exemption, which only applies to a small number of people, is crucial. We are simply making sure the rules apply equally to everyone who is a performer, regardless of where they perform their craft. We're going to continue to ensure that New York City is safe and our economy recover in a real way. We will look for other ways to ease restrictions, which is when it is safe to do so. As I stated, we're going to peel it back and turn around the economy in this city. Tough choice, difficult choice. There are going to be those who will say yay and those who will say nay. But that's what I was elected to do. I was elected to make these tough choices. I think generals come during wartime and peacetime. This is a wartime. COVID is a battle. Our economy is a battle. Crime is a battle. I'm not a peacetime general. I'm a wartime general. And I'm not going to lead this city from the rear. I'm going to lead this city from the front. And that's what generals do. We need to recover our city from crime, from economic devastation, from uncertainty. This is the city I inherited, and this is not going to be the city that I'm going to leave. New York is back. They're going to be strong, they're going to be resilient, and they're going to show America how to be the resiliency that we all could become. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eric Adams. Good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to be here at Citi Field. Thank you for hosting this morning's event. I first want to acknowledge colleagues in government as well as other guests, in particular the CEO of Health and Hospitals, Dr. Mitch Katz, the President of the New York City Economic Development Corporation, Andrew Kimball, our Small Business Services Commissioner, Kevin Kim, our head of our Office of Nightlife, Ariel Palitz, and of course all of the venue owners, the performers, small business owners, ballpark workers who have joined us here today. Now, exactly 2 weeks ago, the mayor and I stood at the Hunts Point Terminal Market in the Bronx and unveiled a blueprint to accelerate our economic recovery. Central to that vision is getting our city and its major industries back up and running quickly and safely. And today is another milestone in the city's continued reopening and resurgence. Now, just a little bit of history and background here. At a very different moment in our pandemic, the previous administration enacted an emergency executive order requiring venues and other establishments around the city to require proof of vaccination for both their staff and for patrons. Now, there was an exemption added to that requirement, allowing for visiting performing artists and professional athletes who are not vaccinated to still be able to sing at our music venues and play in our stadia. Now, that was a deliberate decision, of course, based on a relatively small number of individuals being exempted, which meant a minimal impact to public health, but an enormous impact to our struggling venues and entertainment sector by allowing them to book more performers and fill more seats. However, as the mayor mentioned, that original exemption was limited to non-New York City residents, essentially creating a double standard that disadvantaged local artists and athletes and really did continue to limit our full economic resurgence. The mayor, of course, has been committed to adjusting these types of restrictions, but only in a thoughtful, deliberate manner, always guided by science. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. By expanding the existing exemption to include New York City-based performers, we are leveling the playing field, and we are giving another significant boost to our concert halls, theaters, nightclubs, and the many bars, restaurants, and other small businesses that really depend on the visitors to those venues to drive customers. Now, this is not just about our professional sports teams, as amazing as they are, but it is also about, of course, our local performers and entertainers, whether you are a jazz musician playing in a club in Flatbush or a comedian taking stage at Comedy Cellar. Today, we are adjusting a policy that left New York City performers on an uneven playing field. And as the health indicators continue to improve, we are certainly looking forward to seeing our nightlife and entertainment industries come back to life. Now, those sectors, nightlife, entertainment, employ nearly 300,000 New Yorkers and generate, as the mayor mentioned, over $35 billion annually in economic output. Over the past 2 years, so the stakes here are really high. Over the past 2 years, there were job losses that hit industries in these sectors in very intense ways. Our nightlife sector lost close to 300,000 jobs at the peak of the pandemic, one of the starkest impacts of COVID. And it's still down about 80,000 from pre-pandemic levels. But thanks to the work of New Yorkers, including the roughly 90% of New Yorkers who got vaccinated, we are in the position of propelling this part of our economy. And we certainly look forward to the creative energy, the artistic expression, and of course, the World Series championships that are to come. So thanks to everyone for being here. Now I'd like to invite Randy Levine, the president of the Yankees, to say a few words. Thank you.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are just listening in to a press briefing with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who just announced yesterday that he is dropping the vaccine mandate for athletes in New York City, which will, of course, allow professional athletes such as Kyrie Irving, who has been one of those COVID vaccine holdouts, that will allow him to play home games again in New York City. We do have several live feeds coming in to our desk today that we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. The first one, of course, President Joe Biden landing in Poland today, where we do know he is going to meet with the president of Poland later today, as well as U.S. troops who are there to support Poland, one of our NATO allies. And also, President Biden says he is hoping to meet with some of the refugees who, again, have fled to Poland. We do know at least 2 million Ukrainian refugees have fled to Poland since this war began. So again, this is a live feed coming into our desk of Air Force One. We do know President Joe Biden is aboard that plane and will be showing soon, I suppose, again, to meet with the president of Poland. Now, the president is in Europe this week for an emergency summit with NATO leaders as we are now more than 1 month into the war in Ukraine. President Biden announced today, just a few hours ago when he was in Brussels, Belgium, that the United States and European Union have formed a coalition to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy. Now, this is a step that some consider to be the start of a years-long initiative to further isolate Russia after its invasion of Ukraine. Now, in his speech today, President Biden said Russian President Vladimir Putin uses energy to coerce and manipulate his neighbors and uses profits from its sale to drive his war machine. Now, again, the eyes of the world are on President Biden today and other world leaders as they try to help Ukraine and get tough on Russia. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams is in Brussels with the details.
President Biden taking further steps to tighten economic sanctions on Russia.
The United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year.
Today, President Biden focusing on new ways to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy as world leaders increase pressure on Moscow to end Russia's war on Ukraine.
The United States is committed to becoming a partner that will produce more liquefied natural gas in order to bring down prices in Europe.
This comes as President Biden praised the unity of NATO leaders at the first day of high-level emergency meetings in Brussels. The United States promised another $1 billion of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, but stopped short of giving the war-torn nation everything they need to fight Russia over major fears of triggering a wider war.
The single most important thing that we have to do in the West is be united.
Now, Ukraine accusing Moscow of forcibly taking hundreds of thousands of civilians to Russia, possibly to be used as hostages to force Kyiv to surrender. The war now impacting some of the youngest Ukrainians, with more than half of the country's kids displaced.
I think that I made the right decision by removing my child from this disturbing environment.
Today, President Biden will be on the ground in Poland, taking a closer look at the growing refugee crisis. In Brussels, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, Alexis, again, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to this live feed again where we have Air Force One there in Poland today, where President Joe Biden will be getting off of the plane shortly. As we have mentioned, Biden left Brussels this morning for Poland, where he is right now, where, as you can see, he just landed. President Biden is going to be meeting with U.S. troops, we are told, who are based roughly an hour's drive from the Ukrainian border. He'll also be receiving a briefing on Poland's humanitarian response to help refugees. And we do know that more than 2 million refugees have crossed into Poland, which we do want to take you out to this feed of that. You can see on your screen women and children crossing into Poland as we are now more than 1 month into this war in Ukraine. So President Biden saying that he does hope to meet with some of them and again will be receiving a briefing on the humanitarian crisis. Yesterday, he did announce that the United States will be accepting up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. President Biden, again, as we said, will also be meeting with U.S. service members from the 82nd Airborne Division. They are usually based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Those troops are serving alongside Polish troops. Biden is then expected to fly to Warsaw, Poland tomorrow to meet with the president of Poland and an address to the Polish people before he departs for Washington. Now, again, President Biden is overseas for this emergency meeting with allies as this war in Ukraine has surpassed the 1 month mark. Millions have been forced to flee their homes, as you again see there on your screen, children leaving Ukraine and crossing into neighboring countries. And there are some concerns that Russia's president could ramp up the brutal attacks. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has the story from Washington.
3.7 million Ukrainian refugees have fled the country in the 1 month since the invasion began.
It is a month of tragedy and courage, the moment of truth for every one of us, a celebration of our values and great purpose, and we have shown what freedom and unity mean for us.
While on his trip overseas, President Biden pledged the U.S. will take up to 100,000 refugees with a focus on reuniting families.
Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes.
For those who want to stay in Europe, America will commit $1 billion in supplies to aid the humanitarian crisis.
This is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States is the leader.
There are more than 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe ready to protect NATO nations. President Biden says the U.S. will help allies reinforce the Eastern Front from any Russian aggression.
NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine.
But critics of the president say even the newest round of sanctions on Russian lawmakers will do little to stop the war.
Unfortunately, right now, it seems like Mr. Putin is deterring us and our allies more than we are deterring him.
Next, President Biden will meet with the president of Poland. He'll also visit U.S. troops there, and he says he'd like to meet with refugees if possible. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. The president also announcing, as we said a few hours ago, that the United States and European Union have formed that coalition that will reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy. It is a step some are considering the start of a years-long initiative to further isolate Russia, again, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We do want to get to some video that we do have coming into our desk. This of the Ukrainian city of Odessa, which is preparing for more violence from Russia. Soldiers standing guard near the city's famous opera house as streetlights spill light on sandbag barricades and anti-tank hedgehogs. Church bells were ringing out in the night sky last night as those getting ready to fight remain on high alert for the upcoming Russian offensive against the city. And this comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski is demanding more military aid from world leaders as this battle rages on. And we do want to take you out to this live shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, coming in from our partners at the Associated Press today. Again, Kyiv, the capital city there in Ukraine. And as Ukraine fights back, they are bogging down some of Putin's ground forces and pushing them far away from Kyiv. Ukrainians are also claiming a major victory today with the apparent destruction of a Russian warship. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot is in Lviv, Ukraine with the latest.
Victory at sea. Ukrainian forces destroying a large Russian landing ship in the occupied port city of Berdyansk, crucial for transport of troops, gear, and supplies. Missiles believed used. Other Russian ships hit as well. And around the capital of Kyiv, counteroffensive gains made by Ukraine against Russia in several key suburbs. Russian forces turning to digging in.
What we're seeing is the Russians take a real defensive posture. They're no longer trying to advance. They're simply going back now into the defense.
But still other cities becoming destroyed wastelands. 6 civilians killed, many more injured in the embattled northeastern city of Kharkiv. And the devastated southern city of Mariupol just hanging on. Tens of thousands stranded. Reports thousands more taken from the city against their will by Russians.
I don't know how many days is it possible to survive because people are in very bad condition, awful condition.
U.S. and Western supplied military aid like anti-tank missiles critical to the success so far of Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian President Zielinski wants more. He spoke to today's NATO summit via video link.
To save people in our cities, Ukraine needs military assistance without restrictions. Russia is using its entire arsenal against us.
The cost of a month of war has been high for Ukraine, says the government. Over 1,000 civilians killed, several thousand soldiers fallen. But the country's unity has never been stronger.
Ukrainians have united as never before.
The mood is high and we are determined.
President Zielinski had one more ask for the NATO leaders. Give or sell me just 1%
of your tanks, your missiles, your planes. The need for weaponry here, that desperate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Balcott, Fox News.
Greg, thank you for that report. As you heard in Greg's story, dramatic footage from yesterday shows that Russian ship gutted by flames and explosions in the Ukrainian port of Berdyansk as a fire also burns on one of two naval ships leaving the area. Now, the 10-minute video from a local resort webcam that you see there on your screen shows a blazing ship fire and two vessels sailing away from the Sea of Azov port. Now, Ukraine's Navy said that the Russian Alligator-class landing ship Orsk was destroyed at that port. And the city of Mariupol posted this video on its Facebook account yesterday showing some of the destruction inside the city. Now, the video shows a destroyed power transmission tower, ruined housing blocks, and a fitness center with broken windows. Now, Ukraine's port city is encircled by Russian troops, and it has seen by far some of the worst devastation of the war, enduring weeks of bombardment and now street by street fighting. We have learned today, just a few minutes ago, that about 300 people died when a Russian airstrike blew up a theater in this very same city where hundreds of civilians were sheltering. And with the war headed into its second month, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski spoke of hope and determination in his nighttime video address to the nation late last night, despite this war, again, going on more than a month. And there are growing concerns about Poland's ability to handle all of the massive influx of Ukrainian refugees. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni has the latest from Poland.
I just can't believe that it is possible in the 21st century.
Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the small border town of Przemyśl has welcomed nearly 800,000 people in the last month, at one point processing 2,000 refugees an hour. Only 2,000 stayed in the town. The rest took trains or buses to other cities or traveled further into the EU.
To know that capacity in our warm hearts will end at some point.
Mayor Wojciech Bakun said he and others must start coming up with long-term plans as the war drags on.
How long as this war will exist? In some point, there will be a very difficult situation to manage.
20 minutes away at the busiest border crossing, Medyka Mayor Marek Iwaszewski told the UN Refugee Agency his town wasn't prepared for this crisis, and now he's worried about its infrastructure. The UN reports mayors of larger cities like Warsaw and Krakow are also struggling to accommodate new arrivals.
All of us, we are tired, but we are going to help until the end.
As President Biden heads to Poland tomorrow, Mayor Bakun has a message he would like to send the president.
We need to do everything what we can for stop that war and finish that war as quick as possible.
For now, his town will keep its doors open, simply because it has to.
We on the first line, so we have to do this.
And the U.S. has announced that it will take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, but most want to stay close to the border. They have hopes that one day they will return home. In Poland, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Aisha, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to some live feeds that we have coming into our LiveNOW desk today, where, of course, President Joe Biden is there in Poland today to meet with not only U.S. troops and refugees, but also to speak with the president of Poland, which, again, will be happening over the next few days. We also have a city shot of Kyiv, Ukraine, where Ukrainian troops continue to defend the capital city. Now, President Joe Biden is in Europe this week for an emergency summit with NATO leaders. We have been bringing you those live feeds and conferences all week long as we are now 1 month into the war in Ukraine. The president, though, just announcing a few hours ago that the U.S. and Europe have formed a coalition to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy. It is a step some are considering the start of a years-long initiative and coalition to hurt Putin where it hurts, which of course is finances. And we do know that Russia does provide about 40% of Europe's oil. So again, the U.S. President Joe Biden today announcing that partnership. Also, the U.S. stock market is expected to open in about 4 minutes. So we do want to take you out to this closer look of Poland, where again, President Joe Biden is expected to deboard Air Force One momentarily. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just before 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and you are taking a live look at President Biden's Air Force One landing in Poland today. He is expected to meet with some refugees who have fled Ukraine, as well as the president of Poland and U.S. troops who are supporting our NATO allies. And the president landing in Poland hours just after departing Brussels, Belgium, where he announced, along with the European Union, that they together have formed a coalition to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy. You may know Russian energy is a key source of income and political leverage for Putin. Almost 40% of Europe's natural gas comes from Russia to not only heat homes, but to generate electricity and power industry as well. So again, President Biden in Poland today, where he is going to be meeting with NATO leaders, troops, and refugees as well. But we do want to take you out to a press conference the president had in Brussels, Belgium earlier this morning, where he again announced that he will be forming a coalition with the European Union to cut reliance on Russian energy.
To once again be standing together with President von der Leyen as we announce a new groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take this step when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal, while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, the Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy. Just as we did when we resolved the Boeing-Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs, the United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe,
Your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7 and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways, on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come. This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today. So we are right on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together, also with our energy-intensive industry, and the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, And we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence, and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. And I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Is Europe any closer to banning Russian imports?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:44 a.m. Thank you for choosing us as your source for non-stop news this morning. My name is Rain Augustine, and I'll be with you for the next few hours here, covering top stories and major headlines from not only across the country, but across the globe. I want to show you all this Live Now image that we are getting from Poland. President Biden just arrived. We know that he is receiving a briefing on Poland's humanitarian response to help Ukrainian refugees. We've learned that more than 2 million Ukrainians have fled to Poland. Now, just yesterday, President Biden announced that the United States will accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. He also met with global leaders in Brussels on Thursday to discuss Russia's war with Ukraine. They discussed just how the world will respond if, in fact, Russia possibly deploys chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. Let's take another look at the destruction that we have been seeing when it comes to the Russian invasion in Ukraine. Now, we're taking a look from the city of Mariupol. The Mariupol City Council posted this video on its Facebook account on Thursday, showing destruction inside of the city. As you can see here, this video is showing destroyed power transmission towers, ruined homes, blocks, and fitness centers with broken windows. Ukraine's port city of Mariupol, encircled by Russian troops, has seen the worst devastation of the war, enduring weeks and weeks of bombardment, and now street by street fighting. And with the war heading into its second month, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski spoke of hope and determination in his nighttime video address, which we had the opportunity to show you all just a few hours ago here on Live Now from Fox. Again, President Biden is there in Poland, making a renewed commitment to his European allies as Russian forces could be running out of options. Doug Luzader has the story from Washington, D.C. this morning.
There are reports that Russia is running out of munitions, Ukrainians are running low on food, and Europe could face an energy crisis. President Biden meeting this morning with the president of the European Commission and trying to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy sources, and the U.S. will play a role.
It's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing.
The odds may still be against Ukraine, but Russian forces have been pushed back in some areas, and even some Russian ships have now become targets. Reuters is reporting that Russia is running out of precision-guided munitions. The president travels to Poland today to meet with U.S. troops and perhaps see firsthand the impact of the Ukrainian refugee crisis. He's announcing new Russian sanctions, but had a heated exchange when he was asked about the impact.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. You're playing a game with me.
A surprising statement, because administration officials, from the vice president on down, have repeatedly said that sanctions were meant to deter Putin. And is the White House quietly urging Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zielinski to come to terms with Russia?
I have it on excellent sources that for more than a week now, the Biden administration has been putting pressure on President Zielinski to cut a deal. And that is shameful.
The president, meantime, with a stern warning if Russia uses chemical weapons.
It would trigger a response in kind.
Now, the White House has not clarified what exactly the president meant by that, responding in kind to chemical weapons. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Taking another Live Now look from Poland, Air Force One's door is open. We have yet to see President Biden emerge and put his feet on the ground there as we continue to learn about today's agenda. We do know that he is meeting with other world leaders and possibly learning about the humanitarian crisis of things as millions of Ukrainians have left their home. We know that many people across the globe are pitching in, kind of doing service-based initiatives to help people feel comfortable as they flee to neighboring countries. Let's go ahead and check in with Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver. She's bringing us more as two Harvard students do their part. They're helping to create a Ukraine Take Shelter initiatives, helping refugees find new homes.
Ukraine Take Shelter. It's a platform that was created by two Harvard students, and I am joined by one of them right now, Avi Schiffman. Thank you for talking with me today.
For sure. Thanks for having me.
The first thing I want to ask you, this was created to help Ukrainian refugees find housing. How was this idea exactly born?
Sure. So I was at a protest in San Diego a few weeks ago, and there were a few hundred people there protesting, but I felt that I had the skills to really make something here with technology to help the few 100 million people in Ukraine and all around Eastern Europe, rather than just the few hundred people here in San Diego. So I also realized that I have this big public platform after developing one of the first and largest coronavirus tracking websites. I know how to make all these websites and apps, etc. So I really just felt that I could use the skills with technology I have to do something a lot bigger here.
And then you went and you asked another student for support as well, right?
Right. So after I was at this protest, I went back home and I did some more research of what was happening in Ukraine. And I saw that there were millions of refugees flooding out of Ukraine and ending up in neighboring countries like Poland, Moldova, Hungary, etc. But the systems in place for those refugees to find potential hosts was like not up to par at all. It would not scale to millions of refugees. You'd pretty much just have to post on a Facebook group or hope that someone, like you fill out like some Google form and hope that some overwhelmed aid organization will get around to matching you. There was nothing that really was for refugees to really take the initiative and find hosts by themselves. So I thought that I should develop this website here called UkraineTakesShelter.com, which really puts the power back into the hands of the refugee, where they're able to go directly to the site, and they're just immediately presented with a search bar where they can enter in their current location or where they're headed, and they just see hundreds and hundreds of listings. They can add filters onto that. Maybe they need childcare support, legal assistance, disability assistance, etc., and it will automatically filter the listings with those additions. And then you can click on one of those listings and see a lot more information, such as the title, a description, the contact information, and then you can get in touch with these hosts. Yeah.
And what, took this in your gut, took this from being just a great idea, a great supportive idea, to really saying, hey, I'm going to put this into action. I really need to help people.
Right. I just felt that I needed to get this out as soon as possible. I finished this website in under 3 days. And about 90% of it and we finished about 90% of it in 24 hours. It was really the extra, 10% of polishing and making sure it's professional, safe, secure, etc., that took the longest time.
Do you find that this is really user-friendly for the refugee? Obviously, they have a lot on their plate to deal with, and they can't be bogged down by technological issues or things that might be difficult for them to easily find housing. Is this an easy site to use?
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was trying to solve here, is all these websites out there are so cumbersome to use when you're in such a stressful, chaotic, fast-paced environment. So as a refugee, you just want to get the information right there and then. These people are running away from live gunfire, explosives. They're lost and confused. They're in a foreign country in a language they don't speak. They just need to be able to use this website and get the information they need as fast as possible.
What has the response been like? Have you spoken with any refugees that have used the site?
Sure. So I've spoken. So the response so far from refugees and hosts alike has been incredible. One of my favorite stories was from this family that was hiding in this basement, more like a wine cellar. Well, one of my favorite responses was from this refugee family that was hiding in the basement of their house in Kharkiv, which is the second biggest city in Ukraine. And they're like on this dirt floor, like the city's being besieged by Russian troops. And they were able to use my website, UkraineTakesShelter.com, to find a host in a neighboring. And so they were able to use my website, UkraineTakesShelter.com, to find a host in France that was able to help them come to France and stay in this extra holiday home in the south of France on the beach. It's beautiful. It's amazing. This family comes, and 3 days after they arrived, their house in Ukraine was destroyed by Russian bombs. And so that story was really incredible to me, because it's, this website is not only able to help people find housing, but in a way also save their lives. And that is definitely one of my favorite stories. And it has also been covered by the BBC as well. They went and interviewed the host and the refugee family as well, which is cool. There's all these photos of this Ukrainian family like on the beach, all smiling all together, and the host was like, look what you did. Like it was incredible. But really, the way I look at it is, look what the host did. I'm just facilitating that connection, but I'm truly so thankful for the tens of thousands of hosts we have available on this platform.
When you see that, how does that make you feel?
I think it's incredible what you can do with technology these days. I think the internet has not been fully explored for what you can do in the humanitarian sense. I realize that everyone now has a smartphone and an internet connection pretty much, and I'm able to develop a website like this, which is pretty much a public bulletin that you can carry with you wherever you go. And this is not the first time I've done something like this. I've also developed the coronavirus tracking website. I also made something for the Black Lives Matter protests and the US presidential election, et cetera, et cetera. I've done so many things. And this is only just the latest version of what you can really do with the internet. And I'm excited to inspire millions of more people to do similar things like this, because I don't think it's that hard to do what I've done. I learned how to code entirely just by watching YouTube videos and going online and just Googling, how do I make websites? And people have been making websites for over 20 years. So you can find all the questions and answers you could possibly imagine.
So what do you think the overarching message is for the person watching this today? Sure.
I'd say, I come up with a lot of these ideas just by doom scrolling like everybody else, but I realized that all these problems were created by individuals just like you and I, and they can be fixed by individuals just like you and I. Biden was once someone that read, the news and was like, wow, like this sucks. I want to become president. And so became president. You could read the same thing and also maybe one day become president. That's the way I look at things. And I think the reason why people don't often do a lot of these kinds of things is because they just feel like they can't, and they just feel, oh, I'm never going to become president or something like that. But I mean, you really have to believe that you can do it in the first place in order for it to really happen. There's a really cringe quote that I like. It's the people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do, because it's really true. Like, I believe I can make a website like this that will be successful. So I go out there and execute, and I make it in the first place. But in the end of the day, like, this isn't really that hard of a project to make. Like, this is, any programmer out there, I'm confident, can make this exact website. It's seriously just a CRUD application. Yeah.
Well, kudos to what you do, and appreciate your efforts. Avi Schiffman, thank you for talking with me today. I really appreciate your time. Ukraine Takes Shelter. It's a platform that was created by 2 Harvard students.
Right, a huge thank you to LiveNOW from Fox's Stephanie Weaver, as well as that Harvard student who is doing his part to help Ukrainian refugees here at home. Let's move right along with other top stories and major news headlines. We know that just yesterday, a legal expert team wrapped up the Senate Judiciary Committee's 4-day Supreme Court confirmation hearing for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in Washington with more details on exactly what comes next. A lot of people are asking this very question.
On the last day of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation hearing, the Senate Judiciary Committee listened to her supporters.
Reviewers describe her integrity as beyond reproach, impeccable, and of the highest caliber.
And opposers.
And Judge Jackson's now infamous law review article gives me no assurance that she would give voice to the voiceless victims of sex crimes.
Jackson's record of sentences for child sex abusers has been a point of contention for Republicans, calling into question whether she'll secure any of their votes. Senator Lindsey Graham, one of 3 Republicans who joined Democrats to confirm her last year for her current role as a D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals judge, is now skeptical of her background.
After 2 days, I am now more convinced than ever that I understand why Demand Justice and every radical left-wing group chose her as their primary candidate.
Yet Democrats feel Jackson's confirmation seems virtually assured, even if she's approved along party lines.
Some of the attacks on this judge were unfair, unrelenting, and beneath the dignity of the United States Senate.
They're accusing some Republicans in the committee who have presidential aspirations of using the hearing as an audition for 2024.
You have some that are looking to run for higher office, some that just play to a political base. It was the questions that were important to them and not the answers.
The committee may not vote on Jackson's nomination until April 4th, with the final confirmation by the full Senate potentially taking place on April 8th. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And of course, if confirmed, Judge Jackson will be the first African-American woman to be nominated in the Supreme Court. Moving right along with other top stories, let's turn our focus to the latest in consumer news, because we know many Americans are still being impacted by the high gas prices that we are seeing. Now, in fact, gasoline prices are still fluctuating, but there's a concern that summer driving season will send the cost of gasoline significantly higher. AAA says that vacation season could cause prices to spike about $5.06 a gallon. That's a lot. The Motor Club Federation went on to say that the national average for a gallon of gasoline right now is $4.23 a gallon. That's about 10 cents a gallon less than the recent record high. But already, some gas stations in California have been charging as much as $7 a gallon. Gas prices have been inching upward since Russia invaded Ukraine a month ago, which has had a tremendous impact on the highly volatile global oil markets. Now, speaking of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we just showed you live President Biden landing in Poland. And while he was in Brussels promising to help Europe's energy future, lawmakers here at home are actually warning of new rules for gas projects in the United States. They're saying that it will kill production and exports to Europe. Fox News national correspondent William Lajunsi has more from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow I will discuss with President Biden how to prioritize LNG deliveries from the United States to the European Union.
Europe needs to replace Russian natural gas. Question is, will President Biden allow U.S. producers to step in?
We need more export capacity and we need more pipeline infrastructure.
But many projects remain stalled in Washington red tape. The latest, a rule imposed by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to require not just an environmental impact statement for any new pipeline or terminal, but a detailed breakdown of its effect on climate change, public health, and racial justice.
These policies are going to make it next to impossible to build any new natural gas infrastructure.
But environmentalists say government should weigh the cost of carbon emissions.
Here we are saying that the FERC can't require the examination of the most serious environmental threat that this country and world has ever faced.
The U.S. currently has 7 LNG export terminals. 6 proposals have waited more than a year for approval. The other major battle, pipelines. 5 totaling nearly 1,000 miles scrapped after environmental litigation. 15 more projects in 11 states are stuck in review.
People in the oil and gas industry are scared to death to invest money in this field because the White House has declared war on the oil and gas industry.
Well, today, after weeks of criticism, FERC reversed that rule, requiring new plants to list the social cost of their emissions. Democratic majority changing their vote. A win for industry, but Europe on energy will likely need more help from the Biden White House. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Staying in Washington, D.C. for this next story, with a new Iran nuclear agreement appearing to near completion, the Biden administration admits it is considering allowing Russia to import Iran's excess enriched uranium. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner reports from the State Department.
Department confirms President Biden may allow Vladimir Putin's regime to purchase and import Iran's excess enriched uranium under a new nuclear deal, justifying the move.
To accept and to pay for the highly enriched uranium to get it out of Iran's hands so that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. I think that's a role we'd be willing to entertain.
Enriched uranium is the core component used to make nuclear weapons, and a final nuclear deal may be just days or even hours away, according to the Iranians.
We believe that today we are closer to an agreement in Vienna than ever before.
The news comes as Putin's regime refuses to take the threat of nuclear weapons off the table if it faces a, quote, existential threat.
So if it is an existential threat for our country, then it can be used in accordance with our concept.
Under the terms of the 2015 JCPOA, Russia took Iran's enriched uranium so that Iran's stockpile stayed below the amount agreed to under the deal.
That is a key part of how we ensured that Iran's nuclear program was in a box.
Russia has the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons, with between 6,000 and 7,000 warheads, many more than the U.S. But key Republicans on Capitol Hill say allowing Russia to obtain more enriched uranium is very dangerous. The Putin regime should not play any part in an Iran nuclear deal. It's absolutely insane the Biden administration continues to trust the Russian government in these negotiations. This is something Democratic lawmakers also echo.
I don't think Russia is at the table in a legitimate or honest way. I think they are looking for ways to get around the sanctions against them.
Just a short while ago, Iran's foreign minister said that what's blocking a final deal now is bad behavior by the U.S. He accused the Biden team of wasting time and playing with words and says they're not being pragmatic. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Thanks, Jillian, for that report. All right, let's stay on the topic of how the Russian invasion of Ukraine is impacting energy sources. We've learned that President Biden is meeting this morning with the president of the European Commission, trying to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy, period. And the United States is going to play a key role in all of this. So let's go ahead and check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, who's going to bring us more details.
Hear from national security expert Hal Kempfer, who has been joining us here on Live Now from Fox ever since the war started now a month ago. Hal, thanks for being with us tonight, especially coming off of President Biden's meetings today at NATO in Brussels with other allied leaders. I want to just go over something that President said in his press conference today. He was asked a question about what NATO would do in response in the event Vladimir Putin used chemical weapons in Ukraine. And he said that they would respond in kind. What would that look like? He was very scant on details. But if that is a possibility and likelihood, how would NATO respond? What would they do?
Andrew, I heard the response today when he said we would respond in kind.
I'm not quite clear what he means. We have forsaken the use of chemical weapons. First off, we got rid of our chemical weapons. We destroyed them back in the 90s. So obviously direct parity is not what he was referring to. What he's probably referring to is that we would up the ante on the amount of aid that would go to Ukraine, and maybe tighten the noose around Russia economically, and maybe in some other ways around the world to restrict their ability to do business and simply just to operate around the world. And there's a lot of things that we can do to just basically interfere with their ability to conduct business, both governmental and private. So that's all I can think of. You've heard me, we've talked about this when they talked about the $800 million. Zero behind that. There is so much that the Ukrainians need in terms of lethal aid. The missiles, impressive. The Javelin missiles do a lot. Stinger missiles do a lot. But frankly, they just need a lot more, because they really have to go in there and deal with this massive armored force that the Russians have arrayed. And that's what they have to deal with it. It would be great if we take some of those old Soviet weapons in the Eastern Bloc. And I think that's what Zielinski is referring to. Not just the MiG-29s, but there's a lot of ground equipment. There's older T-72 tanks. There's BMP armored personnel carriers. There's BTRs. There's just a lot of things that we could probably move from NATO country control and reflag those and have them roll across the border as part of the Ukrainian army. And that would give them a mechanized mobile force, so that when they go on these what they call counteroffensive operations to regain Ukrainian terrain, they have the armored vehicles that will assist them in being successful in regaining that terrain.
Hal, we've just been taking a look at some of the arrivals, the interactions with NATO leaders there.
All right, everyone, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are currently taking a listen back as Live Now from Fox's Andrew Graff breaks down the military strategy on Ukraine. Let's revisit this interview here, because we do have a few live images coming from Poland. President Biden himself is meeting with the U.S. 82nd Airborne Division in Poland. We do know that later on he will meet with other global leaders, and specifically he will be briefed on that humanitarian crisis that we are continuously reporting on. So let's go ahead and take in this live moment from Poland as President Biden shakes hands, greets, and thanks American troops who are serving during this Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Nie do końca jesteśmy w stanie zrozumieć, co właśnie mówi prezydent Stanów Zjednoczonych Joe Biden, który, jak Państwo też widzą, wita się z żołnierzami, którzy stacjonują w Rzeszowie. Tak właśnie rozpoczyna się ta wizyta prezydenta Stanów Zjednoczonych Joe Bidena w naszym kraju. My oczywiście cały czas na ten temat rozmawiamy z redaktorem Tomaszem Sakiewiczem. No i właśnie, panie redaktorze, kontynuując ten wątek Władimira Putina, który przygląda się tej wizycie, no właśnie, jakie ona ma znaczenie dla samej Rosji, dla Kremla?
Kreml próbował przekonać świat, że są bardzo źli Ukraińcy, jacyś naziści na Ukrainie, że jedynym państwem postnazistowskim jest w tej chwili Rosja, która stosuje metody nazistowskie, ale próbował przekonać, że Ukraina jest wyizolowana, że to będzie łatwa wojna. Tymczasem coraz większa część świata jest przeciwko Rosji, nie tylko już całe NATO.
Panie redaktorze, witamy bardzo serdecznie już teraz widzów telewizyjnej Jedynki, którzy dołączyli do nas. Przypomnę, że cały czas obserwujemy wizytę prezydenta Stanów Zjednoczonych.
We're taking a live look from Poland there as President Biden was meeting with the 82nd Airborne Division in Poland. We also know that he will meet with the president of the European Commission discussing the effort to reduce Europe's reliance when it comes to Russian energy sources. And we also know that Russian forces have pushed back in some areas. Unfortunately, we did lose that live image of President Biden. We're working on getting you an alternative so we can get a first-hand look as the president himself is taking in the moments that we are covering here at Live Now from Fox. But while we work on getting you these live images, let's go ahead and revisit the interview segment that we were playing just moments ago. Our very own Andrew Kraft is speaking with a military strategist and a national security expert about the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Who has been joining us here on Live Now from Fox ever since the war started now a month ago. Hal, thanks for being with us tonight, especially coming off of President Biden's meetings today at NATO in Brussels with other allied leaders. I want to just go over something that President said in his press conference today. He was asked a question about what NATO would do in response in the event Vladimir Putin used chemical weapons in Ukraine, and he said that they would respond in kind. What would that look like? He was very scant on details, but if that is a possibility and likelihood, how would NATO respond? What would they do?
Andrew, I heard the response today when he said we would respond in kind. I'm not quite clear what he means. We have forsaken the use of chemical weapons. First off, we got rid of our chemical weapons. We destroyed them back in the 90s. So obviously direct parity is not what he was referring to. What he's probably referring to is that we would up the ante on the amount of aid that would go to Ukraine, and maybe tighten the noose around Russia economically, and maybe in some other ways around the world to restrict their ability to do business and simply just to operate around the world. And there's a lot of things that we can do to just basically interfere with their ability to conduct business, both governmental and private. So that's all I can think of. You've heard me, we've talked about this when they talked about the $800 million. Added another zero behind that. There is so much that the Ukrainians need in terms of lethal aid. The missiles, impressive. The Javelin missiles do a lot. Stinger missiles do a lot. But frankly, they just need a lot more, because they really have to go in there and deal with this massive armored force that the Russians have arrayed. And that's what they have to deal with it. It would be great if we take some of those old Soviet weapons in the Eastern Bloc. And I think that's what Zielinski is referring to. Not just the MiG-29s, but there's a lot of ground equipment. There's older T-72 tanks. There's BMP armored personnel carriers. There's BTRs. There's just a lot of things that we could probably move from NATO country control and reflag those and have them roll across the border as part of the Ukrainian army. And that would give them a mechanized mobile force, so that when they go on these what they call counteroffensive operations to regain Ukrainian terrain, they have the armored vehicles that will assist them in being successful in regaining that terrain.
Hal, we've just been taking a look at some of the arrivals, the interactions with NATO leaders there in Brussels from today. For our viewers, though, Hal, kind of outline, give us a brief history, because Putin has used chemical agents, chemical weapons before. So, are NATO leaders under the impression that they can prevent him from doing that again? Are they being naive? Are they being clear-eyed about Putin's past use and possible future use of chemical agents?
Well, he's got a little bit of a history there, particularly with assassination, using Novichok, which is a nerve agent. He's used that in a number of places. Probably the most famous one was where he used it it actually did kill somebody, but it was an attempted assassination against a Soviet dissident. Well, actually a former Soviet intelligence officer who had defected. So he was really a defector over in Great Britain. Prior to that, they had attacked another former Soviet law enforcement officer who had defected to Great Britain. And if you really want to go back in history, they've used the famous the Bulgarians with Russian or Soviet assistance used a little ricin tablet that they injected with a specially fitted umbrella. So they have that. But then you go down to Syria, where the Russians are working hand in glove with the Syrian government and they're using sarin gas. They're using other agents, chemical agents down there. And then they also have a very close working relationship with North Korea. And of course, North Korea has also been using chemical agents, most famously to assassinate the half-brother of Kim Jong-un at the airport in Kuala Lumpur. So whereas they haven't, certainly in Syria, we saw mass attacks using chemical weapons. We have seen Russia, both directly and indirectly, using various types of chemical agents, some very sophisticated in specialized attacks around the world, which means that in terms of crossing that threshold of chemical weapons, what Putin sees is acceptable, what Russia, and by virtue of his perception, Russian policy sees as acceptable, is not that huge hurdle that we have. We see biological chemical weapons as something that we just absolutely will not use. We got rid of those weapons. We forsake it, as did other Western NATO countries. Got rid of those weapons years ago. But Russia still has a lot, and they don't have that reluctance that we have in the West to using them.
And how would Vladimir Putin use, if there were chemical weapons used in Ukraine, would he essentially use that as a pretext to kind of ramp up and escalate, atrocities and the war itself? Because I was reading that essentially he could use this as a rationale and say, look, Ukraine has chemical weapons, they've deployed them, and so we have to keep digging in, going in to root out, weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine to protect Russians. Would that be a rationale? I know I just kind of spewed Russian propaganda there, but that's the mindset.
Well, you hit the nail on the head that if there's chemical weapons introduced, what we've seen is they want to do a false flag operation. They want to use chemical weapons and then blame it on the Ukrainians, which is not really that different from what Syria did under Assad in using chemical weapons in that conflict, where he would blame it on, pick an opponent of the Assad regime. He would always blame it on someone else. But we had absolutely, crystal clear intelligence that it was his forces doing it. And we have very good intelligence of what this would be as well. But he could use it as a pretext. The problem he's going to have is he can say what he wants to say. The question is, are the troops on the ground going to believe him? There's a more anecdotal information, and there was intercepts that came out today where there was some very inelegant language that was being used by Russians in the field to describe their chain of command. All right. Basically, the food that they get, it's not enough. A lot of it's spoiled. The tires are blowing out because nobody maintained the tires and they don't have enough spares. Trucks flying off, engines seizing, not being able to get gas, running out of ammo, everything. And by the way, the communication situation is absolutely atrocious. That's why the Ukrainians are able to get all these great intercepts, is because the encrypted multi-channel system, which, by the way, was one of the big centerpiece issues of modernizing the Russian forces, appears to have completely shut down. And they were using easily jammed single-channel radios, which were also, easily intercepted. The encryption wasn't working, so they're talking on the open. Go beyond that, they were using their cell phones, their personal cell phones to communicate, and Ukraine just jammed the Russian area code, so that didn't work. So then they started picking up the Ukrainian cell phones and using them. That's a long way to saying that the Ukrainians have had some great intelligence, and a lot of it is insight into the morale, into the willingness, not just the will to fight, but the willingness to obey orders, and the trust and confidence that the troops have in their chain of command, which goes to, if he did this thing with chemical weapons, this false flag thing, would the troops on the ground actually follow those orders? Would they continue to commit atrocities? Could he actually trigger a further unraveling of unit cohesion across the entire front?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions on that.
Hal, we're taking a look right now at this Russian landing ship that was destroyed. This is at a southern Ukrainian port city of Berdyansk in Russian-occupied territory. That's quite something, and I was struck by this today. I just want to go over some of the statistics and official statements to your point that Russian forces are lagging, that there is a stalemate underway. The U.S. has assessed that up to 60% of a failure rate for some Russian missiles. We also learned from the Ukrainian presidential advisor, Alexei Arestovich, that the front line is practically frozen. The enemy in very many areas does not have the resources to continue the offensive. Western intelligence reports and analyses indicate that Russian forces remain stalled. The Pentagon previously said that Russia's combat power in Ukraine is now below 90% of its original force. This is now a month in. We talked, you and I, about the casualty figures. NATO somewhat confirmed just yesterday. This has been a stunning, I think, embarrassment on the part of the Russian forces, and they have laid siege to so many cities. But where do you see this going in another month?
I see basically the slow disintegration. And I may be wrong. It may be a faster disintegration. I've seen it where units literally just fall apart under combat. But the disintegration of some of these units on the front lines in there, if I could reference that attack on the port, those are using old Russian weapons, Soviet weapons. They have, it's not quite clear. Before the war, I think in total, the Ukrainians had reportedly about 500 anti-ship missiles of various types. The particular missile that was used to take out that landing ship tank, that LST, Alligator class, which for reference, those are the ships, if you ever saw like pictures from Normandy or some of the World War II, the larger ships that would literally roll right up on the beach and then drop their ramp, and then a whole bunch of tanks and vehicles would come pouring out, or troops would come pouring out. That's what one of those amphibious ships is. That ship was hit with an older missile, not quite as accurate. They had hit that, and keep in mind, this is a Russian-controlled port. All right, so they used that missile to hit that. To hit that thing, you had to have some eyes on target, so to speak, which meant that they had infiltrated in there. They not only hit the LST, but as you can see from that fire, that is not the paint burning on the metal. All right, that is, they hit that thing, and it's pretty clear that there was something on board, like ammunition and maybe vehicles or something. So they probably have pretty good intelligence that it was ready for deployment, that was ready for movement of arms and probably ordnance. And so that's one of the reasons that when you saw it hit, you saw those two other ships basically, flank speed getting out of the port, as fast as they could. And they probably were afraid that could cause a larger catastrophic event because of ordnance on board that could suddenly, detonate and impact their ships. As it was, the Russians kind of knew something was coming, because my understanding is that they'd fired another missile and hit that pier earlier. And the Russians reportedly thought that was kind of humorous that the Ukrainians had tried to hit them. I don't think they're laughing anymore based on what we're seeing here. But you see that ship getting out of there very quickly.
Yeah.
They know exactly what's going on, which is they need to get out of that area right now, because that could get much worse. And we're not just talking about a fire on a ship. We're probably talking, see what's just happening there with those explosions?
Right.
Yeah, that's almost assuredly ordnance aboard the ship that's going up. And so that ship's a complete loss.
Yeah.
And I think there was another ship next to it, which may be a partial loss. And there's only so many ships that the Russians have in the Black Sea, and they can't bring any more because of what the Turks are doing, blocking off the Bosphorus.
Right.
So they've got a big problem. So that's the naval side, and the naval side was actually working better than any of the ground side going on, and that's down the south, which was working far better than anything militarily going on in the north. So it gives you an idea of just what a mess that they're in. And by the way, we were talking about this, I think a couple of weeks ago, we're talking about, are we hitting the cusp where they can't do offensive operations? And I think based on what we're hearing now, they have, that pendulum is tipped to the other side.
Yeah.
They're stuck. They're in the defense.
Hal, I also want to talk about the fact that, and you and I had spoken about this tactic, especially in Mariupol, of essentially evacuating civilians, but evacuating them forcefully to Russia. Ukrainian government spokesman said today 6,000 Ukrainian citizens are being held hostage in camps inside of Russia. Now, do you think they will be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations and talks to bring this to an end or some type of ceasefire? What is the Russian playbook there of forcefully evacuating citizens into Russia?
The Russian playbook for forceful evacuation is pretty long.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what Stalin did his entire tenure, was forcibly resettle populations. If you look at Ukraine itself, part of what Russia did, first they starved millions of the population and killed them outright. And then they moved in a lot of ethnic Russians, and that's why you have the eastern half of the country has such a dominant use of Russian language, and there's a lot of ethnic Russians there, and there's so many ties back to Russia. That really goes back to that forced resettlement, that forced movement, if you will, of Russians into Ukraine, and the correlating movement of ethnic Ukrainians to Russia to create, the new Soviet man, the new Soviet woman concept that was under the Soviet Union, particularly under Stalin, where they're trying to basically neutralize nationalities to create this new Soviet concept of a Soviet citizen. Well, it's created kind of a hodgepodge mess on the ground in terms of these republics. Now, the 6,000 were forcibly taken, as near as we know, and they will probably, I can't tell you for sure, but they will probably use as a bargaining chip. Overall, there's a report out that 400,000 Ukrainians have been moved to Russia. That's a much larger number. But with that, it's not quite clear if, you got to remember, it's a country of over 41 million. A lot of them may have been ethnic Russians that when the war broke out, they simply went to Russia to co-locate with family in Russia. So it's not clear that that 400,000 number would be a forcible resettlement. But you're talking about a country that has no problems using weapons of mass destruction like chemical weapons, threatening to use nuclear weapons. I think if you're in that mindset that, forcibly taking, thousands of Ukrainians and then using them as some sort of hostage, if you will, to bargain with the, President Zielinski's government, would definitely be in the wheelhouse of what Putin might consider.
Hal, also some news President Biden made today as well, committing 100,000 refugees, letting them into the United States, kind of broadening and sharing the burden of other European countries when it comes to refugees, also donating $1 billion to help Europe as well, who are taking in those refugees, and raising the possibility of Russia's removal from the G20, the group of 20 developed nations. And so that was all news that was made in this press conference today, one of which I was struck by the fact, and I just have to address it, because at the end of President Biden's press conference, a reporter asked him about sanctions, and President Biden kind of went on this very lengthy diatribe about how sanctions never deter. They cannot deter action. But that was not what the White House was saying in the 2 to 3 months in the run-up to this invasion. They were saying that sanctions are the only way to get Putin to deter, to not do this. So I was struck by the fact that President Biden said that today. What does that tell us? Is that maybe a tacit admission on the administration's part that the sanctions are not working, or they were not put in place soon enough?
I think that's, I'm not quite sure what the president was thinking when he said that. That shows when in strategic, in the area of what we call strategic communications, we talk about the importance of coordinating the message. making sure that everybody's saying the same thing. Now, he's the president of the United States, and by virtue of being the president of the United States, you pretty much get the last word on whatever you want to say. But I have a feeling that when he was saying that, around Washington, D.C., you could hear hands slapping foreheads in various different locations simultaneously, because that had been the message, was that the sanctions do have deterrence values. I saw a clip today of the vice president actually going on and on talking about this. This is well before things that well before this, talking specifically that the sanctions are for deterrence. That's what they're all about.
Right.
And that's just, I mean, there's a certain cognitive dissonance when you listen to all these different things and you compare them side by side. By the way, this is the world of video. This is the information age. If you said it a month ago, it's not like the 19th century and it disappeared from people's memory.
Right.
It's all captured. We have it. We can run these things side by side when people say this stuff. So I think there's going to need to be a clarification by the president at some point, because his entire administration basically was saying sanctions are for deterrence.
Right.
All right. And then he said this today. I kind of understand what he's saying, because sanctions are not just for deterrence. It's also to punish them and make them fully realize the consequences of what they've done.
Right, and they're issuing even more while he is in Europe meeting with NATO leaders. So I was really kind of caught off guard by that, because you and I had been speaking about that in the months prior to the invasion, about the deterrence of sanctions, and so we'll see what comes of that, see if the White House maybe does cleanup on that. We'll be on the lookout for that. A couple more things, Hal. I know I'm keeping you a little long, but
no, that's fine.
Volodymyr Zelensky spoke virtually to the NATO.
The time is now 10:32 a.m. Thank you so much for joining Live Now from Fox. If you are just now streaming our programming, let's head out to Poland. We have President Biden arriving as
Got it, sir. It's there. Hey, folks, I just came by to say thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And what you're always do. 1% of you represent the entirety of America. 99% of Missouri. I really mean it. Thank you very, very much for all you do. And it's not hyperbole to suggest you are the finest fighting force, not in the world, but in the world. That's not hyperbole. In the history of the world, you're the finest fighting force in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole. You have to say it again. And so thank you for what you do. Thank you for all you do. And I just you're in trouble now. Matter of fact, the last time I was in, not the last time, but a couple times ago, I was invested in Baghdad, and I walked in and I was looking for my son, and I'm going around, where the hell is my son? He's been there for years. I'm looking for him, and I finally see him, and his name is different. I said, "Oh, what the hell's going on?" His name was Bo Biden. He was a colonel, a major, excuse me. And I said, "What happened?" He said, "Dad." He said, "With the name Biden, everybody thinks something's going on, so I'm Hunter." That's my mother's maiden name. So if any of you had to change your name, so let me know, okay? See if I can help.
All right, if you're listening in, we are seeing a bit of the human side of President Biden. No tie, sharing a sentimental story about his son, Hunter, as he shakes hands of members of the 82nd Airborne Division in Poland. We know that Biden just touched down in Poland about 30 minutes or so. Again, he's scheduled to meet with European Union leaders, also mainly focusing on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, specifically that humanitarian crisis that is affecting millions of people.
Yeah, I did.
All right, it looks as though this camera shot is beginning to be a little bit unstable, but again, we're seeing a side of the president that we usually do not get to see, him sitting down enjoying a slice of pizza with the members of the 82nd Airborne Division in Poland. He just arrived in Poland about 30 minutes or so again, but later on today, things will shift. The atmosphere will get a little bit more serious for President Biden as he meets with other global leaders discussing Russia's war on Ukraine, again discussing how the world will really respond if Russia in fact decides to use chemical or biological or nuclear weapons. That's been a major concern in the past several days. President Biden has gone on the record saying, quote, "It's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, but it will put us on a much stronger strategic footing," speaking to making sure that he is being diplomatic when it comes to these discussions that he's having with other NATO leaders, intervening or doing what he can during the time of this invasion. Now, speaking of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we know that odds still may be against Ukraine, but Russian forces have in recent days, in fact, pushed back in some areas. Even some Russian ships have now become targets. We were reporting a segment from Reuters earlier that said that Russia is actually running out of precision when it comes to guided options. Again, President Biden meeting with troops. Later on today, we will bring you new developments as we do expect him to announce new Russian sanctions as he meets with other world leaders.
Anyway, we became friends. And I used to always kid him. He said, "No," he said, "I got something for you when I go back." He went to the Admiralty.
I just didn't know if you wanted pictures.
So we came back and went to the Admiralty and turned back. Great.
And if you are just now joining us, we're taking a live now look, raw and unfiltered, completely raw and unfiltered, so much so that we're watching President Biden eat a slice of pizza with American military members. You have to admit, this is a bit of a break from the usual coverage when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Instead of seeing devastating images as we normally report on, we're showing you somewhat of a lighter moment before things get a little bit more serious for the president as he meets with other world leaders. You can also imagine the feeling that these military members are having so many miles away from their home and their family. And they get to have a little break from military strategic operations and have a slice of pizza and with the president and listen to some personal stories that he's sharing with his son. And make sure that you all are staying tuned into Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you all moments like this, raw and unfiltered. And we are also staying top on the important facts that you all need to know as it affects Americans here at home. Okay, let's go ahead and revisit another speech, another announcement that President Biden made earlier when he met with the EU president. This took place in Brussels. So let's take a look back and listen into that moment.
Once again, be standing together with President von der Leyen as we announce a new groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take this step when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, the Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, But it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy. Just as we did when we resolved the Boeing-Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs, the United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe, your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7, and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways: on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come. This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today. So we are right on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together also with our energy-intensive industry. And the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, and we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. Therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence, and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. And I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Is Europe any closer to banning Russian imports?
All right, that was the latest from President Biden. Looks as though we lost that live image that we were showing you all. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 10:55 a.m. We're taking a Live Now look from Point Verde Beach, Florida. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, as you see here, is holding a press conference at a House GOP retreat. Let's go ahead and listen into a few of his remarks. It looks as though he, as well as his colleagues, as you see here, are taking questions from reporters or participants in the audience.
Report that said that revenue is going to be increased dramatically by forcing Americans to report net inflow outflows out of bank accounts up to $10,000. Those numbers moved around. The Treasury Department was never able to show how they got to that revenue projection. Congressman French Hill and I have sent letters and continued to request for this information. And so I think there's a lot of questions as to where are they generating those revenue projections exactly by actually having the information on U.S. and Americans' bank accounts. I think that's an important question that still needs to be answered.
I would just add one thing. When they were talking about, the IRS was talking about, monitoring every transaction over a certain amount, I got a call from bankers and credit unions folks in our district, in the 4th District of Ohio. And I thought they were going to tell me, oh, we don't want to, this is terrible because the hassle and the cost of doing business to monitor this and do that. I thought they were going to come at it from that angle. They didn't. They came at it from a purely liberty focus. They said, our members, our customers, this is wrong for freedom. It was totally on the freedom issue. And I think, again, one of the reasons Kevin put this task force together on the freedom is issues like this as well. And you saw what you saw the decision from the SEC earlier this week when what they're trying to make companies do and where they have to invest. This is scary road that the left wants to take us down, and people get it across the board.
You guys have been pretty clear that you don't like that. I want to know what you guys think about to solve the problem on your side. What ideas do you have to bring to get the tax gap closed?
Number one way to close the tax gap, get more people working. This is a real contrast in elections, and this is the fundamental contrast. Why do you think the IRS there is just to go audit people? Why shouldn't there be IRS there to help people? Why do you think you need to know as a government what people do for $600 or more? No, I don't think that brings more revenue to the government. I think that's greater control of the government. I think that stymies economic growth. And it's not what I think, it's what's been proven. When you watched what our tax reform did, even during a pandemic, brought more revenue into the coffers and into the states as well. So when more people work, when there's less restrictions, more people can work, more people can buy a house, more people can send their kids to school, instead of government looking over everything you're doing, every single transaction, and hire more people in the IRS just to come after and audit you. I think that fundamentally goes against what America believes. I believe Americans are good. I'd rather help them in their tax reforms instead of hire more people just to audit and believe you're wrong. I've always loved the professors that, we've all had them in the day, that would only want to put a red mark on your paper and tell you where you're wrong. I didn't learn much for them. But those that excelled and taught me how to improve in the process, I reached new potentials. That's just a fundamental philosophy difference of what we have. And I don't believe if the Democrats did that, they would get any more money. I think they'd get less because they'd have less economic activity because more people would be afraid of what government's doing. Hey, thank you all very much. We appreciate you coming to the retreat.
Good job.
All right, there you have it. Just a few remarks from House GOP lawmakers there at their House GOP retreat. Looks like it is being hosted by the Congressional Institute, live, raw, and unfiltered from Florida. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
They're free to do that if they want to. I, as a parent, would not do that, but that's fine. I mean, it's a free country, but you cannot force these kids to suffer under these masks for 8 hours a day.
As a senator and vice president, I've spoken to the Rada in the days when they, in fact, didn't have what you'd call democracy, and was there in the Maidan when the former leader had to take off and head into Russia. And so, you know, but the Ukrainian people have a lot of backbone. They have a lot of guts, and I'm sure you're observing it. And I don't mean just the military, which is, Ukrainian people have a lot of backbone. They have a lot of guts, and I'm sure you're observing it. And I don't mean just the military, which is, we've been training since back when Russia moved into in the southeast Ukraine, but also the average citizen. Look at how they're stepping up. Look at how they're stepping up. And you're going to see when you're there, and some of you have been there, you're going to see women, young people standing in the middle of front of a damn tank, just saying, I'm not leaving. I'm holding my ground. They're incredible. But they take a lot of inspiration from us. And you know, a woman who just died, the Secretary of State, used to have an expression. She said, we are the essential nation. It sounds like a bit of hyperbole, but the truth of the matter is, you are the organizing principle around which the rest of the world the free world is moving. And we're in the midst of, and I don't want to sound too philosophic here, but you're in the midst of a fight between democracies and oligarchs. Xi Jinping, who I've spent more time with, they tell me, than any other world leader, points out to me he believes in China that democracies can't succeed in the 21st century. The reason is things are moving so fast, change is happening so quickly, that democracies require consensus, and we can't put together consensus as quickly as autocrats can. So what's at stake, not just in what we're doing here in Ukraine to try to help the Ukrainian people and keep the massacre from continuing, but beyond that, what's at stake is what are your kids and grandkids going to look like in terms of their freedom? What's happening? The last 10 years have been fewer democracies that have been formed than we've lost in the world. So this is what you're engaged in is much more than just whether or not you can alleviate the pain and suffering of the people of Ukraine. We're in a new phase. Your generation, we're at an inflection point. About every 4 or 5 generations that comes along and changes, fundamental change takes place. The world ain't going to be the same, not because of Ukraine, but I'm not going to be the same 10, 15 years from now in terms of our organizational structures. And the question is, who's going to prevail? Are democracies going to prevail and the values we share, or autocracy is going to prevail? And that's really what's at stake. So what you're doing is consequential, really consequential. And as I said to a group in the dining room, you all in the channel plant, mess hall, the fact of the matter is that You are the finest, this is not hyperbole, you are the finest fighting force in the history of the world. Let me say it again. The finest fighting force in the history of the world. Part of the reason is you've had to fight so much for the last 20 years. It's for real. There are not many generations. You know, the greatest generation was my father's generation, your grandparents' generation, World War II generation. But nobody, no other generation has had to be in a battle, have your buddy blown up, wipe the blood off the Humvee and get back in and saddle up and go for another 6 months. Second time I flew in, I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan about 40 times, 38 times. And every time I'd go in, I'd see, like the last time I flew in, and I flew in I'm up in the cockpit when I was landing in Bagram. And there were 6 people came up with the cargo, basically, while I was flying. And I said, how many of you is your first tour of duty? Not one person raised their hand. Second tour, not one person. Third tour of duty, 3. Fourth, 1. Fifth, 1, and sixth, 1. That's never happened before. One thing to go in and be in the middle of a battle, go home and get sent back again. And so one of the things I've said, and I've gotten in trouble for saying, but not anymore, I've been saying it since I've got elected. We have a sacred obligation. Only one obligation is government. We have a lot of obligations to the elderly, the poor, children, etc. Only one sacred obligation: to equip those that we send to war and to care for them and their families when they come home. And so you all are an amazing group of women and men. And I just want to thank you for your service. As your commander-in-chief, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. As I said, it's not new to me. My son spent a year in Iraq. He spent 6 months in Kosovo. Won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, and other awards. Proudest thing I ever did was put that uniform on. Like many of you, he didn't have to go either. He was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware and the Delaware National Guard. And what happened was, when his unit was going to be sent overseas, he had to go to Washington to get an equivalent of a dispensation, because you either had to be federal property or state property. He was the Attorney General of the state. He had to give up the office in order to be able to go with his troops. The point is, but there were hundreds and thousands of people like my son, like all of you. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's not only what you're doing to help the Ukrainian people. It's not only what you're doing to help Europe begin to regain its confidence. The reason why, when the Secretary of State asked me if I'd send another 12,000 troops along to the United States, I said, yeah, from the United States. We've got 100,000 American forces here in Europe. We haven't had that in a long, long time, because we are the organizing principle for the rest of the world. And I said, we've sent the best available of America, and that's all of you, women and men. So I'm here, I came for one simple, basic reason, not a joke. Say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your service. Thank you for who you are, and thank you for what you're doing. And as my grandfather would say, every time I walked out of his house, he'd yell, Joey, and Scranton, he said, keep the faith. My grandmother would yell, all kidding aside, this is serious. She'd yell, no, spread it. You're spreading the faith. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you all and keep you safe. May God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you.
President Biden doing a pep talk to our U.S. troops there stationed in Poland on his visit in Europe. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide, here for you. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide, here for you as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines from all over the country. Hi, everyone. Mike Pacio. We bring you the live events, no sound bites, just live events, raw, live, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We got another live event here for you. Let's go out to Chicago, where we do have Mayor Lori Lightfoot speaking right now. This is live, no sound bites. We bring it to you from beginning to the end.
The intensity of the work, and also, of course, our generous donors, without whom this moment would not be possible. Let me also echo the words of Commissioner Harkey in saying that we are thrilled to invite the public back into this magnificent space. And as she said, we're going to do it not just by opening it up, but also inviting programming and education opportunities so people understand and learn the history of the Grand Army of the Republic and Chicago's critical role in winning the freedom of slaves, but also freedom of our country as a result of the Civil War. So after a meticulous year-long restoration of the art, glass dome, and decorative finishes, these rooms are ready to host a variety of performances and exhibitions. This once-in-a-lifetime project was made possible by a generous grant of services valued at $15 million. And it sounds like it was like any kind of home improvement project. You start with one thing, and then you see another thing, and then you go on. And the donors were really magnificent in hanging with us and understanding the importance of restoring this entire room for the public. This reopening is also the result of partnerships we forged with public and private sector leaders. I want to thank them for their ongoing support of our city and art cultural scene. These revitalized spaces reflect their historic, beautiful appearance, but bring the cultural center into the 21st century. This restoration could not have come at a better time. Many of you know we are celebrating the 125th anniversary of this magnificent building that we now know as the Chicago Cultural Center. What was once Chicago's first library, this building was designed to impress and prove that Chicago was on the map as a sophisticated global city. People are drawn here from all over to see its beauty, and they stay for the events. Year after year, the Cultural Center presents hundreds of free events with international, national, regional, and local artists and musicians and performers, providing a showcase for residents and tourists alike to learn about the arts and experience its beauty. And of course, these events had been put on pause for quite some time because of the pandemic. But my friends, we are back. Thankfully, because of the hard decisions and sacrifices made by our residents, we are in a vastly different place and better place because of the work that has been done over these last 2 years to really follow the science and the data and make sure that we were saving lives through our pandemic mitigation and recovery efforts. By launching new and improved spaces such as these, we are bringing back our creative communities and bringing them back together and making a huge leap forward. The revitalization of our city's arts and cultural scene is absolutely essential to this recovery, and we have been very intentional about making it a part of this and central to what we're doing throughout the city and particularly in our neighborhoods. The arts must be the center of bringing back tourists to our downtown and our neighborhoods. That's why my administration has been a huge supporter of the arts community, increasing investments into the tens of millions of dollars, making sure that we've got a dedicated stream to support the arts in our corporate budget and not just relying upon the hotel tax. This is vital to who we are as a city. Through the city's recovery and opening initiatives, we have invested over $60 million to support local artists and organizations. And again, I've got to give credit where credit is due. Under Mark Kelly's leadership and Aaron Harkey's tenure in the mayor's office, we understood that we must have arts at the center of our recovery. And thanks to these revitalization efforts in our pandemic progress, our vital arts and culture scene is making a tremendous comeback. And let me just share with you, just last night, we were many of us, at the Lyric Opera. And I encourage any of you who have not seen the current performance to go. It's difficult, it's heartbreaking, but it is so essential and really moving in the way in which the performance is done, directed, and the cast and the crew were just simply magnificent. So whether it's going to theater, taking in a musical performance, or coming to the dance performance that's being held here this weekend, this is what we mean by Chicago is an arts and cultural mecca. Once again, I'd like to express my deep appreciation for the generosity and care that went into this project. I want to thank Commissioner Harkey and the DCASE team for not only leading our arts culture initiatives, but keeping our beloved cultural center restored to its full glory and opening it up for our residents and visitors alike to really enjoy and cherish. And with that, it's my great pleasure to welcome up our historian, Tim Samuelson, who can tell us about the rich history of the Chicago Cultural Center. And after that, Gunny Harbaugh and Tim spare no detail talking about the incredible contributions of Chicago residents and veterans to our Civil War effort and why this room is so important. Well, maybe a few details. Come on up, Tim.
Well, Gunny, here it is. It's pretty amazing. Who would have thought 2.5 years ago we would be at this? And in what was previously said by Commissioner Harkey and Mayor Lightfoot, this is the product of many people and many hands. And out here amongst us are the people who are involved in putting this all together, the craftspeople, the people who have generously donated to create the gift of this wonderful room. I mean, we could go right down the list. And all I can really say about this, and I think you could say as well, is I really like what you did with the place. I mean, this was a pretty sad-looking place, and I worked in this building for years, and it was pretty wonderful. But you knew that the building, this room was kind of sleeping, that something had happened to it. It was called the 1970s. Bell-bottoms, maybe even leisure suits at that time, and everything got covered with a coat of really bland paint. The light fixtures were missing. But this is really a remarkable project. This was building a room that was created within what was the old Chicago's Central Library, completed in 1897, special quarters for an organization called the Grand Army of the Republic. This was an organization that was devoted to the heroes of the Union side of the American Civil War. These were the much treasured and honored veterans at the time. They had an organization that banded together for meetings. This was their central headquarters. And what do you do to honor people who have fought this fight and survived? But you create a place for them to gather, a place of camaraderie between those who survived, a place of memory for those who didn't, a place of realization of what they were fighting for. All very much present here. And what do you do when you have people that you honor like this? You give them the very best. So architect Shepley, Rutan, and Coolidge of Boston, one of the great architectural firms of the United States. But also, what do you do in collaboration and decoration? Why, Tiffany. What else? And so beautiful painted Tiffany interiors. Tiffany consulted on the colors and the dome. As I say, it all got kind of covered up and changed. Everybody loves a story of buried treasure, but mostly you think of shovels and pirates and digging up things. But what about where the Tiffany treasure and the heritage and the vibe of the room is hidden behind layers of paint?
You're watching Worldwide. As always, I hear on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll get you out to Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis made statements earlier today. There's nothing like Live Now from Fox right now. We see, take you out to the Dow here, just down about 20 points there. So sort of a flat day of trading so far on this Friday. Live look right now at New York City as we continue to bring you live feeds and top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to actually go down to Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today.
Hello. Well, thank you all for coming. We're excited about being able to sign a great piece of legislation today. But before we get into that, I just want to recognize I was able to meet the students who were flying and helped save that guy who his plane went down in some water. You had alligators and all this other stuff, and so they were able to radio in. You got the help. The Navy, one of the helos, scooped him up and saved the guy's life. So Embry-Riddle does a great job in a lot of different ways, but it just shows you they got a lot of good kids here. So thank you for doing that. I want to recognize a lot of great folks who are with us here today. We have our Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran, here. We have the President of the Florida Senate, who helped shepherd this bill through, Wilton Simpson. We have Representative Sam Garrison from Clay County, Webster Barnaby from close by. Tom Leek, who's close. Is this your district or is that Federhoff?
It is now.
Okay. All right. So we've got Representative Leek and Federhoff from Volusia County, which we're proud of them. Tyler Soroy from Brevard County, and then we have Senators Tom Wright and Jason Broder. So thank you guys. And we have two parents who are going to discuss this legislation, Rebecca Sarwi from Volusia County and Alicia Farron from Orange County. So I want to thank them for being here today. We've been able to do an awful lot in education. When I came in, one of the first things we did with working with Commissioner Corcoran was eliminate Common Core. We thought that was something important, and you see the fruition of that not just with the standards that we now have in Florida, but also the elimination of the FSA, which is really tied to Common Core. We're now going to progress monitoring. If you look at what we've been able to do to expand educational choice, not just with private scholarships, but also with charter schools, parents in Florida, regardless of income level, have meaningful choice when it comes to the education of their kids. And so we're really proud of that. We're also very proud of having schools open when many places weren't having them open. And this was just a situation where we either had to do what was right for the kids or just subcontract out everything to Fauci. And we were not willing to do that in Florida. People like Fauci were wrong. They wanted these schools closed indefinitely. You had schools closed for over a year in other parts of the country. We were not going to let that happen. So we said every single parent in Florida has the right to send their kid to school in person 5 days a week. And we were the only big state that was saying that at the time in the summer of 2020. And if you look at what's happened since, the massive learning losses in the areas that closed schools and wouldn't let the kids in, it was very difficult for parents. And so we were able to navigate that in a much, much better way. And it's not necessarily easy, but I guarantee you we would have been way, way worse off if we had listened to a lot of the critics and the naysayers and kept that out. So we did that. And that was really something that was very important to the students, but also to the parents. We got a lot of working parents. You can't put food on the table and have to teach school all day. It was very difficult for particularly a lot of our single moms. And so it helped stabilize a lot of family situations as well, in addition to the academic benefits. And so we were proud of that. And then, we passed last year a Parents' Bill of Rights. And part of that was you shouldn't let the school districts force mask these kids all day in school. And so we felt very strongly about that. We did an executive order last summer saying that parents are free to do that if they want to. I, as a parent, would not do that, but that's fine. I mean, it's a free country. But you cannot force these kids to suffer under these masks for 8 hours a day. And so we were able to lead on that. You know, we had some folks fight. We won all those fights, and we're much better off as a result of giving kids the freedom to breathe in school. So we're happy that we were able to do that. But I think one of the things that happened with COVID, and you had more parents now kind of having to be teachers. Like in Florida, obviously we had the schools open, but you still had periods of remote in the spring of 2020, and then in other parts of the country, this was like all the standard where they were doing it. So parents became exposed more to what was actually going on in some of the schools, and so they became more interested in making sure that, one, their kids weren't being forced to do things like masks, and they go to school board meetings, which is obviously important. But also, parents want education for their kids. They're not interested in indoctrination through the school system. And that's where and so you had more and more all across the country, including Florida, but certainly it was fever pitch in other parts of the country where parents, they're now going to these school board meetings. They're asking tough questions. They're advocating for their kids. And I think a lot of communities were happy to see that. And I know a lot of families were happy to see people speaking out for the values that they believed in. The Biden administration, working with the National School Board Association, didn't like parents having a voice. In fact, they did a letter from the National School Board Association, which we now know was engineered by people in the Biden administration and in these unions. But they were basically trying to characterize parents going to these school board meetings as akin to domestic terrorists. And they wanted the FBI and the Attorney General to get involved to try to referee these school board meetings. Now, we opposed that in Florida from the beginning, and we said we would not be cooperating with the FBI and we'd be protecting our parents. But it just shows you that was what they did. And then you had this governor's race in Virginia where you had the losing candidate say he said parents should not be involved in what is taught in the school system. And so there is a debate in this country about what role parents have in the education of their kids. And I think in Florida, with our Parents' Bill of Rights, with the bill we're going to sign here today, other bills we're going to sign later, we believe parents not only have a role, they have a fundamental role to be involved in the education of their kids. And that's how it's going to be in the state of Florida. We reject those that say parents not only shouldn't be involved, there's some say parents don't even have a right to know what is being taught in this. That there's actually some places where you can make serious decisions for these kids and not inform the parents about it. And so that is not going to fly in the state of Florida. We are going to make sure that parents have a seat at the table and that we protect their rights, because nobody is more invested in the proper well-being of kids than the parents themselves. And the good thing is, as we've seen this debate, you know, most teachers in Florida want the parents involved. I know there's other parts of the country there, and I'm not saying that's true 100% in Florida, but most of them really want the parents involved. Most of them want to be focusing on education. I don't think most want to indoctrinate. I mean, we've had this debate about the education with this sexuality in like kindergarten. Like, that's inappropriate. I don't think most kindergarten teachers in Florida want to be doing that. But, you know, you do have some people that get elected to these school boards who are ideological. You know, they're backed by special interests, and they have certain ideas that are not necessarily in the best interests of the kids and the parents, and even, I would argue, the teachers. So I just want to say I think a lot of folks in Florida are doing the right thing. And when we open schools, for example, even though the union sued me to try to close the schools, the teachers, by and large, wanted to get back because they knew how important it was. And so we appreciate that, and we appreciate their interest in working with our parents. And so what we're going to be doing today is sign probably the strongest curriculum transparency legislation in the country. And what this is going to do is it is going to require transparency with respect to the materials that are being taught in classrooms or that are available in school libraries. And so if that's something that is going to be used, then that's something that a parent would have the right to understand and know that's going out there. It also provides an ability for parents to review this and lodge objections if they find the material to either deviate from state standards or to just be inappropriate. And unfortunately, we've seen some books in some of these libraries. I mean, you're talking about kids in middle school. Some of the stuff that has ended up there, incredibly disturbing stuff. And again, as an adult, you're free to consume what you want. So this is, sometimes people say, if you don't have every single book under the sun in the school library that you want to not have banned books. That's not true. We have the ability to choose what is appropriate for different age groups. Adults have access to what they want to have access to, but when you're talking about some of these kids, particularly these young kids, to have some of this really graphic stuff in there is not in the best interest of the families and of the students. And so parents are going to have the ability to have their voice heard. And it also sets curriculum standards in terms of teacher professional development and the curriculum, making sure those align with required instruction and state standards. So for example, we don't have Common Core. We don't have critical race theory. We want to make sure, again, we're doing education, not indoctrination. And so this is going to be a really significant win for parents in the state of Florida, and it will really continue to show people that we are for our kids getting that good education, but not being subject to indoctrination. Here's the thing: this is important. You have some groups that want to take away classic books like To Kill a Mockingbird, but they want things like Gender Queer, a Memoir, which is a cartoon-style book with graphic images of children performing sexual acts. That is wrong. That has no place in the schools. They want to eliminate Of Mice and Men, but Lawn Boy, a book containing explicit passages of pedophilia, is somehow accepted as being okay. And so parents understand when they see this. They understand how to blow the whistle on this, and I think we just need to make sure that they're equipped to be able to do what needs to be done to defend the education of their kids. So we're excited about this legislation. Sunlight is the best disinfectant when you're talking about it, and when you see some of this stuff, and again, I don't think most teachers want to do this, but how this curriculum comes to be, there's certain companies that do it, there's school boards do certain things, and so there's a whole lot of moving parts. So what ends up being in that classroom or in that library, we don't necessarily have, the parent doesn't necessarily have control, but at that point, once it's there or is going to be proposed, you have the opportunity to review. There's procedures that'll be in place, and if it violates state standards, if it's not consistent with what we've set out under Florida law, then the parent can prevail. And so I think I think these are well-meaning reforms, and I think it's going to help give parents a lot of confidence that they can send their kids to school and they'll get an education, but they're not necessarily going to be indoctrinated to things that are very, very questionable. So I want to thank. And we've been able to do a lot in terms of education. Education Week rankings, the most recent one had Florida #3 for K-12 achievement. And that was not true many years ago in Florida, but I think because of a lot of the efforts that have been undertaken over the years, a lot of what we've done with Commissioner Corcoran over the last 3+ years have really made a difference. And so I think we lost less during COVID because we really focused on making sure the kids would be in school than many other states, and so we need to make sure that we build off a lot of the successes we have, and I think this is a big step towards that. So we've got a lot of folks who were involved in this legislation, and the Florida Senate was able to pass this under the leadership of Senate President Wilton Simpson, so I want to give him the ability to come up and say a few things.
And I see the signs here, and thank you, Governor. And I see the signs here about Year of the Parent. And we did so many things in the last few years to put parents in charge of their children's education. Last year, we passed the largest expansion of school choice in the country. Florida leads on that issue. People move to Florida because of our school choice stance. when you look at this bill, it brings transparency to our K-12 system. It's exactly what we need. When we put parents in charge, whether it's school choice, and we put parents in charge of what their children can read and learn at certain ages, we know the outcomes will be much better. So we really appreciate Senator Gruder's push this bill through this year. We have 2 other senators here. We cannot do these bills without our leadership team and the senators that are here with Senator Broder and Senator Wright. We really appreciate that, and our House partners that help push this through.
As you can see here, we do bring you live events here. Let's go out right now to Poland again, where President Biden has a roundtable.
And President Duda for gathering us today, and for all of the humanitarian leaders here who have joined us. You all have devoted your lives to springing into action whenever you see human suffering. But it is fair to say, I think, that none of us have ever seen the speed and the scale of this destruction in our lifetimes. It took a little over 4 years for 4 million refugees to flee the Syrian war. Ukraine could reach that number 4 days from now, just over a month since the war began. So much of what we have seen up until now has been unthinkable. A brutal Russian war against the Ukrainian people that Putin had claimed were Russia's brothers and sisters. An exodus not seen since World War II. But just as all of these things felt unthinkable weeks ago, so too has the unity of the global response on everything from sanctions to overwhelming UN condemnations to the flood of public support for the people of Ukraine. If I could make one point ahead of today's conversation, it's to not let what we have always done in humanitarian responses constrain what we can do now for and with Ukraine. The imagination shown in the world's diplomatic efforts in the run-up and duration of this war has been remarkable, thanks to the leadership of President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and European allies like President Duda. And if we want to help the Ukrainian people at a time of tremendous suffering and need, we need to muster the creativity, the will, and the resources to meet staggering needs. Because while we have not seen a crisis quite like this, we have seen Russian tactics of siege and starvation before, in Grozny, in Aleppo, and as we speak, in Mariupol. We look forward to hearing about your efforts to scale up and what we can do to help support and supercharge them. I know that President Biden shares that urgency and an abiding commitment to support the life-saving work that you are leading. Over his many decades of public service, President Biden has been a champion for the work of humanitarians, as well as a long-standing, vocal, tireless supporter of the people of Ukraine, visiting the country 6 times when he was vice president. Together with our allies and all of you, he has spent the last many months preparing for and mobilizing the world to rally a humanitarian response at a scale and speed unlike any I have ever seen. And that includes the announcement yesterday of $1 billion in new funding. He has a deep understanding of the human toll of conflict. That commitment to humanity, to basic dignity, is a core part of who President Biden is and why I am so grateful to serve under him and to be here with him today. With that, it is my honor to introduce Joseph R. Biden, the 46th President of the United States.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much. And Mr. President, thanks for the welcome. Thanks for having us here. And we sent you our best. We sent you Brzezinski as our ambassador, and I'm glad he's here as well. And as you and I have spoken before, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. President, the single most important thing that we can do from the outset is keep the democracies united in our opposition and our effort to curtail the devastation that is occurring at the hands of a man who I quite frankly think is a war criminal. And I think it will meet the legal definition of that as well. But I want to thank everyone and I think it's been a surprise, at how we've all stayed together across the board. The most severe punishing sanctions in the history of the world. Economic sanctions have been imposed, and there's more that will come. But you know, there's still an awful lot of suffering. I, like many of you in the past, have been through refugee camps all around the world, literally, and seen the devastation as a consequence of people who are abandoned and in war-ravaged regions of the world, whether it's in the Middle East or Africa or wherever. I mean, it's just devastating to see those little babies, little children, and looking at mothers who you don't have to understand the language they speak. You just see in their eyes pain, and I mean literally pain, watching their children. I don't think there's anything worse for a parent than to see a child suffering, their child suffering. I mean that sincerely. It's not hyperbole. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. And so what you, the humanitarian community, are doing is of such enormous consequence. Brother, this is what we say we're about. This is what we say that our obligations are. But you're living up to it. We're doing it every day, all of you that are sitting at this table. And so, you know, I'm here in Poland to see firsthand the humanitarian crisis. And quite frankly, part of my disappointment is that I can't see it firsthand like I have in other places. They will not let me, understandably, I guess it, cross the border and take a look at what's going on in Ukraine. But, you know, I'm eager to hear from you, the humanitarian community, about what you see, what you're doing, and where you think we go from here, because you're doing it every day. As has been pointed out, 10 million people have been displaced thus far. 3.8 million people to other countries, including more than 1 million children. And according to the UN, there are thousands of civilian casualties, 12 million in need of assistance, but hundreds of thousands of people who are being cut off from help by Russian forces and are besieged in places like Mariupol. I mean, it's not stopping. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. You turn on the television and see what these towns look like, the cities. I want to thank each one of you and your organizations, excuse me. I was visiting our troops and they had pizza pie with hot peppers on it. Yes, I do. But, you know, you're helping millions of people. And we must have to continue to scale up that assistance, coordinate it closely with the government of Ukraine, which is really, I think even you Poles who know Ukraine so well have to be a little bit surprised at how much courage and capacity and resilience the Ukrainian people. When you see a 30-year-old woman standing there in front of a tank with a rifle. I mean, talk about what happened in Tiananmen Square. That's Tiananmen Square squared. And look, whether it's food or a blanket or cash or the care for medical teams that we send in for our child welfare specialists, they need it now. They need it as rapidly as we can get it there. And so yesterday I announced on behalf of the American people, we're prepared to provide another $1 billion, as the ambassador pointed out, $1 billion for those who fled and those who are affected around the world as a consequence of the negative impact of this war on food security. The bad news is they're in the breadbasket of the world, Ukraine and Russia. But we, the United States, are going to do our part because we're the third largest producer of wheat in the world. And our Canadian friends are going to do the same thing. But we're going to try very hard. But in the meantime, the suffering that's taking place now is at your doorstep. You're the ones that are risking, in some cases, your lives and risking all you know to try to help. And The American people are proud to support your efforts, and today I want to hear from all of you. The problem is I know they're going to tell me I have to get in the plane, and I'm going to have to leave, but I have a lot of questions because I really mean it. I learn a great deal from you and your counterparts as I travel the world in the last 30 years. And so I'm honored that President Duda is here today and joined by Secretary Blinken, who's an old friend, as well as my Secretary of State and our USAID Administrator, Samantha Powers, who, like my sister, whatever I say, she says, it's not enough. It's not enough. I don't get to do more. And this is a workhorse. And, but I'm now going to turn it back to her so we can get to
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. President Duda, I'd love it if you'd like to say a few words. And before you do, though, just I think on behalf of the entire humanitarian community, we just want to extend our thanks to you for the way that you and the Polish people have opened your borders, your hearts, your homes. The generosity and the show of solidarity has been breathtaking. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Excellency, Mr. President, Secretary, Madam Ambassador, Polish and American friends, please, if you can take these electronic devices and use it. Channel 2 is English, because I would like to speak in my mother tongue, Polish.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, dear American and Polish friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to you, Mr. President, and to the whole U.S. delegation for coming to Poland. But first and foremost, thank you for coming here to Rzeszów, to the region of Podkarpacie, which is very close, which is located directly to the Polish-Ukrainian border. Thank you for coming to the place where this influx of refugees to Poland is the biggest. Your presence here, Mr. President, first of all, sends a very big sign of unity. This is a huge sign of support and Euro-Atlantic unity with my country, with Poland. It demonstrates great friendship between Poland and the United States and a very profound alliance. This is an evidence of great support and care for our mutual relations, but also a thing of importance to me. It is a sign and a message that you care about the security of Poland. Today, Mr. President, you met with U.S. soldiers who are deployed here and who watch over our security. They also help in this very difficult work, which is receiving millions of refugees who are crossing the border to our country right now. But first and foremost, they are guarding the security of the Polish border, and guarding the security also of the entire Euro-Atlantic community of the whole of NATO, because today the eastern flank of NATO, and I do not hesitate to say this, I also said it yesterday at NATO summit, this is a front line today, the eastern flank. I'm very happy to have you here, Mr. President, because, as I said, your presence here sends a great signal and evidence of unity. Unity within NATO. It demonstrates a huge support and also a big significance attached by the United States to the stability and world peace, to reinstating the peace where difficult situations are happening, in places where somebody resorts to acts of aggression against other democratic and free nations, as it is happening today against Ukraine, where the Russian aggression, unfortunately, happening for a month now is a fact. But your presence, Mr. President, here today in the city of Rzeszów is also a great sign of support to us, support in terms of humanitarian assistance, which today is provided to the refugees from Ukraine, but also it is provided to us, Poles, who are receiving guests, because this is the name we want to apply to them. We do not call them refugees. They are our guests, our brothers, our neighbors from Ukraine, who today are in a very difficult situation where 12 million people have fled their houses by the war, by the Russian attacks. More than 3.5 million have already fled abroad. They cross different borders, but first and foremost, they have crossed the border with Poland. Today, we have got 2.5 million people in Poland, and the number is growing all the time. So the number exceeding 2 million right now is still growing, and all signs are that if the Russian aggression continues, those numbers will continue to grow. So first and foremost, it gives me an opportunity to extend my gratitude to you, Mr. President, to our guests from the United States, but also to the NGOs, both from my country, starting from the organizations which are present here at this table today. But also, I want to express my gratitude to all NGOs, Polish NGOs who are involved, but also I'd like to thank the US organizations. A big number of them is already present in Poland, and a lot of them sends assistance to our country. And in this context, I'm so much grateful to you, Mr. President, for your support. But also I would like to ask you to convey my personal words of thanks to the First Lady of the United States, to Mrs. Jill Biden, to your spouse, Mr. President, and please convey very heartfelt greetings from my wife to your wife. Both ladies had a conversation a couple of days ago. My wife gave an account of the situation in Poland. Both ladies exchanged their views on the possibilities of help. Then my wife paid a visit to the United States, and from the United States she brought, in order to support Ukraine, in order to support Ukrainian hospitals and also centers here in Poland, which treats children from Ukraine, also wounded children from Ukraine. She brought from the United States a number of medical equipment and medicines from the United States. So thank you so much for this very swift assistance. Thank you so much. And please convey these words of greetings and these words of thanks to your wife. And also please convey very heartfelt wishes from my wife to your wife. So, ladies and gentlemen, this presents a huge challenge. This assistance is something unprecedented because within a couple of weeks, more than 2 million people have come to our country. We have never experienced anything like that throughout our history. This is the first time. But I would also like to thank all my compatriots who have opened their hearts and opened their houses, who have welcomed refugees. But as I said, first and foremost, our neighbors, our brothers from Ukraine, who are in a difficult position today, who are in need today. And all of us want to help them so much. They are staying in private houses and they are staying in different facilities. Very often, these people are very much affected by the war, wounded persons, ill persons. Many of them have undergone a mental trauma after the experiences they had. Recently, we have received people without any belongings to Poland. They fled from bombs. So the situation is extremely difficult. That is why we are so much thankful for any help and assistance, because this is what we very much need today. On our part, we are doing everything we can with huge dedication and devotion. NGOs have also demonstrated huge dedication, also volunteers, firefighters. So there is a lot of assistance from NGOs, from churches, Catholic Church, but also other churches in our country and religious communities. There is a lot of support offered from all different sides, also from abroad. And once again, we are so much grateful for that. This presents a huge challenge to us, but it is also a huge challenge to the whole free world, as we understand it, and we all have to live up to it. Once again, thank you for this visit, and I'm so happy and delighted with the conversation that we can have. All the authorities in Poland are involved in providing assistance. It's not only the government, NGOs and volunteers, but also local governments. Tomorrow, Mr. President, you will meet refugees in Warsaw, but also, the Prime Minister of the Polish government will be present there, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. The Mayor of Warsaw, Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski, will be there. And they will share with you, sir, all the activities that are being conducted in Poland in order to live up to this difficult situation, in order to solve the problem. So once again, we are delighted with the visit you are paying here, sir, and very warm welcome to our country.
I'm going to get in real trouble if I don't. I forgot to say something. My wife sends her best as well. But she also went to St. Jude's Hospital, which is a cancer hospital in the United States, to see those young Ukrainian children who were brought over seeking serious help with the cancers they have. And she said to give her best to her. That's why she's not with me today. She's out west doing that. Thank you. Thank you for saving me.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, President Duda, so much. If I may just ask now the media to leave the room. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, folks, and that is all we are going to get from President Biden and the Polish president. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody worldwide. Let's take another quick 2-minute break.
working on task forces, as you know, for the last year. Put task forces together. Jim has freedoms of what America's been losing. Brian works on jobs and the economy, and Garrett's been leading it when it comes to energy and the environment. What I thought I'd do today, I'm going to start off talking a little bit about their task force, asking them a few questions about that, then we'd open it up, talk about more as we go. And Jim, you have so many different topics that you've been working on, but within your task forces, really you go out to the American public, and we see it day in and day out, the number of freedoms that people have been losing, but the fear of what they can lose in the future as well. If you give us a little update on where it's going, what people have fear from.
Yeah, I mean, I hear about it from constituents all the time, or as we travel, we hear about it from Americans across the country. You think about it, I maybe said this the other day, but every single right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted over the last year. Until a few months ago, there were still some locations in the country where a full congregation couldn't meet on a Sunday morning. Your right to assemble, I always use the example, about a year ago I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because they had to go to Texas to get the freedom to assemble because their Democrat governor wouldn't let them get together in their own darn state. And you can just go down the list. I still remember the moment when Jen Psaki stood at the White House. Think about your freedom of the press. You all should care about. We all should care about. Jen Psaki standing at the lectern in the White House press briefing room, and she is the press spokesperson for the President of the United States in the White House, considered the center of freedom. And she basically said this. She said, most Americans now get their news from social media platforms. We, the Biden administration, are working with these social media platforms to limit the information Americans get to see. And I'm like, wait, something doesn't seem right about this. You got the press person in the White House, in the press room, making those kind of statements. And then on it goes. And the one we care, I think, most about is your right to speak, because I tell folks all the time, if you can't talk, what do the rest of your rights mean? I mean, can you really practice your faith? And so this is the concern Americans have, and whether it's big tech, whether it's the cancel culture mob coming after people who don't speak what the woke mob thinks is appropriate, this is very scary. And so you add to that concerns about other liberties, you add to that this debate where some say government knows what's best for kids versus moms and dads directing the upbringing of their children's education, something that the leader's working with Julia Letlow and some other things. So that's sort of the broad spectrum. How it translates into legislation, we're not exactly sure yet. Certainly there'll be something that we're working with Kathy on I think on big tech. I know Kevin and Kathy talked about that yesterday. But it's mostly just highlighting the concerns there and making sure, and I'll finish here, the committee that I get to serve on, we are supposed to be the committee in Congress most concerned about protecting the American people's liberty, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, rule of law. And we have to get back and stay focused on that. So that's what the task force is about, and how it relates to judiciary. That's sort of where we're trying to go with it.
Well, you serve on judiciary today as a ranking member. If we're fortunate enough to take the majority, you'll become chair. You've been working with Kathy. You got both jurisdiction when it comes to big tech. You've been spending some time at this. You've got a number of bills that the Democrats tried to bring through, but it seemed like they wanted to make big tech utilities instead of protecting freedoms and others. You want to touch a little on some of the ideas that we can move through with big tech, hopefully in the next Congress.
I think first and foremost is an complete overhaul, change of Section 230, the liability protection that big tech platforms now enjoy. That has to change. If you're going to make editorial decisions, that has to change. You talked about this yesterday, Leader. I think it's right on target. We do think that it's important to get any antitrust actions in an expedited fashion in front of the Supreme Court. Justice Thomas has talked about he wants to deal with this issue. I think the court is looking to. So let's expedite how these cases move through our federal court system. Hopefully, get them to the court in an expedited way. Those are some of the things we're looking at, and then hopefully you have increased competition. So it's not just a handful of these platforms with all the power, but there's real competition there. The one thing I'm concerned about is empowering the agencies, because I think, frankly, we see this, I think, in other agencies, but certainly I'm concerned about at the FTC, the leadership there working with big tech to further restrict and censor conservative thought and conservative speech. So we're very nervous about that, and that's where, unfortunately, I think the Democrat legislation, bills sponsored by Mr. Cicilline and others, where those bills would take us. So I think that's the wrong approach. The right approach is competition. The right approach is taking away the liability protection. The right approach is hopefully getting any antitrust actions in front of the Supreme Court in a much quicker fashion.
Right on. You know, the concern, too, it's not just going after conservative speech. Now they want to go after conservative money. We watch with the truckers and the GoFundMe. Now they want to pick and choose what people can give to. I mean, so it's just the power that they have throughout to be able to control so many. So I know this is one thing that we're going to be looking a great deal on. Brian, let me touch you. You work on jobs and the economy, and if there's one thing I would say the number one on Americans' minds is the rising cost of everything. Every food item, your rent, anything you do, your dollar goes not as far. And we've watched study after study from Wharton's that it's costing you $3,500 more, that we've watched with this one-party rule, not just from gasoline, but this one-party rule. Their policies have created this damage in so many ways. So your committee is looking at a lot of how do you control inflation, whereas we have not seen inflation like this in 40 years. 60% of those who are in the workforce have never seen inflation above 4%, and just last month, 7.9. So what are some of the challenges you guys see?
Yeah, Americans can't afford Democratic one-party rule, and people are getting clobbered every single day. When I go home, when all the members here go home, we hear time and again how people are taking it on the chin, whether or not they're at the gas pump, whether or not they're at the grocery store buying food, whether or not they're buying a new or a used car. They're seeing those prices going up, and the biggest difference here from pre-pandemic to today is wages aren't keeping up with inflation. So if we look back to pre-pandemic, after the tax reforms that Republicans in the House put forward, we saw real wage growth across the spectrum. Across the spectrum, women, Hispanics, blacks, Asians, veterans. We saw wage growth north of 6%. Now we're seeing real wage growth actually decreasing, where wages aren't keeping up with inflation. And so inflation impacts everybody. Who does it hurt the most? It hurts seniors on fixed incomes and low-income workers, in particular those who are renting. We're seeing rent costs go up, and on top of that, it's coupled with gas, with food, with other life essentials. What can we do to turn the corner on this? One, we can return to sound money policies. We've seen the Federal Reserve bulk up their balance sheet, put money into the system. We've seen runaway fiscal spending by the Democrats, and continuing to see that as being put forward as solutions to what is actually going to exacerbate the problem. When you dig into Build Back Better, policy after policy taxes job creators, puts in place policies that discourage companies from producing products here in the United States, rather than Republican policies to say we need to build things here in the United States to secure our supply chain. We have opportunities there. And in particular, we still have over 1 million workers who've left the workforce from before the pandemic to today, completely left the workforce. In addition to that, we have millions of Americans who are looking for work. Yet we have over 11 million jobs that are available. And so we have a need to connect workers to the jobs of the future, to make sure that they have the skill and preparation for those jobs. And in particular, as we look at the Parents' Bill of Rights with Julio Letlo's leading, we need to make sure moms and dads have the ability to make sure that their schools are preparing their sons and daughters for those jobs.
You know, what's interesting, it wasn't just Republicans who warned the Democrats, if they did with this runaway spending, that they would create inflation. Larry Summers told them. I mean, you couldn't get somebody closer in the Democratic Party from being in the Clinton administration, being the Secretary, Treasury. I mean, he literally, I know what he probably said behind the scenes, but because of how strong he was out front, but they just kept going forward. And even today, now you get the reporting. At first they would say it's transitory. Then they would blame the pandemic. Now they're blaming Putin. I mean, there's a different story. Now they're admitting, even the Fed chair is admitting this isn't going away. And the only way you get out of inflation, it almost seems like it's painful. But Pelosi thinks it's good for the deficit. It's good for everything else. I mean, I just can't believe this. And what are some of the actions that we can take right away outside of the sound fiscal policy and others? Do you look to the next Congress?
Absolutely. The Democrats continue to put forward plans to spend their way out of the problem. Spending your way is only going to make yourself further behind the 8 ball. We need to grow ourselves out of the challenge that the Democrats have put us in. To grow ourselves out of this, we have to put forward tax policies like we've seen before, encouraging production here in the United States. We have to re-examine our education system to make sure that we're tying the preparation for the jobs of the future. We've seen this disconnect and it's continued to grow. We got to empower moms and dads to make sure that their children children receiving the education that they need to be able to join the workforce of the future. We need to continue to work to really secure the American supply chain. And to do that, we need to put forward policies that are encouraging our job creators to produce products here in the United States, rather than taxing our job creators and encouraging those job creators to go abroad to produce their products.
Excellent. Garrett, I want to ask you, yours is energy and environment. And I will tell from all of you, he's probably one of the brightest individuals on these two subjects, from an ability of the knowledge of what's going on and not. And what's interesting to me, I was listening to the conference chair on the Democratic side, and he just said the other day, nobody in the Democratic conference has brought up one time the price of gasoline. And it doesn't matter who you are. As I travel the country, I just meet somebody for the first time, they bring up the price of gasoline. Why are we in this position that we are about energy 1 year after they took power? What is the backdrop to this? Because that is also a big driver of inflation.
It's a huge driver, and it does affect everyone. And as was noted earlier, I mean, this has a bigger impact on senior citizens and other folks that are on fixed income. One of the most perversive things, doesn't matter if you're a high school student, if you're a retiree, or anyone in between, you have to drive. So first, Kevin, to answer the question, this administration, when Biden was a candidate, he was out there talking about how we are going to ban fossil fuels. He flat out said it. The current Secretary of Interior that's responsible for producing energy in the United States came out and said she is absolutely opposed to fracking and production of energy on public lands. Look, to overly simplify what we're experiencing right now, it'd be like if you had a garden in your backyard and you grew tomatoes and cucumbers in your own yard. But you said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and go buy it from Jim and Jane who live in the next town over. I'm going to buy their tomatoes and cucumbers, only to find out later that they're using the proceeds from that to go commit arson and burn down churches all over the state. And you're effectively funding it. And so what's happened is, by the same analogy here, by not producing our own energy here, and by giving funds to these regimes that are like Putin, that where we saw a 161% increase in crude oil importation under the Biden administration, by being dependent upon these regimes, now we've seen they're negotiating with Iran, with Venezuela, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, same outcome. They're pushing in this direction, overly aggressively trying to force the market in a direction of wind and solar and other technologies, which, look, I like, but you can't overly force the market when the market's not ready, because all this does is play into the hands of China, which makes 90% of the solar panels today. I want to be very clear on this. This skyrocketing of prices started on day one of this administration. This was 100% self-imposed. This was absolutely forced or unforced errors that they've committed. And now every single American is paying the price. And it's resulting in less economic activity in the United States, fewer jobs in the United States. And it's a drop in income, because when you produce natural resources, it's one of the only ways to actually produce additional revenue. So our Treasury is experiencing less revenues because of these very policies.
Let me play devil's advocate. Let me say, okay, I'll take you for what you say. And I know the price is really high. So you say it's an emergency situation. But I care about the environment. So if I care so much about the environment, if I shut down production in the United States, is that better for the environment? And I'll pay higher pricing.
So something, and a bunch of reporters here, so fact check me all you want. None of you have ever reported this. So ask you a quick question. Who reduced emissions more, Trump or Biden? All right, I asked Michael Mann, who's supposed to be the top climate scientist in the nation, at a hearing the other day. He said Biden, just as most of you would probably answer. Here's the fact. Emissions went down 10.3% under President Trump, 10.3% over 4 years, an average of approximately 2.5% a year. Under President Biden, they went up 6.3% in his first year. All right? Emissions have gone up under President Biden. They went down under President Trump. Prices have gone up under President Biden. They were stable or went down under President Trump. Energy security has completely dissolved under President Biden, and it was much better under President Trump. To answer your question, look, the facts are very clear. Producing domestically, being dependent upon our own supplies, we have some of the most stringent environmental regulations, environmental policies, safety policies in the world. right here in the United States. So a comparison, if you take a cubic foot of gas and you deliver it to Europe, Russian gas is about 41% dirtier or greater emissions than U.S. gas. So the more that we supplant Vladimir Putin's gas, the better for the environment, the better for national security, the better for global peace and stability. So I can't say enough about how flawed these energy policies are. They're not based on science. They're not based on fact. Worse for the environment and worse for the American people's pocketbook.
So back in the other Congress, Waxman proposed putting these caps on emissions and others, and he had a goal of where to set. So that bill never passed, but he had these goals. Where does America look like today based upon where the Democrats want to take us?
It's a great point. There's some awesome graphs and slides on this. So here's the thing. If you look at what Waxman-Markey was trying to do, it charted a course of exactly where emissions were going to go without action, where they were going to go under their bill, and what was going to happen with energy prices, which they predicted energy prices were going to go up. In reality, what's happened is that by letting the markets do what they do, emissions have gone down beyond what Waxman-Markey was going to require, and prices are prior to this administration, energy prices were a fraction of what they were projected to be. And another example of that, President Obama had something called the Clean Power Plan, reduce emissions by 30% off a 2005 baseline by 2030. President Trump came in and said, no, we're not doing this. By letting the markets do what they do, we actually exceeded the Obama goal, not in 2030, which obviously hasn't happened yet, but in 2019. We exceeded the goal that was set by the Obama administration by letting market do what it does, by letting innovators innovate, and by not having government come in and actually structure it. So you get, look, lesson learned. Let the markets do what they do, help to innovate, inspire innovation, and you get greater outcomes in terms of affordability, greater outcomes in terms of American economic activity and jobs, and greater performance or greater outcomes for the environment. Win, 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 win.
Okay, last question. The president was opposed to pipelines. The Democrats voted against pipelines. So in California, Gavin Newsom lowered California's production by 20%. That didn't mean we used less. We filled it somewhere else. So we had 89,000 barrels less a day in California we produced. So we filled that with 50,000 more from Russia. Now you're saying that's dirtier. We get the majority of our oil now from Ecuador. So we're still utilizing it. And the interesting part is people think that just goes into gas. That goes into your clothing, into your phones, into your ink of your print, into the asphalt. That's why, and then not just transportation costs, but it raises all costs. If we can't move it by a pipeline, but it's still going to come here, what would be the safest, sound way to transport it then? I mean, is he picking this over safety or environment?
National Research Council did an analysis, and actually, I apologize, Kevin, but I got to pick on your home state for just a minute. Look, like, you can look at all this stuff. You can look at evidence at what performs and look at example states have carried out policies and what works and what doesn't. State of California, eighth worst emissions growth in America, most dependent state on foreign energy, not just Ecuadorian oil. 50% of the Ecuadorian oil coming out of the Amazon rainforest is going to the state of California. Least reliable electricity network in the United States. I mean, which of the and double the electricity rates of my home state of Louisiana? Which of these do you want to force on the American people? National Research Council did a very extensive study looking at trucks, trains, barges, ships, and pipelines. Hands down, best for the environment is to put energy in a pipe. It is the safest for the environment, and it's the least emissions. So when the Biden administration shuts down the Keystone Pipeline under the auspices of, oh, hey, this is because of greenhouse gas emissions, the emissions are lower going through a pipeline. And Jen Psaki the other day acknowledged it didn't have any impact on production. She acknowledged that the energy was just being transported through different ways, which means less safe and higher emissions, directly contradicting what they said their justification was for shutting down the pipeline. You can't. The policies that they're implementing on energy reflect the inexperience and candidly, and I'm sorry for saying this, just flat out stupidity of people that are making these decisions. The facts are completely in the other direction.
You know, if we take the majority, you find out that out of this task force, we could become energy independent. But we can go beyond that. We could be dominant. But what happens there is not only does the price of your gas lower, what the crude goes into all the other products cost less. So your manufacturing is a better chance here. Environment's better. It goes into your task force as well. I mean, and then the provisions there from the taxes and for the schools and others, it just makes us stronger. But then when you look from a from a worldwide view, it makes the world safer. So, I mean, there is a real opportunity here, and it's amazing to me that not one Democrat brought up a gasoline price. Not one Democrat. It's not just the leadership, but not one Democrat. So let's open it up for questions wherever you want to go. Yes.
It was reported last night that Jimmy Thomas, the wife of Justice Clarence Thomas, was texting and pressing the Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Since then, Justice Clarence Thomas has ruled on some cases involving January 6th, including being the lone dissenter in a ruling that allowed the Trump administration to turn over documents to the Select Committee. My question for you is, do you think Justice Thomas should recuse himself from January 6th related cases going forward?
No, I think Justice Thomas could make his decisions like he's made them every other time. It's his decision based upon law. If you spent any time studying the Supreme Court justice, he's one who studies correctly, and I mean from all the way through. If he sees it's not upholding the Constitution, he'll rule against it. If it's the Constitution, that's what his job should be. It's him.
It looks like Jim Jordan, you agree with that as well.
Totally.
You don't have to. All right, yes, sir.
Two questions, one for Mr. Jordan, one for you. Well, first to you on Fortenberry, convicted of 3 felony counts yesterday. Does he need to step aside?
That was late last night. I've got a text into him to talk to him today. I know he's in California, different time zone. I will discuss that with him today.
And Mr. Jordan, I want to ask you about judiciary priorities when it comes to tech. You mentioned 230.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just give us some of your other big priorities when it comes to tech regulation and things of that nature, antitrust, and what else is on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, basically what I said earlier, I do think the consumer wants to know as quickly as possible why tech might take down posts they put up. I mean, we got this situation now with Twitter's locked out the Babylon Bee now for, I think, several days. But your average consumer wants to know why and when, those kind of things. So transparency is important. The liability protection issue, Section 230, we are trying to get that language right, working closely with Kathy McMorris Rogers and her staff. Our staff on Judiciary is doing that. And then, as I said earlier, this expedited ways to try to get cases that deal directly with the antitrust issue in front of, the Trump administration had an FTC and a DOJ case, Facebook and Google, I forget which one. I think FTC was Facebook and DOJ was Google, that they had brought. So we'd like to get those in front of the Supreme Court as quickly as we can and get a ruling on this. And the justice who was just mentioned has sort of, based on what he's written, sounds like he wants to deal with this issue. And we need to get an answer for the American people. And then, of course, you hope the marketplace is moving in a direction that's going to give us more competition in the area as well.
You got to have a fair marketplace too. So you got to look at practice of what people are, and you got to look at people if they're monopolies or not. Yes.
So Congressman Fortenberry is a convicted felon now. I know you said you were going to talk to him, but that doesn't change the facts that he's a convicted felon. Does he belong?
We've been listening to the conclusion of the GOP retreat there in Florida with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy speaking. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to go out to Florida and hear an update on a tragedy that happened with a popular amusement ride. Find out what happened and why there is an investigation going on right now with this giant drop. You're watching Live Now from Fox, coming up in 2. Worldwide back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Getting an update from officials here talking about the tragic death of a Orlando park ride gone wrong.
With the ride, but again, you know, those are all responsibility of the Florida Department of Agriculture.
So no criminal charges if someone had done anything that was not intentional but didn't, you know, do the right checks or whatever. What would determine whether or not there would be charges here or not?
So, you know, that's all part of the investigation. Again, it appears to be just a terrible tragedy, and so we'll see, you know, moving forward, you know, what that results in.
Were there other seats checked to see if they were working properly after the accident?
One more time.
Were there other seats checked, the other seats on the ride checks to see if they were working properly?
So again, our role here is to determine whether or not the death that we're investigating was an accident or not, and so that's what we're in the middle of.
So Sheriff, just to clarify, right now there's no criminal charges. You think it is an accident, but there still could potentially be charges in the future.
Yeah, so the investigation is open, and obviously as there are, you know, witnesses and videos that come forward, we're going to be looking at all that. But you know, as of right now, there are absolutely no criminal charges, and again, it appears just to be a terrible tragedy.
And was he on the ride with another young man and another young woman? That was them in that video?
It appears that way. I can't say for sure who was next to him at this point.
Sheriff, you keep mentioning that this was an accident. Are you able, like, did he slip through? Was it like a locking device that you think maybe wasn't working properly? Was it just, I don't, you know, a certain set of circumstances that, you know, no one could have imagined? Can you just elaborate a little bit more there?
So, you know, we're looking into all those things, whether it was a slip, you know, whether he was conscious or not, and that's all part of the investigation, and we'll determine for sure if it was accidental, which, you know, we believe at this point.
Sheriff, do you know if they had paramedics or anything on the scene at that park, or do they get called in?
I'm not aware of paramedics being. I know the fire department was called.
Everybody good? Thank you, Sheriff.
I think.
Do you know at all, Sheriff, when Icon Park may reopen, or is that up to them?
Oh yeah, you'll have to get with Icon Park about that. So.
And he was eligible to ride this ride, right? He met all the requirements in order to do so?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Icon Park about that. All right. Thank you.
Officials there talking about a terrible tragedy, and that is about where the investigation goes right there, talking about just a very unfortunate incident there involving that teenage boy, 14 years old, dying on that popular Orlando amusement park ride. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's go out to UN right now, doing a news conference here, giving the latest updates.
The area that's been ongoing since February. Major General Sawyer met with the Khartoum-appointed chief administrator and Miseria community leaders to discuss the need for dialogue, the establishment of community protection committees, and the activation of an early warning system to reduce the risk of violence. He also assured the community that the mission will continue to prioritize security and the protection of civilians through Abyei and during and after its transition into a multinational peacekeeping mission. And another update from peacekeeping, this one from Mali. Our colleagues on the ground in Mali are reporting that yesterday peacekeepers on a security patrol came under fire from armed individuals near the just start again. Our colleagues at the peacekeeping mission in Mali are reporting that yesterday peacekeepers on a security patrol came under fire from armed individuals near the village of Ouahrara in the Gao region. In response, the peacekeepers fired back, and one of the assailants later died from his injuries. None of the peacekeepers were injured. The incident is being investigated and is another example of a concerning surge in violence against peacekeeping in Mali, particularly in relation to armed attacks, as well as the use of improvised explosive devices, otherwise known as IEDs. And staying in the Sahel region, we have an update from our humanitarian colleagues in Burkina Faso who say that new data shows that in 2 months, that's between December of last year and January of this year, the number of displaced people in Burkina Faso has increased by 10%, bringing the total number of internally displaced people to more than 1.7 million men, women, and children. Nearly 1 person out of 5 in Burkina Faso urgently needs humanitarian aid, and particularly in the East, North, Central, North, and Sahel regions. With more than 1,600 security incidents reported in February, 11% more than January, the ongoing violence is, of course, negatively impacting access to basic social services, both for the displaced and for the communities that are generously hosting them. By February, over 3,400 schools and 160 health centers were closed because of the security situation. And our humanitarian appeal for Burkina Faso, which was launched in February, which asked for $591 million, is only 9% funded. The lack of funding is resulting in gaps in the provision of shelter, essential household items, as well as water, hygiene, and sanitation support. Access to drinking water is particularly difficult and has worsened by the sabotage of water points by non-state armed groups in several regions in February. This year, OCHA gave $10 million from the Central Emergency Fund to tackle the most pressing food security, protection, and other humanitarian needs in Sahel and the East region. Also wanted to, we are talking a lot about refugees and people on the move, and just wanted to flag a situation that's a bit closer to the U.S. here. The UN Refugee Agency today said the number of Nicaraguan refugees and asylum seekers in Costa Rica has doubled in the last 8 months, reaching more than 150,000 people. This represents 3% of Costa Rica's population of 5 million. The agency said more Nicaraguans are seeking protection in Costa Rica than all of the refugees and asylum seekers combined during Central America's civil wars in the 1980s. Thank you. And a couple of international days to flag to you. Today is the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and Transatlantic Slave Trade. In a message, the Secretary General said this is a day to remember the crimes against humanity, the unprecedented mass human trafficking, the degrading economic transactions, and unspeakable human rights violations. He notes that today, people of African descent continue to confront racial discrimination, marginalization, and exclusion. That statement was shared with you. Also want to flag that as part of the events around the day, our colleagues in the Department of Global Communications, together with UNESCO and UNFPA, held an online event called Rhythm of Resistance to highlight the history of the transatlantic slave trade and its ongoing legacy of racism and cultural impacts on the Americas. Speakers included the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, the Executive Director of UNFPA, Dr. Natalia Kanem, and UNESCO's Assistant Secretary General for Social and Human Sciences, Gabriel Ramos, and the first Vice President of Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell-Barr, and the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, Hilary Beckles. And I also want to flag a very interesting event pegged to this on Tuesday, on March 29th. There will be, in the General Assembly Hall, a meeting to commemorate the International Day, and the keynote speaker will be Nicole Hannah-Jones, the creator of the 1619 Project. I encourage you to watch that. Today is the International Day of Solidarity with the detained and missing staff members. In a message, the Secretary General said in every corner of the world, whether in their homes or countries or far away, UN personnel work tirelessly to serve the people around the world. He said that since 2021, I'm sorry, I should just shut off my bloody phone, shouldn't I? Since 2021, 142 UN personnel, 142 of our colleagues have been detained, including 15 in 2022 alone. In total, 22 UN personnel are still in detention. He adds that we continue to monitor these cases, seek their immediate release of all of our colleagues, and stresses that UN personnel should never be arrested or detained because of the work they do in carrying out their mandate. The Secretary General calls on all countries to ensure the necessary privileges and immunities are fully respected, and emphasize that the safety of everyone who works with the UN is a top priority. They don't do this to Lester Holt, you know. Sorry, and two more notes I wanted to flag in a statement. Today also marks the 100 days since Typhoon Rai swept through 11 of Philippines' 17 regions, impacting close to 12 million people, damaging over 2 million houses and leaving tens of thousands of people displaced. Since then, we and our humanitarian partners have reached more than 715,000 of the most affected people with some form of emergency assistance. To date, humanitarian needs and priorities plan is 34% funded with $56.6 million. The top response priorities are food, shelter, agriculture, and water and sanitation. We're also very concerned about the protection of people living in high-risk areas, and our resident coordinator, Gustavo Gonzalez, is working with the government and partners to explore durable solutions for people from the no-build zones. Just want to flag, you may have seen that Gilbert Hongbo from Togo was selected as the new Director General of the International Labour Organization. And just to give you a statement on the situation in Ethiopia, the Secretary General welcomes the declaration by the government of Ethiopia of an indefinite humanitarian truce, effective immediately, and the commitment by Tigrayan authorities to a cessation of hostilities, effective immediately. The conflict in Ethiopia has caused terrible suffering for millions of people across the Afar, Amhara, Tigray, and Benishangul Gums, and Oromia. These positive developments must now translate into immediate improvements on the ground. The Secretary General therefore reiterates his call for the restoration of public services in Tigray, including banking, electricity, and telecommunications, and calls for all sides to proactively enable and facilitate the delivery of desperately needed humanitarian assistance across the affected areas. The Secretary General urges all parties to the conflict to build on this encouraging development and to take the necessary steps towards ending this long-term ceasefire, steps towards a long-term ceasefire. And that statement has now been shared with you. Okay, yes, Ms. Barada.
Thank you, Stefan. Today we witnessed another attack from the Houthis on civilian infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. I wonder whether you have any comment on that, and Also, I have other questions on Ukraine.
I didn't see the reports of that particular attack, but we have been, we'll look at the details, but we've been very clear in condemning all and any attacks on civilian infrastructures.
On Ukraine, there are reports that under the rubble of the theater, there are more than 200 to 300 people buried because it was bombarded. This is one question. The other question, there is some drive in some countries to boycott the great Russian literature, and I wonder whether you have any comment on that as well.
On the reports on theater, we've seen those reports like you have. We don't have anybody on the ground, but I would point to what I just read out from our colleague Matilda Bonnier, who said that the extent of civilian casualties, the destruction of civilian objects, strongly suggests that the principles of distinction, proportionality, feasible precautions, and the prohibition of indiscriminate attacks have been violated. But as I said, we don't have any. I don't have anybody on the ground to confirm or deny what the numbers that are being reported. I'm not going to wait.
Is the UN trying to get any access?
Yes,
to
I mean that's what we've been saying. We've been trying to get access to all of these places. We had one convoy go up to Sumy last week on Friday. There've been no other. We've not been able to get the clearances that we need, the safety environment that we need to get more convoys in. But we are trying to do that every single day, every single hour. I'm not going to wade into the cultural boycott issue. Our focus here is on achieving peace and on the immediate delivery of humanitarian goods. Mario and then Celia.
Steph, do you have any news on the contacts with the Taliban regarding the reopening of the schools?
Yes. I mean, we've been, Deborah Lyons is continuing to engage with senior representatives of the Taliban to express our deep concern and on behalf of the UN family in the country on the decision to ban, to suspend access to education for girls above grade 6. She will continue to do that. She met with Taliban representatives in Qatar today, where this issue came up, and she is scheduled to brief the Security Council in closed consultations. We continue to push, and we continue to be heartbroken by this decision to shut the doors of so many educational institutions to young girls who just want to learn and who have an inherent right to learn.
Are you considering any possible measures to press the Taliban further than keeping in touch with them?
Well, I mean, we we had this discussion here. We all have different levers. We have a commitment to the people of Afghanistan to help them, to support them, and that very much includes women and girls, and we will continue to do that in whatever way we can. The one thing we don't control are the locks on the schools, right? But we're very keen also to hear what Security Council members have to say on this issue. Celia.
Steph, does the UN have any information on Ukrainians being deported to Russia?
I mean, we've seen reports of, we've seen those reports. I think what is clear is that people have a right to seek safety and they have a right to choose where they want to go. No one should be forced to go to some place they do not want to go. And that applies for any situation in the world.
But is it true?
We don't have, we're checking in with our IOM colleagues. We have seen these these concerning reports. But I don't have hard evidence at this point. Okay, I don't think there's any. Is there anybody online? Excellent. So, yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. On Ukraine, the Secretary General is clear and strong in condemning the Russian invasion. Does he have any message to those who seems more willing in seeking to defeat Putin than saving the country, Ukraine, and pushing for peace?
Look, there is obviously a lot of things that are being said and policies being pursued. What we would like to see is an immediate end to this conflict and to stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people, and we very much hope that everyone will work in that same direction. Alan, and then Stefano.
Thank you, Stefan. As far as I know, Russian ambassador sent a letter to the ESG asking him to exercise the leverage on Kyiv authorities to provide security and safety and freedom for the human rights defenders in Kyiv. And among others, there was a mentioning a name, Elena Berezhnaya. Can you provide any reaction to this letter?
As a rule of thumb, people should be protected, right? But let me look. I know you've asked me about this letter, and I need to dig a little deeper to find it. Stefano.
Thank you, Stefano. On Ukraine, too, there has been a call also after the NATO meeting, but also the Secretary General said before, on prosecuting crime against humanity that have been committed and have been committed every day on Ukraine. And my question is this, can be this done when we are, is going to increase or decrease the chance to find a peace? Because if, to know that when there is finally peace, somebody will be prosecuted, could be an incentive to reach peace.
Stefano, I would encourage you to look back in history. I think the issue of peace and accountability are not mutually exclusive, and we've seen it in a lot of different contexts. There is an international architecture to deal with crimes committed during conflict. That architecture, as far as we know, first of all, is independent of the Secretary General. Parts of it have been activated. For our part, we will continue to speak up when we see human rights violations, when we see the attacks on civilians, as our human rights colleagues have been said. But there should not be ever a conflict between peace and justice.
I'm glad to hear that. So, the Secretary General, the call of the Secretary General will stand with that, right? He will keep saying that.
I've said it. I hope he agrees with me. Otherwise, you'll see Farhan on Monday. Yes, Edward.
Well, Stefan, I have two questions. First, what's your comment on some countries they ask to remove Russia from G20 countries?
That is a decision of that group of 20, which the Secretary General of the UN is not part of. I would, independently of that, I would refer you to what we've said on issues relating to the UN's World Tourism Organization last week.
And the second question is, recently we saw Western countries asking many countries to align themselves, to force themselves to take a position against Russia. For example, warning China not to aiding Russia, said India is shaky on its position. While these two countries actually expressed their concern and also expressed they wanted to have the peace negotiation. What do you feel some of those countries they ask or they rather force other countries to take a position from their own?
push it back in your court, but these are analysis questions. There's a lot of bilateral diplomacy going on during this crisis. It does not involve the Secretary General. Secretary General is focused on what is going on in this building, and he is very much focused on what our colleagues are doing on the ground in Ukraine, and he's focused on the diplomacy in which he can involve himself in. Jen.
Thanks. Changing the subject a little bit, I think the Commission on the Status of Women wraps up today, or is supposed to. I guess it's not clear what kind of outcome they're going to have. What would the Secretary General like to see come out of this?
That's a very good question, Jennifer. And let me get back to you on that. Okay. Thank you all. Paulina?
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. The President of the General Assembly, Abdullah Shahid, just arrived in Doha. He was received by Dr. Ahmed Hassan Al-Hamadi, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the State of Qatar, and by Ambassador Alia Ahmed Saif Al-Thani, the permanent representative of the State of Qatar to the United Nations. President Shahid will be the keynote speaker at the opening of the Doha Forum. That is tomorrow morning, local time, and the President is in Qatar at the invitation of the government, which is very generously funding the costs. The President of the General Assembly, Abdullah Shahid, today called for solidarity and unity in standing against the marginalization of persons of African descent. The comments come on the International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery.
And just like that, everyone, it is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. Happy Friday, everybody. We're locked in for a couple of hours here together, so we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And you can always see us on LiveNowFox.com, where we're not only in for a couple of hours, but 24/7. We got you covered here. Great to be here with you as we bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. I want to go out to earlier. We did have GOP House members there in Florida speaking about the 22 election, this fall's elections and beyond. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Jim has freedoms of what America's been losing. Brian works on jobs and the economy, and Garrett's been leading it when it comes to energy and the environment. What I thought I'd do today, I'm going to start off talking a little bit about their task force, asking them a few questions about that, then we'd open it up, talk about more as we go. And Jim, you have so many different topics that you've been working on, but within your task forces, really you go out to the American public, and we see it day in and day out, the number of freedoms that people have been losing, but the fear of what they can lose in the future as well. If you give us a little update on where it's going, what people have fear from.
Yeah, I mean, I hear about it from constituents all the time, or as we travel, we hear about from Americans across the country. You think about it, I maybe said this the other day, but every single right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted over the last year. Until a few months ago, there were still some locations in the country where a full congregation couldn't meet on a Sunday morning. Your right to assemble, I always use the example, about a year ago I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because they had to go to Texas to get the freedom to assemble because their Democrat governor wouldn't let them get together in their own darn state. And you can just go down the list. I still remember the moment when Jen Psaki stood at the White House. Think about your freedom of the press. You all should care about. We all should care about. Jen Psaki standing at the lectern in the White House press briefing room, and she is the press spokesperson for the President of the United States in the White House, considered the center of freedom. And she basically said this. She said, most Americans now get their news from social media platforms. We, the Biden administration, are working with these social media platforms to limit the information Americans get to see. And I'm like, wait, something doesn't seem right about this. You got the press person in the White House, in the press room, making those kind of statements. And then on it goes. And the one we care, I think, most about is your right to speak, because I tell folks all the time, if you can't talk, what do the rest of your rights mean? I mean, can you really practice your faith? And so this is the concern Americans have, and whether it's big tech, whether it's the cancel culture mob coming after people who don't speak what the woke mob thinks is appropriate, this is very scary. And so you add to that concerns about other liberties, you add to that this debate where some say government knows what's best for kids versus moms and dads directing the upbringing of their children's education, something that the leader's working with Julia Letlow and some other things. So that's sort of the broad spectrum. How it translates into legislation, we're not exactly sure yet. Certainly there'll be something that we're working with Kathy on I think on big tech. I know Kevin and Kathy talked about that yesterday. But it's mostly just highlighting the concerns there and making sure, and I'll finish here, the committee that I get to serve on, we are supposed to be the committee in Congress most concerned about protecting the American people's liberty, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, rule of law. And we have to get back and stay focused on that. So that's what the task force is about and how it relates to judiciary. That's sort of where we're trying to go with it.
Well, you serve on judiciary today as a ranking member. If we're fortunate enough to take the majority, you'll become chair. You've been working with Kathy. You got both jurisdiction when it comes to big tech. You've been spending some time at this. You've got a number of bills that the Democrats tried to bring through, but it seemed like they wanted to make big tech utilities instead of protecting freedoms and others. You want to touch a little on some of the ideas that we can move through with big tech, hopefully in the next Congress?
I think first and foremost is an overhaul, complete overhaul, change of Section 230, the liability protection that big tech platforms now enjoy. That has to change. If you're going to make editorial decisions, that has to change. You talked about this yesterday, Leader. I think it's right on target. We do think that it's important to get any antitrust actions in an expedited fashion in front of the Supreme Court. Justice Thomas has talked about he wants to deal with this issue. I think the court is looking to, so let's expedite how these cases move through our federal court system, hopefully get them to the court in an expedited way. Those are some of the things we're looking at. And then hopefully you have increased competition, so it's not just a handful of these platforms with all the power, but there's real competition there. The one thing I'm concerned about is empowering the agencies, because I think, frankly, we see this, I think, in other agencies, but certainly I'm concerned about at the FTC, the leadership there working with big tech to further restrict and censor conservative thought and conservative speech. So we're very nervous about that, and that's where, unfortunately, I think the Democrat legislation, bills sponsored by Mr. Cicilline and others, where those bills would take us. So I think that's the wrong approach. The right approach is competition. The right approach is taking away the liability protection. The right approach is hopefully getting any antitrust actions in front of the Supreme Court in a much quicker fashion.
Right on. You know, the concern, too, it's not just going after conservative speech. Now they want to go after conservative money. Like we watch with the truckers and the GoFundMe. Now they want to pick and choose what people can give to. I mean, so it's just the power that they have throughout to be able to control so many. So I know this is one thing that we're going to be looking a great deal on. Brian, let me touch you. You work on jobs and the economy, and if there's one thing I would say the number one on Americans' minds is the rising cost of everything. Every food item, your rent, anything you do, your dollar goes not as far. And we've watched study after study from Wharton's that it's costing you $3,500 more, that we've watched with this one-party rule, not just from gasoline, but this one-party rule. Their policies have created this damage in so many ways. So your committee is looking at a lot of how do you control inflation, whereas we have not seen inflation like this in 40 years. 60% of those who are in the workforce have never seen inflation above 4%, and just last month, 7.9. So what are some of the challenges you guys see?
Yeah, Americans can't afford democratic one-party rule, and people are getting clobbered every single day. When I go home, when all the members here go home, we hear time and again how people are taking it on the chin, whether or not they're at the gas pump, whether or not they're at the grocery store buying food, whether or not they're buying a new or a used car. They're seeing those prices going up, and the biggest difference here from pre-pandemic to today is wages aren't keeping up with inflation. So if we look back to pre-pandemic, after the tax reforms that Republicans in the House put forward, we saw real wage growth across the spectrum, across the spectrum, women, Hispanics, blacks, Asians, veterans. We saw wage growth north of 6%. Now we're seeing real wage growth actually decreasing, where wages aren't keeping up with inflation. And so inflation impacts everybody. Who does it hurt the most? It hurts seniors on fixed incomes and low-income workers, in particular those who are renting. We're seeing rent costs go up, and on top of that, it's coupled with gas, with food, with other life essentials. What can we do to turn the corner on this? One, we can return to sound money policies. We've seen the Federal Reserve bulk up their balance sheet, put money into the system. We've seen runaway fiscal spending by the Democrats, and continuing to see that is being put forward as solutions to what is actually going to exacerbate the problem. When you dig into Build Back Better, policy after policy taxes job creators, puts in place policies that discourage companies from producing products here in the United States, rather than Republican policies to say we need to build things here in the United States to secure our supply chain. We have opportunities there. And in particular, we still have over 1 million workers who've left the workforce from before the pandemic to today, completely left the workforce. In addition to that, we have millions of Americans who are looking for work. Yet we have over 11 million jobs that are available. And so we have a need to connect workers to the jobs of the future, to make sure that they have the skill and preparation for those jobs. And in particular, as we look at the Parents' Bill of Rights with Giulio Letlo's leading, we need to make sure moms and dads have the ability to make sure that their schools are preparing their sons and daughters for those jobs.
You know, what's interesting, it wasn't just Republicans who warned the Democrats, if they did with this runaway spending, that they would create inflation. Larry Summers told them. I mean, you couldn't get somebody closer in the Democratic Party from being in the Clinton administration, being the Secretary, Treasury. I mean, he literally, I know what he probably said behind the scenes, but because of how strong he was out front, but they just kept going forward. And even today, now you get the reporting. At first they would say it's transitory. Then they would blame the pandemic. Now they're blaming Putin. I mean, there's a different story. Now they're admitting, even the Fed chair is admitting this isn't going away. And the only way you get out of inflation, it almost seems like it's painful. But Pelosi thinks it's good for the deficit. It's good for everything else. I mean, I just can't believe this. And what are some of the actions that we can take right away outside of the sound fiscal policy and others? Do you look to the next Congress?
Absolutely. The Democrats continue to put forward plans to spend their way out of the problem. Spending your way is only going to make yourself further behind the 8 ball. We need to grow ourselves out of the challenge that the Democrats have put us in. To grow ourselves out of this, we have to put forward tax policies like we've seen before, encouraging production here in the United States. We have to re-examine our education system to make sure that we're tying the preparation for the jobs of the future. We've seen this disconnect and it's continued to grow. We got to empower moms and dads to make sure that their children are receiving the education that they need to be able to join the workforce of the future. We need to continue to work to really secure the American supply chain. And to do that, we need to put forward policies that are encouraging our job creators to produce products here in the United States, rather than taxing our job creators and encouraging those job creators to go abroad to produce their products.
Excellent. Garrett, I want to ask you, yours is energy and environment. And I will tell from all of you, he's probably one of the brightest individuals on these two subjects.
And we will take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
To me, I was listening to the conference chair on the Democratic side, and he just said the other day, nobody in the Democratic conference has brought up one time the price of gasoline. And it doesn't matter who you are. As I travel the country, I just meet somebody for the first time, they bring up the price of gasoline. Why are we in this position that we are about energy 1 year after they took power? What is the backdrop to this? Because that is also a big driver of inflation.
It's a huge driver, and it does affect everyone. And as was noted earlier, I mean, this has a bigger impact on senior citizens and other folks that are on fixed income. One of the most perversive things, doesn't matter if you're a high school student, or if you're a retiree, or anyone in between, you have to drive. So first, Kevin, to answer the question, this administration, when Biden was a candidate, he was out there talking about how we are going to ban fossil fuels. He flat out said it. The current Secretary of Interior that's responsible for producing energy in the United States came out and said she is absolutely opposed to fracking and production of energy on public lands. Look, to overly simplify what we're experiencing right now, it'd be like if you had a garden in your backyard and you grew tomatoes and cucumbers in your own yard. But you said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and go buy it from Jim and Jane who live in the next town over. I'm going to buy their tomatoes and cucumbers, only to find out later that they're using the proceeds from that to go commit arson and burn down churches all over the state. And you're effectively funding it. And so what's happened is by the same analogy here, by not producing our own energy here and by giving funds to these regimes that are like Putin, that where we saw a 161% increase in crude oil importation under the Biden administration, by being dependent upon these regimes, now we've seen they're negotiating with Iran, with Venezuela, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, same outcome. They're pushing in this direction, overly aggressively trying to force the market in a direction of wind and solar and other technologies, which, look, I like, but you can't overly force the market when the market's not ready, because all this does is play into the hands of China, which makes 90% of the solar panels today. I want to be very clear on this. This skyrocketing of prices started on day one of this administration. This was 100% self-imposed. This was absolutely forced or unforced errors that they've committed. And now every single American is paying the price. And it's resulting in less economic activity in the United States, fewer jobs in the United States. And it's a drop in income, because when you produce natural resources, it's one of the only ways to actually produce additional revenue. So our treasury is experiencing less revenues because of these very policies.
Let me play devil's advocate. Let me say, okay, I'll take you for what you say. And I know the price is really high. So you say it's an emergency situation. But I care about the environment. So if I care so much about the environment, if I shut down production in the United States, is that better for the environment? And I'll pay higher pricing.
So something, and a bunch of reporters here, so fact check me all you want. None of you have ever reported this. So ask you a quick question. Who reduced emissions more, Trump or Biden? All right, I asked Michael Mann, who's supposed to be the top climate scientist in the nation, at a hearing the other day. He said Biden, just as most of you would probably answer. Here's the fact. Emissions went down 10.3% under President Trump, 10.3% over 4 years, an average of approximately 2.5% a year. Under President Biden, they went up 6.3% in his first year. All right? Emissions have gone up under President Biden. They went down under President Trump. Prices have gone up under President Biden. They were stable or went down under President Trump. Energy security has completely dissolved under President Biden, and it was much better under President Trump. To answer your question, look, the facts are very clear. Producing domestically, being dependent upon our own supplies, we have some of the most stringent environmental regulations, environmental policies, safety policies in the world, right here in the United States. So a comparison, if you take a cubic foot of gas and you deliver it to Europe, Russian gas is about 41% dirtier or greater emissions than U.S. gas. So the more that we supplant Vladimir Putin's gas, the better for the environment, the better for national security, the better for global peace and stability. So I can't say enough about how flawed these energy policies are. They're not based on science. They're not based on fact. Worse for the environment and worse for the American people's pocketbook.
So back in the other Congress, Waxman proposed putting these caps on emissions and others, and he had a goal of where to set. So that bill never passed, but he had these goals. Where does America look like today based upon where the Democrats want to take us?
It's a great point. There's some awesome graphs and slides on this. So here's the thing. If you look at what Waxman-Markey was trying to do, it charted a course of exactly where emissions were going to go without action, where they were going to go under their bill, and what was going to happen with energy prices, which they predicted energy prices were going to go up. In reality, what's happened is that by letting the markets do what they do, emissions have gone down beyond what Waxman-Markey was going to require, and prices are prior to this administration, energy prices were a fraction of what they were projected to be. And another example of that, President Obama had something called the Clean Power Plan, reduce emissions by 30% off a 2005 baseline by 2030. President Trump came in and said, no, we're not doing this. By letting the markets do what they do, we actually exceeded the Obama goal, not in 2030, which obviously hasn't happened yet, but in 2019. We exceeded the goal that was set by the Obama administration by letting market do what it does, by letting innovators innovate, and by not having government come in and actually structure it. So look, lesson learned. let the markets do what they do, help to innovate, inspire innovation, and you get greater outcomes in terms of affordability, greater outcomes in terms of American economic activity and jobs, and greater performance or greater outcomes for the environment. Win, 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 win.
Okay, last question. The president was opposed to pipelines. The Democrats vote against pipelines. So in California, Gavin Newsom lowered California's production by 20%. That didn't mean we used less. We filled it somewhere. So we had 89,000 barrels less a day in California we produced. So we filled that with 50,000 more from Russia. Now you're saying that's dirtier. We get the majority of our oil now from Ecuador. So we're still utilizing it. And the interesting part is people think that just goes into gas. That goes into your clothing, into your phones, into your ink of your print, into the asphalt. That's why, and then not just transportation costs, but it raises all costs. If we can't move it by a pipeline, but it's still going to come here, what would be the safest, sound way to transport it then? I mean, is he picking this over safety or environment?
National Research Council did an analysis, and actually, I apologize, Kevin, but I got to pick on your home state for just a minute. Look, like, you can look at all this stuff. You can look at evidence at what performs and look at examples states have carried out policies and what works and what doesn't. State of California, eighth worst emissions growth in America, most dependent state on foreign energy, not just Ecuadorian oil. 50% of the Ecuadorian oil coming out of the Amazon rainforest is going to the state of California. Least reliable electricity network in the United States. I mean, which of the and double the electricity rates of my home state of Louisiana? Which of these do you want to force on the American people? National Research Council did a very extensive study looking at trucks, trains, barges, ships, and pipelines. Hands down, best for the environment is to put energy in a pipe. It is the safest for the environment, and it's the least emissions. So when the Biden administration shuts down the Keystone Pipeline under the auspices of, oh, hey, this is because of greenhouse gas emissions, the emissions are lower going through a pipeline. And Jen Psaki the other day acknowledged it didn't have any impact on production. She acknowledged that the energy was just being transported through different ways, which means less safe and higher emissions, directly contradicting what they said their justification was for shutting down the pipeline. You can't. The policies that they're implementing on energy reflect the inexperience and candidly, and I'm sorry for saying this, just flat out stupidity of people that are making these decisions. The facts are completely in the other direction.
You know, if we take the majority, you find out of this task force, we could become energy independent. But we can go beyond that. We could be dominant. But what happens there is not only does the price of your gas lower, what the crude goes into all the other products cost less. So your manufacturing is a better chance here. Environment's better. It goes into your task force as well. I mean, and then the provisions there from the taxes and for the schools and others, it just makes us stronger. But then when you look from a worldwide view, it makes the world safer. So I mean, there is real opportunity here, and it's amazing to me that not one Democrat brought up a gasoline price. Not one Democrat. It's not just the leadership, but not one Democrat. So let's open it up for questions wherever you want to go. Yes.
It was reported last night that Jimmy Thomas, the wife of Justice Clarence Thomas, was texting and pressing then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Since then, Justice Clarence Thomas has ruled on some cases involved with January 6th, including being the lone dissenter in a ruling that allowed the Trump administration to turn over documents to the Select Committee. My question for you is, do you think Justice Thomas should recuse himself from January 6th related cases going forward?
No, I think Justice Thomas could make his decisions like he's made them every other time. It's his decision based upon law. If you spent any time studying the Supreme Court justice, he's one who studies correctly, and I mean from all the way through. If he sees it's not upholding the Constitution, he'll rule against it. If it's the Constitution, that's what his job should be. It's him.
It looks like Jim Jordan, you agree with that as well.
Totally.
You don't have to. All right, yes, sir.
Two questions, one for Mr. Jordan, one for you. Well, first to you on Fortenberry, convicted of 3 felony counts yesterday. Does he need to step aside?
That was late last night. I've got a text into him to talk to him today. I know he's in California, different time zone. I will discuss that with him today.
And Mr. Jordan, I want to ask you about judiciary priorities when it comes to tech. You mentioned 230.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just give us some of your other big priorities when it comes to tech regulation and things of that nature, antitrust, and what else is on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, basically what I said earlier, I do think the consumer wants to know as quickly as possible why tech might take down posts they put up. I mean, we got this situation now with Twitter's locked out the Babylon Bee now for, I think, several days. But your average consumer wants to know why and when, those kind of things. So transparency is important. The liability protection issue, Section 230, we are trying to get that language right, working closely with Kathy McMorris Rogers and her staff. Our staff on Judiciary is doing that. And then, as I said earlier, this expedited ways to try to get cases that deal directly with the antitrust issue in front of, the Trump administration had an FTC and a DOJ case, Facebook and Google, I forget which one. I think FTC was Facebook and DOJ was Google, that they had brought. So we'd like to get those in front of the Supreme Court as quickly as we can and get a ruling on this. And the justice who was just mentioned has sort of, based on what he's written, sounds like he wants to deal with this issue. And we need to get an answer for the American people. And then, of course, you hope the marketplace is moving in a direction that's going to give us more competition in the area as well.
You got to have a fair marketplace too. So you got to look at practice of what people are, and you got to look at people if they're monopolies or not. Yes.
So Congressman Fortenberry is a convicted felon now. I know you said you were going to talk to him, but that doesn't change the facts that he's a convicted felon. Does he belong in Congress, and do you think he should resign?
I'm going to discuss with him today. I think he had his day in court, and I think if he wants to appeal, he can go do that as a private citizen. But I think out of respect, you can let me talk to him today. But I think when someone's convicted, it's time to resign. Yes.
Rebuilding the wall specifically, and she talked about the Dignity Act, which has more to do with immigration reform. And I'm curious.
As they take questions, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
I haven't seen the Dignity Act. That's her individual bill yet. So, but I think everybody's united, and we have to secure the border. This border is not secure based upon this president. He's talking about removing Title 42. We are now finding people on the terrorist watch list, not because they told us, but because Republicans went down and had conversations with the border agents themselves. These are individuals on the terrorist watch list. They now no longer will report that back to you from Yemen on different days. You now have more fentanyl in America than any given time, enough to kill all of us 7 times over. It's become more cartels are controlling these border cities. You watch schools being shut down, not one day, but like 40 days, where they're having shootouts along the way. But what's happening is with fentanyl is now the #1 killer in America for anyone by the age of 18 to 45. We just watched down here in Florida a number of kids at spring break who OD'd. 2 of them OD'd, didn't take the drug. It was cocaine laced with fentanyl, but they were giving CPR. And we're watching it throughout our entire country. This is what's happening along this border, and it's all not because any law has been changed. It's the executive orders. Now, once we secure the border, I think you have to finish the wall, but there's other actions that have to take place. Everyone understands our immigration system is broken. We need to fix that. But the first thing you have to do is secure your borders. Yes, ma'am. Look, I think a governing majority, 2 things. Yes, you want to have a large enough majority that you can govern, but more importantly, what we are doing, regardless of the size, we are sitting working on the policy today, listening to the American public. It's not just today. We've been doing it for more than a year. We're coming out with solutions. If we're unified in that, even if we had a small majority, we'd be very strong to be able to pass it. So it's working together as one makes it much stronger. We don't have a rule like the Senate where you have to have 60% of the House to pass something. We understand President Biden will still be president, and the Senate will still have the 60 rule vote. So we want the idea to be so strong it could overcome all the politics that other people play. You want to touch that?
Well, the first question that Kevin got, the leader got on Wednesday, that press conference was, why are we doing the task force? Why do you have the task force organized and have an agenda? And it's because I think it's real simple. You can't do what you said if you haven't said what you'll do. And so when you actually run on a platform, here's what we care about. Here's what we're going to do because the American people care about that. That will help keep the team together and accomplishing what we told the people we were going to do when we ran for the job, and the reason they're going to put us in the majority and make Kevin Speaker. So that's why these task force coming up with those policies are so darn important. A lot of this election is going to be about how bad they are, and everyone knows how bad they are. They've screwed up everything in 14 months. You can't pick one policy area that they've done right. But they also want to know what we're going to do if, in fact, they give us power. And that is you can't do what you said if you haven't said what you'll do. That is why this is so critical.
You got to have a contrast so people make it. And I mean, the American voters out there saying is, can we afford it? They can't afford any of their policies, so they want to know what are our policies. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry if you've been asked this already, but former President Donald Trump rescinded his endorsement of Mel Brooks. I was curious if he's still supporting him, what you make of his statement that he has said the president asked me to rescind the election in 2020.
I never endorsed in that Senate race. That's a Senate race, so yeah. I've been in a conference. I haven't read what Mo has written. So, I mean, the president has the right to endorse who he wants and pull the endorsement if he thinks the person's not doing what he said he would do. So, that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Throughout this conference, you guys have talked about how important it is not only to win, but to govern once you are in the majority. And I'm wondering what lessons maybe you have learned or talked about with Newt Gingrich or lessons from former House speakers who, obviously won but weren't able to keep the majority for very long, and how you plan to go forward.
You don't like the question, all
I mean,
I'm just trying to get the others to talk. It's kind of like
way.
a different question for me. Look, I think from a lot of aspects, the philosophy I have is continual improvement. So let's improve. There's things we did when in the majority that we did really well, but I don't think we reached our potential. There's things internally that we didn't do well, and I think we've been solving those. The first thing you always want to do is listen to the American public. Identify the problem, then identify a solution, and take it to the public, but take it to the conference as well, and work through it. The more that, and then you have challenges of certain things that are going to come up, right? Don't wait until that problem comes up that, how do you pass appropriation bills? What do you do on a debt ceiling? How do we look in a nature that Congress has these set structures, but you don't have to keep it that way? Should you keep a budget in a 10-year window? Or should we look at 20 years and come together at one budget and hold our feet to the fire? When you look at the two biggest threats long-term to America is our debt and China. Okay? So what are we going to do to solve that? Well, we've got to get our debt under control. It's driving inflation. How do we balance it? How do we pay it off? Well, if we set a budget and we stick to it year after year, well, then you also have a concern, what about our military? Okay, but you can't just keep throwing money at the military. We should be reforming the military where our dollars go further. So it's continual improvement in everything you go. We just went through a pandemic. We looked at government from a different perspective. How can government be held more accountable but provide better services? You had people who came into work or not. How do we use technology to get a better environment, but actually be able to produce more that we were able to do and lower the cost? But how do we use technology to provide service to the public? Think for a moment. We've had these challenges in the VA where these veterans can't get an appointment. But America looks on their phone, picks an app and gets an Uber, rates the driver, they rate them, and get everything on. Why couldn't we create technology where a veteran could go online, get their appointment, rate their doctor, and have the technology? That's why we're spending time at MIT, right? How can we use AI, artificial intelligence, to provide greater health care to individuals to know what tests they should have and when they should have it that can give us the data back? Or quantum, right? How are we as elected officials making those decisions? How do we turn an Intel committee that just purely became political under the Democrats, that missed what happened in Afghanistan, missed what's happening in Ukraine, based upon a chairman that took his position that he got more information than others, and then lied to the American public. Well, what do we do there? We take, whether you're Republican or Democrat, we can say, if you want to serve on that committee, I've got a whole program created, a class from MIT focusing on the real concerns that we have. So we're better as a nation prepared. That's how.
Can I add one thing in there, Leader? I think one of the things that this conference has done a great job is us also identifying what the problems are that we're facing. And as we understand what the problems are, the alignment in our conference to tackle them, I think, continues to grow stronger. So we look at jobs in the economy. I think one thing that hasn't been reported enough, but I think our members understand, is how far behind the 8 ball we are. We've been under a very low interest rate environment for a long time. We've allowed the federal government to drive the national debt up to $30 trillion. Inflation has reared its ugly head. The Federal Reserve is indicating that they're going to move interest rates up. 1% in interest rates on $30 trillion in debt, rough math, is $300 billion. If they move interest rates up to a level where inflation was last at this level, think of it as 3, 4, 5%. Every 1% is $300 billion of impact on the budget. You can get in the weeds as to exactly how those numbers play out over time, how much of that's cash flow, how much of that plays out later. Fine. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. We're already significantly behind the 8 ball. If the interest rate moves up, we could be in a situation, and our members understand the challenge that we're facing. And I think these task forces, jobs in the economy in particular, where I serve with Patrick McHenry, does a good job making sure the members understand the challenge that we face today could even be worse by the time we're finally able to remove one-party control. And I think that's one of the strengths of having these task forces and the strength of having this conference.
Just very quickly, look, part of the wisdom behind what the Republican leaders doing here is that the House, look, you all know that the characteristics of the House is one that's kind of dealing with the flash fire of the day, right? And in a very chaotic environment, oftentimes in dealing with whatever the issue du jour is. Some of the problems that we're talking about, things like balancing the budget and getting the economy in a growth trajectory, these are things that people have been trying to deal with for decades and decades. And look, no one's gotten it perfect. So now, instead of us getting there and saying, okay, we're the dog who caught the bumper, what are we going to do now? Let's spend months and be very thoughtful about this. Let's make sure we don't go say these things like we're going to ban oil and gas and then try and figure out how to back into the ridiculous commitment that you made. We've got to be thoughtful, got to be strategic, learn from, yes, the wisdom and the trials and errors of Newt Gingrich, but also from this administration, learning from the mistakes, and hopefully we can pick up from successes if they have any. We can learn from those as well and build on those. But it's very important that we take the time to do this now, to make sure that we get it right, to make sure that we're communicating with the American public and getting their feedback and learning their priorities, to where when we take the majority in January, we hit the ground running and actually implementing solutions.
And it's kind of what Brian said. If we're successful in winning the majority because of this party rule, the country's going to be in a worse position when they hand it over to us. And there's going to be fewer options. So you should talk about those problems now. I'll give you one example of where we learned from. The Democrats win the majority once they won Georgia. They're in the majority in the House, and they had a schedule set for Congress. You know the first thing they did was recess, because they had no idea what to do. And then when you look at their Build Back Better, they're flying the airplane, and then they're trying to work on it at the same time. I'll get closer to it. All right, yes, ma'am. You had a question.
A number of your members told me yesterday that you're considering adding a new leadership position if you guys take back the majority next year, and a select committee on China. And I was wondering if you might be able to touch on what those leadership positions or what that select committee might do.
Look, I've talked for a long time about the challenges with China. I tried to get Nancy Pelosi for us to do this together. The Washington Post even wrote a story about it, then she backed away, making an even number of Republicans and Democrats at the time. That's why we created the task force on China. You know, China's gone out and captured different industries where they control. That's where we have a supply chain problem as well. From critical minerals, if you want to buy solar panels and others, I mean, they systematically planned and went after these. We can't sit back and allow that to happen, especially for national security or even for our economies in the future. And so That task force, or that becomes, if it became a select committee, would identify those areas, identify those industries, and advise the Congress of where we need to make our investments, where we need to fight back in the process. I don't know who you're talking to because I haven't made any decision there. It's probably somebody who wants to be in leadership. Yes, ma'am. I'll go here and right behind. We'll go right through, yeah.
Question on China, and you also briefly mentioned about funding this regime. So with Russia conflict, we've seen corporate bonds defaulting. A lot of investors have big exposures like Kimco. Do you think the Trump administration and the Biden administration have taken enough steps to curb U.S. dollars flowing to these countries, to these regimes? And what else do you propose to do about protecting U.S. investors and stopping funds flowing to these regimes and companies, their companies, in China and Russia?
I'll touch on the energy and then let Brian address the rest of it. But on the energy front, well, actually, let me hit China very briefly. The previous administration is the one that, for the first time, really brought up the China issue and I think confronted it and said this is a massive problem that has evolved over decades and we're going to address it. So I think you have to commend them for identifying the issue, for beginning to hit it head on. Are we done? No, absolutely not. Leader McCarthy just touched on some of the rare earth critical minerals and other strategic things they've done to further, I think, exert leverage over the United States. Specifically on energy issues related to conventional energy sources, I made note earlier. This administration further enriched the Putin regime and effectively created an environment where they could afford to put away, what was it, $630 billion in order to allow them the reserves to withstand the sanctions that they anticipated. We propped them up. Look, the last time that Putin invaded Ukraine was when the Obama administration had similarly increased our dependence upon Russian energy. Putin knew he had leverage over the United States. So Biden came in and effectively committed the same mistake once again with Europe and the United States more dependent on Russian energy. He knew he had leverage. And look at what's happening with prices in the United States, with prices in Europe. So no, absolutely, this administration has not done enough. But I do think you have to give commendations where due in the previous administration on China and identifying and confronting the issue.
I think as we look at the financial sanctions, I think we've seen steps in the right direction. The Financial Services Committee, we held a hearing a couple days ago on a series of additional sanctions that we could put in place. There are additional tools in the toolkit. But the gorilla in the room is that our Western allies in Europe are sending hundreds of millions of dollars a day for Russian oil and natural gas. And so there's going to be a whole process to decouple Western Europe. I think Mr. Graves spoke eloquently on that topic. As it relates to China, I think what we're seeing in particular is a lot of business leaders globally reanalyzing the geopolitical risk that I think many failed to calculate appropriately in making decisions to exit the United States and their production. And I think a lot of boardrooms and business leaders are reanalyzing that today. And my hope is that many of them make the decision that the United States is the right place to place their production. And so if we go back previously, if we go back 10, 15, 20 years, many business leaders in the United States made, in my opinion, the wrong decision to exit the United States for a location of production. They're now realizing the geopolitical risk they put themselves in, and this is an opportunity for us to get the policies right so that the tax code and other policies are encouraging production here in the United States rather than the policies we're seeing being put forward by the left today. Think of Build Back Better. That increases the cost of production here in the United States. A Made in America tax. We need to be doing the opposite. So as these job creators are making decisions of where to locate production, in particular locate production in China or in the United States, if we align the policies with what they're seeing playing out, we have an opportunity to really onshore a lot of production that we allowed to leave the United States previously.
And if you're trying to make that decision today, there's two main factors you look at if you want to domicile somewhere. Tax code, we did pretty well, got that right. But what you're really going to look at, what are the energy costs and what are the labor costs? Labor, we have a hard time competing with other countries in. But before we had a lower energy cost. Now, based upon what this one-party rule, they have just made us less competitive. That's the difficulty. Yes, sir, you had a question.
Democrats have been trying to focus on the tax gap over the last year or so. The unpaid tax liabilities that Americans have. They've
Republicans do not like attempting to pay for more auditors or overlooking bank accounts. You guys hate those proposals. I want to know if the task force is looking in this area and what proposals you guys think might close the gap between unpaid tax liabilities.
I'd take one note on that I think is important is when we saw that initial report that said that the revenue is going to be increased dramatically by forcing Americans to report net inflow outflows out of bank accounts up to $10,000, those numbers moved around. The Treasury Department was never able to show how they got to that revenue projection. Congressman French Hill and I have sent letters and continued to request for this information. And so I think there's a lot of questions as to where are they generating those revenue projections exactly by actually having the information on U.S. and Americans' bank accounts. I think that's an important question that still needs to be answered.
I would just add one thing. When they were talking about the IRS talking about monitoring every transaction over a certain amount, I got a call from bankers and credit unions folks in our district, in the 4th District of Ohio. And I thought they were going to tell me, oh, we don't want to, this is terrible because of the hassle and the cost of doing business to monitor this and do that. I thought they were going to come at it from that angle. They didn't. They came at it from a purely liberty focus. They said, our members, our customers, our clients, this is wrong for freedom. It was totally on the freedom issue. And I think, again, one of the reasons Kevin put this task force together on the freedom is issues like this as well. And you saw what you saw the decision from the SEC earlier this week when what they're trying to make companies do and where they have to invest. This is scary road that the left wants to take us down, and people get it across the board.
All right, thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, listening in with some of our House GOP members. They are on this retreat and talking about what the future looks like, not only in the House, but also for the elections coming up in 2022. I do want to let our viewers know that we're also keeping track, of course, of President Biden's movements. Here's a live picture that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Of course, President Biden has been touring around many destinations in Europe, meeting with our NATO leaders, our EU summit leaders, as well as now the Polish leaders as well. So we do have President Biden's Air Force One plane just arriving in Warsaw. So he's going to be continuing on learning a little bit more about how they are handling this humanitarian crisis that has happened ever since Russia invaded Ukraine nearly now 1 month ago. So President there arriving on his plane. We'll keep track of all of his movements. Do want to let our viewers know as well that we do have a meeting that will happen tomorrow on Saturday. So you can join us here on our Live Now from Fox stream. He has a bilateral meeting with the Polish president. So, of course, when it comes to his movements, we're going to stay on top of everything here for you on Live Now from Fox. And that also includes here today. So if we do get more, not only of him stepping off of the desk or the plane, but also meeting with more people in Ukraine or in Poland, of course, we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. What we'll do while we have this opportunity is step away for a 2-minute break. So we don't miss President walking off the plane. We'll use a double box so you can watch that happen. Plus, we'll tell you about some more of his trip that has already happened. You can see here earlier today, he met with U.S. service members who are there in Poland. We'll give you much more on all these top stories right here on Live Now from Fox again in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you all of the top stories. I did at least want to touch on some breaking news that we had happen here just a little bit ago. Our chopper capturing this video as we do have a report of a helicopter that has crashed in Rolette, Texas. At this time, there's very few details. We do have some of our team members who are there down on the ground, and some of the items that they have passed along to us not only has been that they believe there was only one person on board, but also witnesses who said they saw the helicopter crash down. They described it as crashing very hard, and they did say that there was no one who had exited the helicopter after that crash. You're seeing there in the middle of your screen that area with some tarps around it, a lot of crime scene tape around this area as well. Those tarps, not a very good sign. We also had heard that there was the helicopter had caught fire after crashing. So it does look like this is going to be an unfortunate story once we do get some more details, but I at least wanted to let our viewers know we did hear of this and wanted to at least bring it to your attention here on Live Now from Fox. And if we do learn more details, of course, that will be something that we'll be updating all of our viewers on, just as we are with everything that's been happening here today. I want to also touch on President Biden, because here is that live picture that we have of Air Force One. It has just arrived in Warsaw, Poland. So the president here is going to be not only meeting with some refugees, but tomorrow he's also going to be having a bilateral meeting with the president of Poland. So that is something you can look ahead to tomorrow with us on our Live Now from Fox stream. Don't forget, anytime you're watching us, you can always find us on many streaming devices. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com to find that. But Air Force One just landing here, and what we'll do so that we can continue to keep an eye on this is, of course, be keeping you into a double box. So we'll see the president step off Air Force One here in just a few moments. But earlier here today, he had spoken with some of our U.S. service members, part of the 82nd Airborne Division, who are helping protect Poland's eastern flank. So this is all as those Russian forces continue their attack on Ukraine. So he had addressed those troops, saying that he came for one reason, that was to say thank you to all of the servicemen and women for their service in defending the Ukrainian people. So I want to go back, replay those remarks again. This happened just a little bit earlier here today before the president then headed to Warsaw. And we'll be listening into that while keeping an eye on this live picture right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Sleeping out there. Want to introduce a very special guest that needs no introduction. Would just like for you to know one thing from your Secretary of Defense, and that is every day that I talk to my boss, he asks about how you're doing and whether or not you have what you need to be successful. And he is concerned about you and focused on you each and every day. So I want you to hear that from me, because it's the God's honest truth, and it's who he is. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Don't jump. You guys are used to jumping. Don't jump. Anyway, thanks for letting me come and say hello to you all. You know, I've been saying this a long time, and the people who travel with me know that, because I was a senator for 36 years in the Foreign Relations Committee, traveled around the world, and 8 years as vice president, now president. And, you know, a couple things. First of all, thank you. You represent 1% of the American people. None of you have to be here. You all decided to be here for your country. Every one of you volunteered. Every single one of you stepped up. And the rest of the 99% of the rest of the country, including me, owes you. And owes you big, number one. Number two, you know, we're a unique country in many ways. And we're the only country in the world not organized based on geography or ethnicity or religion or race or anything else. We're based on an idea. Literally the only country in the world based on an idea. That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all women and men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Sounds corny, but it's the truth of who we are. We've never lived up to it, but we've never walked away from it. And the rest of the world looks to us. Because, you know, we not only lead by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. And your generation combines both. The rest of the world looks at you and sees who you are. They see you are a multi-ethnic group of Americans that are, in fact, together and united in one resolve to defend your country and to help those who need help. That's why you're here. I spent a lot of time in Ukraine when I was a senator and vice president. I've spoken to the Rada in the days when they, in fact, didn't have what you'd call democracy, and was there in the Maidan when the former leader had to take off and head into Russia. And so, you know, but the Ukrainian people have a lot of backbone. They have a lot of guts, and I'm sure you're observing it. And I don't mean just the military, which is, we've been trained in since back when Russia moved into in the southeast Ukraine, but also the average citizen. Look at how they're stepping up. Look at how they're stepping up. And you're going to see when you're there, and some of you have been there, you're going to see women, young people standing in the middle in front of a damn tank, just saying, I'm not leaving. I'm holding my ground. They're incredible. But they take a lot of inspiration from us. And you know, a woman who just died, the Secretary of State, used to have an expression. She said, we are the essential nation. It sounds like a bit of hyperbole, but the truth of the matter is, you are the organizing principle around which the rest of the world the free world is moving. And we're in the midst of, and I don't want to sound too philosophic here, but you're in the midst of a fight between democracies and oligarchs. Xi Jinping, who I've spent more time with, they tell me, than any other world leader, points out to me he believes in China that democracies can't succeed in the 21st century. The reason is things are moving so fast, change is happening so quickly, that democracies require consensus, and we can't put together consensus as quickly as autocrats can. So what's at stake, not just in what we're doing here in Ukraine to try to help the Ukrainian people and keep the massacre from continuing, but beyond that, what's at stake is what are your kids and grandkids going to look like in terms of their freedom? What's happening? The last 10 years have been fewer democracies that have been formed than we've lost in the world. So this is what you're engaged in is much more than just whether or not you can alleviate the pain and suffering of the people of Ukraine. We're in a new phase. Your generation, we're at an inflection point. About every 4 or 5 generations that comes along and changes, fundamental change takes place. The world ain't going to be the same, not because of Ukraine, but I'm not going to be the same 10, 15 years from now in terms of our organizational structures. And the question is, who's going to prevail? Are democracies going to prevail and the values we share, or autocracy is going to prevail? And that's really what's at stake. So what you're doing is consequential, really consequential. And as I said to a group in the dining room, you all in the chow plant, mess hall, the fact of the matter is that you are the finest, this is not hyperbole, you are the finest fighting force in the history of the world. Let me say it again. The finest fighting force in the history of the world. Part of the reason is you've had to fight so much for the last 20 years. It's for real. There are not many generations. You know, the greatest generation was my father's generation, your grandparents' generation, World War II generation. But nobody, no other generation has had to be in a battle, have your buddy blown up, wipe the blood off the Humvee and get back in and saddle up and go for another 6 months. Second time I flew in, I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan about 40 times, 30-some times, 38 times. And every time I'd go in, I'd see, like the last time I flew in, and I flew in I'm up in the cockpit when I was landing in Bagram. And there were 6 people came up with the cargo, basically, while I was flying. And I said, how many of you, it's your first tour of duty? Not one person raised their hand. Second tour, not one person. Third tour of duty, 3. Fourth, 1. Fifth one, and 6th one. That's never happened before. One thing to go in and be in the middle of a battle, go home and get sent back again. And so one of the things I've said, and I've gotten in trouble for saying, but not anymore, I've been saying it since I've got elected, we have a sacred obligation. Only one obligation is government. We have a lot of obligations to the elderly, the poor, the children, etc. Only one sacred obligation: to equip those that we send to war and to care for them and their families when they come home. And so you all are an amazing group of women and men. And I just want to thank you for your service. As your commander-in-chief, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. As I said, it's not new to me. My son spent a year in Iraq. He spent 6 months in Kosovo. Won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, and other awards. Proudest thing I ever did was put that uniform on. Like many of you, he didn't have to go either. He was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware in the Delaware National Guard. And what happened was, when his unit was going to be sent overseas, he had to go to Washington to get an equivalent of a dispensation, because you either had to be federal property or state property. He was the Attorney General of the state. He had to give up the office in order to be able to go with his troops. The point is, but there were hundreds and thousands of people like my son, like all of you. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's not only what you're doing to help the Ukrainian people. It's not only what you're doing to help Europe begin to regain its confidence. The reason why, when the Secretary of State asked me if I'd send another 12,000 troops along to the United States, I said, yeah, from the United States. We've got 100,000 American forces here in Europe. We haven't had that in a long, long time, because we are the organizing principle for the rest of the world. And I said, we've sent the best available of America, and that's all of you, women and men. So I'm here, I came for one simple, basic reason, not a joke. Say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your service. Thank you for who you are, and thank you for what you're doing. And as my grandfather would say, every time I walked out of his house, he'd yell, Joey, and Scranton, he said, keep the faith. My grandmother would yell, all kidding aside, this is serious. She'd yell, no, spread it. You're spreading the faith. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you all and keep you safe. May God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you.
All right, so those were the remarks that we were able to get from President Biden. Did want to also show that earlier in the day he had met with some of those service members where he was shaking hands. He also had taken a lot of pictures. And when he'd moved into another area, the cafeteria area, he even sat down and had talked with many of these troop members as well. So even ate some pizza with them. So, of course, we've been following the president's movements ever since he had arrived in Europe, and have been closely monitoring every single press conference that has been available to us. Now, the president, as you just saw, had arrived in Warsaw, Poland, where he again has more events that we'll be keeping track of, but especially want to remind everyone that tomorrow he has a bilateral meeting with the Poland president, which we'll have for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So with that being said, since we are talking about President Biden, of course, all of the different news conferences that he's had over these last few days, he did have a press briefing with the European European Council president that happened just earlier here today. I want to replay those remarks for all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox.
New groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take this step when others could not, because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal, while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. Secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, the Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy. Just as we did when we resolved the Boeing-Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs, the United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe, your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7 and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways, on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come. This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today. So we are right on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together also with our energy-intensive industry. And the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, and we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence, and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. And I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so no questions were answered after this bilateral meeting. Did want to at least address, too, that bright flashing picture we've been keeping an eye on here. President Biden did arrive in Warsaw. He's going to be spending the night here ahead of tomorrow's meeting with the Polish president. So we, of course, are going to be keeping track of all of his movements tomorrow, be putting that on our Live Now from Fox stream. And if you had seen his press conference yesterday after his meeting with NATO, there was a number of topics being discussed, but the president did say he wanted to meet with a lot of people, and he asked if he was going to meet with some of those refugees. And the president did say he probably shouldn't be talking about his locations of where he's going to be moving, but that could be also something that happens tomorrow. So, of course, Live Now from Fox going to stay on top of that here for you. But I do want to let our viewers know we're, of course, also keeping track of all the latest top stories happening right here in our states. In Minnesota right now, we actually do have a press conference taking place where teachers in the Minneapolis school district have been on strike now for 18 days. Students have not had classes for 14 days. School district this morning did say that they have reached an agreement which has not technically been signed yet by the teachers. So we'll be giving you all of these updates coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is some video of the teachers' strike that has been going on for Minneapolis public schools. A tentative deal may have been reached to end this strike. This latest story coming with our Fox 9 team saying that the Minneapolis Federation of Teachers, Minneapolis Public Schools may have reached an agreement. This new deal will hopefully allow students and those teachers to return to classes on this coming Monday, the 28th. And again, as I'd mentioned before, this Friday, today, marks the 18th day of the strike, the 14th missed day of school for students. Now, prior to the strike, the district had planned for spring break to occur starting on April 4th with an administration day planned for that next Friday. So they did announce that there could possibly have been a contract agreement that's been reached. Let's go ahead and listen into the latest press conference with the school district first before we hear from then the teacher side of things, keeping it in order because they did have that press conference first. We'll listen to it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Ed Graff, Superintendent.
Kim Ellison, Board Chair.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm very pleased to announce at this moment that we have reached a tentative agreement with MFT teachers and educational support professionals. So very excited to be able to announce that and want to acknowledge that throughout this process it has been very challenging, very difficult, but at the end of the day we were all able to come together and tentatively agree upon what I believe is a fair contract for both our teachers and our educational support professionals. I do want to speak to our students and just say that we're really looking forward to welcoming you back into our schools with our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, and everyone who cares so much and deeply about you. And so just know that we have always tried to remain focused on our students throughout this whole process. And at the end of the day, again, us coming together is going to be what makes the difference for our kids. So looking forward to having our students join us on Monday, and we can get back to school and learning and the care and love that they need in the classroom.
Thank you, Superintendent. I am so happy to be here with you today as we share this news about a tentative agreement with our teachers and our educational support professionals. I want to start by acknowledging and thanking our students, the reason we are all here. I know for many of our students, I know for many of you, the past few weeks have been difficult and long. You've missed your teachers, you've missed your school, you've missed your friends. I'm so excited for you that you're able to return to school on Monday. I know your teachers are going to be incredibly thrilled to see you. I want to thank our families and community for your support and encouragement, for your persistence, and for your patience, for your ideas and advocacy. I know that you support our students and our staff, and I want to thank you for that. We look forward to welcoming teachers and staff back on Monday, back to our classrooms. Thank you for your unmatched commitment to our students, to our district. You are MPS. I also want to thank our MPS staff who maintain operations during the strike, providing food and child care for our workers and for our families, supporting the negotiations process. I'd like to thank my school board colleagues for their public service. Sometimes it can be very difficult work, but you are valued, you are needed, and you are appreciated. Finally, thanks to Superintendent Graff and to the negotiators on both teams for their 21 days of continuous work in making this tentative agreement possible. You've more than enough earned this weekend to spend time with your family and with your friends. The last few weeks have affirmed what many of us already knew, that Minneapolis is a place of passion and compassion, a place where people will do anything for our children. I know Minneapolis will continue to be a heartbeat of our state. And together, students, families, labor, and management, we will continue to lead the fight for public education. Though we will and must face challenge, it is essential that we do it together. And if we're together, there isn't anything that we can't do. I'm hopeful, I'm excited, and I'm ready. Today is a new day for our kids, for our schools, and for our district. Thank you. All right.
So we are going to take questions. Please raise your hand if you have one.
Paul Bloom, Fox 9 News. I'm just curious about the timing. I think the announcement came down about 4 a.m. Ed, you look, no disrespect, you look a little tired here. Can you take us through what was that breakthrough moment? What happened? Who moved? Kind of give us some details.
Yeah, you know, it's been a long, as Chair Ellison mentioned, 21 days straight of consecutive days of negotiations here. And we started yesterday and had a lot of progress and momentum working with the MFT Teachers Union, and stopped for a little bit, switched gears, worked with the ESP group, and then about 3 o'clock in the morning, I think things just kind of came to an end, and I think we had a tentative agreement with the teachers around 3:30, and then shortly thereafter with the ESPs around 3:40. So it's all kind of a blur, you know. I mean, the days have run together into weeks and months and weekends, and I'm just really grateful that we were able to come together at the end of the day, and so grateful that we're able to get our kids back in school. I know this has been a huge challenge for our students, huge challenge for our families, for staff as well, you know. You go into this profession because you care about kids and you want to see them reach their full potential and be a part of the successes. And something like this is very challenging, and it's something that only happens once in 50 years. So just grateful that we were able to come together, and looking forward to having a wonderful celebration of gathering on Monday and doing better.
And are we getting a fact sheet and update with just some of the bullet points?
The tentative agreement is one that will work through the process with the union. You know, they still have to have ratification by their members, and we do have a meeting here in just a little bit to go through the return to work process. So those details have to be worked out, and once we're able to do that, we'll certainly disseminate that information.
Can you tell us more about the details about, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, NPR News. Can you tell us more, I know students, families are really curious about missed school and what it might look like to make that up. Can you talk through some details about what you're looking at and what families might expect in terms of plan? They'll know more about that?
So at about 10 o'clock, we're going to get together with members of the ESP bargaining team as well as the MFT bargaining team and go through just the different scenarios. We know we have a certain number of days that we have to complete for a school year. We also have a certain number of hours, and so those are some of the factors we have to work through. What will the extension of those days look like in the school year? Will we have to add on minutes? Are there days that we can use that are non-student contact days that can be substituted for learning days? So all of those details will have to be worked out, and we know that it's going to affect other union groups as well, our transportation, culinary wellness. So all of those things will be worked out hopefully in the next couple of hours, and we'll be able to put some information out to families.
Today.
That's the hope, yes.
Ralph Crowder, independent black journalist. There are only 237 black tenured teachers in this whole district. Are there, in your agreement with the union, what specific protections or changes in the seniority program or anything that is going to, after this strike, preserve the very small number of black teachers that are in the district, but what specific policies or changes in this agreement are either in your side of the negotiations or in the teachers union side of negotiations that is going to enhance and improve the representation of specifically black teachers? Because I will just say one thing. I'm the only black journalist in this whole room, and black children are failing, and I was publicly embarrassed before this conference started. So that voice and that advocacy is very important. And for there to only be 237 tenured black teachers in this district is a shame. So what is the district going to do about that?
So thank you for your question. Minneapolis Public Schools, the board, the administration has had very much a focus and a priority to create a contract that allows us to recruit and retain and prioritize our educators of color. And so the details of that contract settlement will be coming out here in the next couple of hours and days, and you'll see that we remained focused on that commitment. That was a priority. That was one of the most significant priorities that we talked about all through the negotiation process, and our negotiations team did a wonderful job of maintaining that focus, and certainly we need our students to feel the representation and the educators, and that commitment remains. So looking forward to sharing those details in the coming hours and days.
Quick follow-up. Do you know how many tenured white teachers there are at this school?
I do not have that information.
You don't have that information?
No, we can certainly get
You
it
can
though.
follow up with me and I can get you that information. Any other questions?
John Lordson from WCCO. What were you hearing from families specifically? We talked a lot of them about trying to find things for their kids to do during this time away from school. Some were doing homework, taking initiative over at Shiloh Temple and other places. What were you hearing? What were the messages you were getting from parents specifically and families?
Well, I guess there were two main things I heard. Number one was families wanted their children in school. You know, that was the number one priority. They definitely, had experienced enough disruption with COVID, the pandemic, the inconsistency with attendance due to illnesses and whatnot. So priority number one was to get our students back in school. The other thing I heard is they had a great deal of respect and value for the educators, the people that care for their children every single day throughout the school year. And we share those values. We did our best as the district to demonstrate those values in the contract that we have tentatively agreed to. And so those were the two big things that I continue to hear from families. They wanted to have their children back in school in the setting that they enjoyed and were cared for, and then they also wanted to share their appreciation for all the educators and the work that they've been doing during the pandemic in the last 2 years, as well as the work they do every day in the profession. One of the most invaluable professions in our society, and unfortunately one of the most challenging professions in our society.
Any other questions?
Superintendent, where does the district go from here, just in terms of this was bruised?
All right, guys, we've been listening in again here with some of the representatives from the Minneapolis Public Schools. Did want to let our viewers know we are also going to be giving you the other side of things, playing out the union, as they also had a press conference just a little bit earlier here moments ago. So we'll get to that all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox after we take this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've been talking about the Minneapolis teachers strike that has been going on now into day number 18. At about 4 a.m. local time is when a tentative agreement had been reached, but there is still some negotiations happening between the school district as well as the teachers union. I actually do have a couple of friends who are working in that school district, and they said that the union team is still negotiating a return to work agreement. That does need to be included included in this finalized tentative agreement before they would all return to the classroom on Monday. As we've said before, this now is marking day 18 of their strike. Students have not had classes for the last 14 school days. So I know a lot of them want to get back into the classroom, want to be back with their students just as much as the parents want their students back in the classroom as well. Let's go ahead and finish out the rest of that press conference with the Minneapolis Public Schools before we head into the press conference with the teachers union. But we're going to finish out again that first press conference for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Lost, a school board member, an HR director, internal text messages were released. It seems like you guys really took a beating. And how do you tell these communities, these families, that you're still a strong place to send their kids for school going forward? They have choices.
Well, this should definitely serve as a signal for our society that public education is a foundation of what's needed. And when times are challenging, people need to come together. And that's what we're committed to doing. The solutions that we have in front of us are not going to be solved by one individual, by one side. It's about coming together and being focused on what we know is right for our students, for our community, and moving forward. So this should definitely serve as a signal that we have needs in public education, and a lot of those needs are around funding. The other part of the needs are just people coming together and doing the work.
Go ahead. I'll wait up here.
I know that a big focus obviously has been, to that point, funding and the limited resources that the district has. Can you talk any more about how you were able to meet teacher demands, staying within your parameters, where that money is coming from, what this agreement will mean for the district?
Well, we certainly will have to take a look at our budget. We were just in the process of tying out our budget for the upcoming school year, and the board did an outstanding job of taking into consideration the needs that were in front of us today, as well as the long-term needs that we have as a district to remain viable and fiscally sound. But that being said, the contracts that we have put forward are going to require us to take a look at our budgets and make some adjustments going forward. So we know we'll have to make those things happen in the next couple of weeks and months.
The reading proficiency rate for black students in this district is, we don't need to quote them or anything like that. Obviously, there's a big challenge, and that's probably one of the biggest issues of concern. So in this agreement, are there any pathways in the ESP part of it? Because a lot of the conversations were around ESPs being majority black staff. Is there any pathways that you can highlight for the ESPs to transition into teaching in the classroom as tenured teachers?
I can't get into the specifics of the contract at this time, but I will tell you that we do have a number of opportunities for our educators to build on their training and their knowledge, specifically around special education. We have a pathway program right now that we've been operating for a couple of years. And what you will see in the contract is, again, a focus on professional development, collaboration, really providing that time for our educators to be able to learn on the job as well as collaborate with their colleagues. They bring so much knowledge and expertise in their own experiences outside of being a classroom teacher and just the interaction that they have with students, the strong connections. And so we attempted to acknowledge that and value that in the contracts that we settled here.
All right. I think that's going to be it for today. They have another meeting together.
All right, guys. So that was, again, the press conference that happened a little earlier here this morning after that agreement had been reached. Now, I do want to reiterate a point that this does still need a Minneapolis Federation of Teachers membership vote. So it's 4,500 members do plan to vote on this tentative agreement over the weekend. That would then officially decide when people are returning back into that classroom. We did have some of our teachers with the union speaking to cameras as they were, again, still out there on the picket line. We'll play out some of those remarks for our viewers right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes.
We can't wait to move forward and continue to get more for our students. And that is what we are positive right now, is that we will continue to fight for safe and stable schools.
Yeah.
That's right.
So happy to take any questions at this point.
What was the breakthrough with Fox 9? How realistic is it to get back into the school on Monday? I heard from some membership today that I don't know whether Superintendent Graff jumped the gun this morning, but can we get these contracts ratified this weekend and get back to school on Monday?
So once we have a return to work agreement finalized, then we can comment on that. But that's being worked on right now as we speak.
Students have been out of school for 14 days. What does it look like when it comes to getting them back on track when you get back into the classroom?
Well, so we're working on a return to work agreement right now. So we'll know about any time that's possibly made up and what goes into that. And once that agreement is finalized, then we can move forward with questions like that.
Jasmine here, Radio 612, Maisha Media Group. I had a question about the fact that the African American population, student population, is 77% of those students can't read at grade level. Are the teachers going to be retaught, or how does that work in terms of educating our black children?
So I think the gains that we made in this contract go away to addressing what you're talking about. So one of the things that we've said is fundamental to addressing the challenges we face in the Minneapolis Public Schools, particularly when it comes to what your question is about, is that we need a more stable workforce. We need educators of color in our schools. We know that that's an important thing.
When you say educators of color, what does that mean? What color?
Well, we need black, brown, indigenous educators, teachers, and
today?
So our historic gains in this contract around addressing things like seniority-based layoff protection for teachers of color is going to be a nation-leading model that exempts teachers of color from seniority-based layoff and excessing and allows the next least senior person who's not covered by those protections to be the individual who is laid off or excessed. That's an important win. It does two things. It means that we have better protections for educators of color, teachers of color in particular, and it also means that moving forward, we've got a system that we can model across the country here in the state of Minnesota and in other school districts about how we can address this issue. It's a top priority for our union to provide protections for educators of color. My unit as well, as I mentioned, we saw historic gains making sure that we have seniority rights and placement rights for associate educators who make up nearly half of our group. Our ESPs are nearly half, or are a majority folks of color, and that means hundreds of educators of color are going to have better job protections, and our schools are going to be more stable because we're retaining folks with years of service working with our students, folks who know how to get our kids back into school, reestablishing rituals and routines and making sure that our systems are back up and running. And those experienced educators are folks that we need in our schools, and we made big gains for that.
What starting wage did you get for education support professionals?
Yeah, so we went from a 1983 starting wage for a vast majority of our members, and we got that up to $23.91. And I want to be clear that under our proposal that we settled on for our ESPs in that category are going to see a higher wage on step one than they would have under the district's proposal with 2 years of step increases. We said the devil's in the details. What we needed to do is get in and dig through those numbers and make them work. $23.91 starting was a cornerstone of how we get to $35,000 a year. We secured additional days and additional hours for our folks. Unfortunately, those are in temporary agreements being paid for by ESSER funds. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue this struggle to make sure that we can get our folks up there permanently. We got a lot of our people will be at that rate, but not as many as we wanted, and that's part of this process, right? It's a give and take, but we know coming out of this strike that our union is stronger and we have more power to continue to make sure that we're forcing the district to do things that it doesn't want to do when it comes to taking care of our hourly workers and other important priorities.
You're basically absolutely right. The devils are in the details. And if there are only 237 black teachers in this whole district that is failing black students at nation-leading levels, when you talk about the pipeline in terms of seniority, those same black teachers are at the bottom of the pipeline. So it'll basically maybe take them at least 10 years to catch up. So if the devils are in the details, what specific protections do you have right now that won't take 10 years for those same teachers, not people of color, but the black teachers of the failing black students, which is the banner flag of this failing public school district? Are there some legal things that you have on paper? Something. Because the devil is absolutely in the details, and with this devil, it's going to take at least 10 to 20 years for black teachers to catch up.
So what I would say is that the agreements that were reached include layoff and excess protections for black teachers as well as teachers of color. So that means that the black teachers and teachers of color who are working in the Minneapolis public schools right now have new protection from layoff and accessing. And what that means is that if there are reductions in force, that excludes those teachers specifically moving forward right now from layoff and accessing. And that is an important win, and it's an important value that we brought to the table and we're able to figure out. There are other things that we've done, including the associate educator seniority and placement. That means if someone is reduced, if their position is eliminated at a building, they have a place to go somewhere else, so that our veteran educators are kept in the Minneapolis public schools. They may not be at their same site, but they're somewhere within our school communities.
Respectfully, I'm just quick follow-up. Respectfully.
All right, we're listening in as we are hearing from the union this time, and did want to at least be fair, play both sides. But of course, as you've been hearing, these teachers still have some fine details that need to be agreed upon with the school district before they do return to those classrooms. We'll finish out those remarks with those teachers here in just a moment after we step away for this 2-minute break.
That was directed to the teachers, not the educators. I'm talking about classroom teachers. We're looking at tenureship in teachers, teacher percentage and population of the Minneapolis public schools. Again, that was not a specific answer to my question. You said it was based on seniority. So it would be good to hear the teachers rep to answer that question. If the black teachers are at the bottom of seniority right now through very systemic racism that exists in this district and in the teachers union, what measures are you going to have for those black teachers at the bottom of seniority? Is it going to take them? Why are you answering the question? This is directed to the teachers right now. Oh,
so I can certainly answer your question. So the answer that I had is specific to the question that you're asking.
Okay.
Black teachers who are our least senior teachers moving forward have protections that protect them from layoff and accessing. So if there are reductions in force at a building or in the district, those folks, those black teachers, teachers of color, will have specific exemptions moving forward, starting now because of the contract that we've settled. So it doesn't mean that it only kicks in 10 years down the line. It means that all teachers right now, all black teachers, qualify under that today. So it doesn't take years. That's starting today. That's what's going on right now because of the agreement we've reached.
I have one more question.
What did you get on mental health supports?
I'm sorry, what?
What did you get on mental health supports?
We have mental health support teams that we have gained in elementary schools. We have doubled our nurses, our counselors in elementary schools. We have a social worker in every building. And that's also a fight that we're going to have to continue to have because we know that our students need and deserve so much more.
I want to ask.
Let me get from the NAACP. I wonder, what are we going to do with the teachers for accountability and making sure that now that this contract has been before us and we've made strides to come to some agreement, how are we going to be holding the teachers accountable for doing their job? And what I mean by doing their job is making sure that the numbers are where they need to be for our students, especially our students, the black children. So that's what I'm here to ask. Because we did all of this picketing, which I think we could have did in the summer and had our babies right back in school. And don't get me wrong, I think the strike is important, but I think the timing was off because we've already been out of school. So where is the accountability going to come from when we're asking for this money? Now you get the money. How do we know that these teachers are in here doing their job? Because here's the deal. If I'm asking for more money and I just get a pass to get money, but the students are failing, that's not a win-win for us. So when we talk about the black community, it's not 3 people, it's not 2 people, it's people. Some parents are working 5 jobs, so they can't get out here and ask these questions. And it's unfortunate that we have a lot of black teachers who are afraid to speak up because they have spoken up before and they've been castigated
or bought off.
Absolutely. So my question is, where's the accountability going to be?
So our accountability is in our contract, and we're here to hold MPS accountable. We're here to hold ourselves accountable, and that goes right into writing, which is a legal agreement. And that is exactly why we're here today, to say that we've reached a tentative agreement, and we have to go right back in here now and work on our return to work so that we can get this on the line and have students back in school as soon as possible. So thank you so much for having us today. We do have to get back to our return to work agreement. We appreciate everyone for being here, and we'll follow up later today as we have that return to work agreement in place.
There's no way we should see a George Floyd trial.
All right, so then there you have it. Minneapolis, a Federation of Teachers, again, the union saying that there's still parts of this agreement that need to be detailed out before they do return to that classroom. So that will be happening over the weekend as well, despite what some of the Minneapolis Public Schools district's messages may have came out. There were some voice messages that came out earlier this morning saying that everyone will be returning on Monday. That has not officially been agreed upon yet, but as soon as that does, of course, that would mean students and teachers will be back inside of those classrooms. We're keeping track of everything for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for being here as we continue to give you always the latest press conferences, not only happening here across the U.S., but also around the world. Do want to let our viewers know that we've had a few press conferences taking place in Europe as we continue to see more talking about what had happened with the NATO summit as well as the EU summit that happened with President Biden attending both of those. We'll be giving you some more of these press conferences right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to pop up the big board here for you as we continue to always keep an eye here on the Dow. Do have the little bit of the up and down in the middle of the day in the market here, but it looks like we are up near that 100-point mark. So let's hope we can finish that day in the green. So I do want to let our viewers know, of course, we're keeping track of President Biden. We know that he has returned to a hotel in Warsaw, Poland. That's where he does have a meeting with the Polish president tomorrow. So you can always join us right here on Live Now from Fox and continue to see the president's trip. Now, tomorrow after his meetings, he is going to be returning back to the United States. So when you come back with us on Monday, if you don't watch us over the weekend, which I encourage you to do so, you stay informed on always the top stories. But we'll be talking about the president's trip, also returning to a little bit of normalcy, those White House press briefings and plus other events that President Biden will do. But there's been a lot of press conferences that have been surrounding these events, whether it be after the NATO summit or the EU summit. Right now, I do want to play out, we had some of our EU leaders speaking about what had happened over these last few days. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Which measures would be the most effective? Finally, and I've not been comprehensive, of course, this evening, but we did also work on conclusions on Bosnia and Herzegovina. We want to participate in any way possible in stabilizing the situation. There'll be an institutional summit with China, of course, next week. And then there's food security, which is, of course, very relevant in the current context. And we are launching an initiative alongside developing countries and the African Union in particular, entitled Farm, so as to mobilize all the resources possible to deal with the challenges in terms of food security that lie ahead. So that's all I felt I should mention at the end of this summit.
Thank you, Barend. Dear Shao, let me take the opportunity to congratulate you, first of all, for the extension of your mandate as President of the Council. So I'm very much looking forward to the second round. Indeed, yesterday, President Zielinski impressively described the unfolding of Putin's war, the atrocities and the cruelties, the ruthlessness of Putin's army, sparing neither children nor women, neither young nor old. And President Zielinski described the courage of Ukrainians who are resisting bravely. They have the whole European Union behind them. Democracies of the world stand together against Putin's war. And if there's anything Putin did not expect, it is our unity, it is the speed of our action, and it is our determination. We will further increase our support to Ukraine, we will sharpen our sanctions, and we will break free from Russian fossil fuels. First on sanctions, the four waves of sanctions we took against Russia are biting hard. They're running deep into the Russian economy, drying out the resources to finance this war. Now all our efforts should be on enforcing these sanctions and on preventing circumvention and evasion. Second, on support to Ukraine, right now round about 10 million Ukrainians are either internally displaced or seeking shelter abroad. They need urgently our help. In Ukraine, we provide humanitarian aid. We are also actively working on securing safe passage for humanitarian convoys. And I want to thank from the bottom of my heart those EU countries bordering Ukraine which are welcoming refugees with open arms. To support them, we have made available important sums of money. I'm talking about the 17 billion euros, mostly from flexibilized cohesion funds. This money can be used for schooling, for housing, healthcare, for example. The amounts are important, but we also need to know that speed really matters at the moment being, and the money is needed now. And this is the reason why we're making sure that 3.4 billion euros of this bigger package of 17 billion will be front-loaded, so to give immediately liquidity to the member states that are hosting refugees. We also support those in Ukraine who so bravely resist the Kremlin's forces. We ramped up our support to Ukraine with 1 billion from the EU budget for military assistance, and many EU members are delivering such assistance on a bilateral basis. On top of this, we have presented measures to support food security and agriculture in Ukraine, because Putin's war is starting to have a serious impact on food security in Ukraine and globally. Ukraine and Russia together account for 1/3 of the world's wheat exports. Therefore, we must avoid a global food crisis, and we have to act now. We are providing 2.5 billion euros until 2024 to help the regions most affected by food insecurity. Third and finally, on breaking free from Russia's fossil fuels. This morning, President Biden and I agreed on an unprecedented partnership to reduce Europe's dependency on Russian gas. And in parallel, we agreed in this partnership to really accelerate the green transition. As a first step, the United States will provide us with an additional at least 15 billion cubic meter of LNG this year. In other words, this replaces the amount of Russian LNG for this year. And in the coming years, we're aiming for at least 50 billion cubic meters per year, and this would be able to replace 1/3 of all Russian gas supply to Europe. This is significant. And on top, our investment will also pave the way for the deployment of green energy, because the infrastructure that we use for gas today and that we are investing in can also be used for clean hydrogen in the future. This agreement with the United States was a positive development ahead of the leaders' discussion on energy this morning. And this is my last remark. We looked at various options to cushion the impact of high energy prices on consumers and businesses. Measures such as income support or state aid, vouchers, reduced taxation, price caps, modulating prices, contracts for difference, etc. All options we presented have pros and cons. But first and foremost, we need to look at the root causes of high electricity prices, and this is in big part high and volatile gas prices. The energy mix and concrete situation in our member states is very different, but we need to work together to pull our weight. And this is why I advocated for a strong European approach. If we look at the gas market, the pipeline gas market, 75% of the global pipeline gas market is the European market. So we have an enormous purchasing power. And therefore, I welcome that we will now use our collective bargaining power. Instead of outbidding each other and driving prices up, we will pool our demand. In addition, we must complete pipeline infrastructure and ramp up our storage and the interconnectors. We proposed a minimum storage of 80% underground for next winter, rising to 90% then in the following years. This will be our insurance policy against supply disruption. But it is also time to look at the design of our energy market. You know this topic. This is the question of decoupling the gas price from the overall electricity price. We will present options for that in May. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll just take a couple of questions because it's been a long day. Silvia Martinez, please come to the stand if you can.
Hi, nice. I wanted to ask you, one of the biggest demands from Spain, it's been the decoupling, and they have asked for a special treatment because of the situation of the Iberian Peninsula regarding the interconnection. Are they going to get this I don't know, exception they are asking for? And how do you see the possibility for them, just Portugal and Spain, to fix their own price cap? Thank you.
So yes, we discussed that intensively, and indeed the Iberian Peninsula has a very special situation. There the energy mix is with a high load of renewables, this is very good, and with very few interconnections only. And therefore we agreed on a special treatment that is possible for the Iberian Peninsula, so that the Iberian Peninsula can deal with this very specific situation they are in and manage the electricity prices in the way that we have been discussing at the Council.
Andy, from the Financial Times, please.
Good evening. You both mentioned the need to close sanctions loopholes and make sure they're effective. Now, the US is talking today about taking secondary sanctions, so in other words, sanctioning entities and companies in third countries that are circumventing EU and US sanctions. Is that a route that the EU is looking to go down?
We had yesterday a very good debate with President Biden, but also in the framework of the G7 on the sanctions. First element, we have taken unprecedented sanctions. This is the fourth package of sanctions, and we are working now to implement those sanctions, point one. Point two, we are aware that there are some loopholes that are possible, and that's why we've tasked the Commission to make sure that we are able to close as much as possible those loopholes. And point three, we understand also it's important to engage with third countries in order to advocate, to sensibilize third countries for them to follow the same approach on sanctions. And we are convinced that the sanctions we've decided are painful. This was our common goal. We want to be painful for the Kremlin, and we are also ready to maintain our efforts and to see if it is needed together with our partners to take additional measures.
As you know, we have been very closely coordinating with our friends, allies and partners to shape and tailor these sanctions, because our economic systems are not identical but different, and we wanted to have the same effect. This was and is successful, so we have an enormous impact by these sanctions that are applied by way over 40 countries by now, that represent more than half of the global GDP. So this is really substantial. And therefore, as we have different systems but the same goal with the sanctions, we agreed now to really look deep into the loopholes we discover now, or the circumventions that some try to take, and to do everything within their own respective system to close the loopholes and to make the circumventions impossible.
Thank you, Madam President and Mr. President. Keep an eye out. We're going to publish the conclusions very shortly. Thank you for attending. Bye-bye.
All right, so a lot of post-EU summit remarks are happening. We'll be bringing you the French President Emmanuel Macron's news conference when we return after this 2-minute break. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to take us into remarks with the French president after the EU summit over these last few days. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Alors nous étions réunis il y a 2 semaines à Versailles et nous y avons défini un agenda, j'y reviendrai. Le Conseil d'aujourd'hui a permis d'acter plusieurs décisions. Nous avons d'abord acté la reconduction du président Charles Michel jusque donc à la fin novembre 2024 et je veux ici le féliciter pour cette réélection à l'unanimité.
But my ex-keys are not working, and the TriCaster is acting up because...
Puis, nous avons également eu la présence par visioconférence du président Zielinski. S'agissant de notre réponse à l'agression...
All right, guys, having just a little bit of issues, let's go ahead and step away for another brief 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to be bringing you more content from post-EU summit remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
So, meine Damen, meine Herren, für Brüsseler Verhältnisse.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For Brussels circumstances, an early press conference. I'd like to warmly welcome you to the press conference of the Federal Chancellor of the after the European Council here. And without further ado, the Chancellor. I'd like to also welcome you to this press conference. Under different circumstances, we would be able to celebrate an anniversary, the 65th anniversary of the signing of the Treaty of Rome, which laid the foundation for the European Union. Unfortunately, today's meeting and yesterday's meeting is not an occasion for unbridled joy, although the European Union stands more united than ever before, because Europe sees war. There is war in Europe, and it has affected the mood. Yesterday, a month ago yesterday, Russia brutally attacked Ukraine. We actually sent out a clear signal to the Russian aggression. We stand united in Europe and transatlantically, a determination and a unitedness that Russia didn't see. But this unity and this unitedness led to a situation that our answer is so effective and so powerful. Never before did we have a NATO summit, a G7 summit, and the European Council on one single day. And the United States President Joe Biden participated in these 3 summits, and this is also an important signal. Together, we condemned this war of aggression in the strongest of terms, and we agree that we need an immediate ceasefire. The continued attacks on innocent civilians need to stop immediately. We've had very, very serious discussions in the European Council about these questions, and we have explicitly seen great solidarity with Ukraine. We're going to continue to support Ukraine with all options we have, financially, militarily, but of course also when it comes to weapons supply. All states have started doing so. Many states, for the first time in many decades, have actually begun to send weapons, ending a tradition of not sending weapons to war zones. It's an important signal. We know that this war causes dramatic destruction. It costs human lives. Children, families are being killed. Many women and men are fearing for their health and their lives and have fallen victim to the bombs. And of course, this has consequences, especially seeing that many Ukrainians are fleeing the country in order to escape Russian bombs, in order to save their lives. We are seeing and witnessing this in Ukraine. We see many displaced persons within Ukraine, but also we are seeing refugee movements towards Europe, the European Union. Many million people have arrived, and of course the states, the neighboring states and the Baltic states, Poland and Slovakia, as Hungary, Romania and Bulgaria, but all the other countries as well. And many countries are becoming host nations to refugees. Poland has received more than 2 million refugees. Germany has received between 250 and 300,000 refugees, and the numbers are going to increase, certainly. This is why it is a good signal and sign that everyone is willing to host refugees. All countries are willing to show solidarity, and we're seeing the largest refugee movement since the end of the Second World War, and all countries are acknowledging their joint responsibility. It is a special sign that there was a single decision that Ukrainians can seek refuge in Europe, and that we are able to open the labor markets for Ukrainians, and that we're supporting families and the children and actually taking care of their integration and giving them opportunities to work. This is important. At the same time, we agree that there has to be a willingness in solidarity of countries that are further away, that they are participating to host refugees, and that we're trying to organize their transport. For instance, by way of airlifts directly out of Poland. It works well between Poland and Greece, and we want to further embark on this path. And a second topic that was a matter of intense discussion and where we found agreement on the way forward is the development of energy prices and the energy supply. Both goes hand in hand, and it is a crucial aspect that affects the day-to-day lives of citizens in our countries, but also companies. The energy prices have increased dramatically. They place a burden on consumers and many companies in Europe. And this is why it was good that we took time and had intense discussions on this topic. And we could build upon what we have had. We've had debates in the European Council even before Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Many member states have taken measures in order to alleviate the burden for their citizens and their consumers. And the federal government has adopted far-reaching packages. The first package is very young. along, and we've brought about the legislative process. And the second part was negotiated Wednesday night and Thursday morning among coalition partners and is actually going into the legislative process in Germany. We want to help families, persons in need, low-income households and commuters, and at the same time we want to provide economic financial support for all those who need support, and we want to place our attention in increasing energy efficiency and the necessary measures this entails. This, of course, is a consequence that we are seeing in Europe, and things have changed. Everyone knows the dependence of fossil resources is the same dependency that exists because Russia is one of the main exporters of oil and gas. And this is why it is our joint effort to massively build and promote and expand the use of renewable resources. And we want to become independent from fossil fuels exported out of Russia. And of course, we're thus fulfilling the task of becoming climate neutral. It also has effects and repercussions on prices if we succeed, and this is part of the things and matters we discussed. Of course, we have to make sure that energy supply in Germany and Europe becomes more diverse. We need to diversify, and we need to take all necessary measures in order to reduce be able to import gas and oil from other countries, others but Russia. And we agreed on this, and we are going to get moving in order to promote our diversification. We discussed what we can do so that prices will not skyrocket with the measures that I outlined just now. For us, it is clear that many measures are part and parcel of this. Germany and other countries are skeptical when it comes to market interventions because we risk supply, and it doesn't have a sustainable effect on prices. There are many measures that we have debated. The Commission is going to submit proposals, and this is why it was important that we discuss these matters. We want to ease tensions or problems. We want to make a progress when it comes to the storage of gas, not just by gas, but especially gas. Germany has brought about a bill that stipulates the minimum storage of gas, and in Europe we have a similar discussion. Many open questions remain. We need to discuss these further. In the context of buying gas, we talk about how we can channel our resources and pool our forces, and where there is voluntary will, we can channel and pool resources. This has also been debated. So there are a whole range of issues that we debated that have got to do with independence and sovereignty of Europe when it comes to energy supply, and also questions pertaining to how we become climate neutral. So this is why it was important that we took the time and that we have achieved good results together. Thank you very much. The first question over here. My name is Ala Ahmed Hemken. Mr. Chancellor, thank you very much for taking time. President Putin is breaching contracts if he wants gas being paid in rubles. How does Germany want to prevent this, and how does Germany want to move him to and get him to adhere and stick to treaties and contracts? Thank you very much. We read the news just like you did, and at the same time we are in contact with companies that import or buy gas or coal and oil. We are in touch with these companies, and we try to get an overview, and as a result I can tell you that most treaties and contracts that were forged actually set the currency, and the currency was the euro in which the gas needs to be paid. At present, all governments feel the same, all citizens feel the same. of course, very worried about the escalation of this war. Anything else would be far from reality. But we need to also take a sober look at it and be clear. And we did what's evidence. We looked at the treaties and we looked what the contract said, and they stipulate clearly how it should be paid. Michael Fischer. Mr. Chancellor, the Ukrainian president yesterday voiced an urgent appeal and campaigned for an EU accession in an accelerated procedure. He made it clear that he hopes for German support. Can you fulfill his hopes, or is Germany clearly against such a speedy procedure? Well, the European Union actually laid out the path ahead as to how to deal with the European aspirations. You can read the Versailles Declaration. It has been clear, and we built upon these here today. Moritz Koch, Handelsblatt. Thank you. Two brief questions pertaining to energy. You briefly mentioned the plans for a common purchase, a joint purchase of gas. The Commission President is promoting this idea. Is Germany promoting the EU Commission in this endeavor? Do you participate in this idea? To do it like during the pandemic, that you channel and pool resources? And do you share the concern that the EU states would develop a EU energy nationalism where everyone fares on their own and Germany is dominating the market? Well, this summit sent out a signal of unity, and this is why we rightly took so much time to address all the various questions that play a role and discuss these questions. The results are very positive indeed, and there's been an agreement that there is a voluntary opportunity to cooperate when it comes to gas purchases. Of course, in individual cases, it's a bit tricky because you have private companies that are doing this all over Europe and want to do that and continue to do that in the future. But transparency and cooperation do make sense indeed. And in this sense, we agreed that we try to inform, to cooperate, and actually use and create opportunities for joint activities. Markus Becker of the Spiegel magazine, and then Sabine Seibold. Mr. Chancellor, two questions, if I may. How would you describe the mood during the energy debate and the question on capping prices? Did you see a lot of unity there, like yesterday, or did the debate evolve like other debates pertaining to the multi-annual financial framework, for example? Or on the question of refugees, you said that all nations are willing to host refugees. Did you receive any tangible pledges and which countries? There's been a comprehensive debate. You could read this in the networks and the news and the newspapers, listen to it on the radio. There's been a lot of proposals by various actors and stakeholders, and it is right that the Commission indeed deals with these questions intensively. We agreed that we're going to talk about companies, stakeholders in the markets to actually see options and opportunities. It is clear some actually voiced proposals such as price caps and market interventions. Other countries, such as Germany, are skeptical, but that corresponds to the situation. We look at all the different proposals and discuss the situation because the problems are big and the debates are correspondingly big. And I think this is not a problem, but I think it's adequate to and appropriate for the problem at hand. Pertaining to your question of refugees, it is clear clear everyone feels a responsibility, and you should not underestimate the significance of such meetings. I'm sure that the numbers are creating different awarenesses in the various countries. For some countries, it is interesting to hear that when you add it up, 8 to 10 million people are fleeing within Europe or have left Ukraine. And if you look at the numbers, how many have already reached and immigrated into the European Union? When you look at the numbers in Poland and when you see the numbers in Germany, which are relatively high, these are numbers some countries have not really factored in just yet. And I think it has been a good meeting because we've created clarity, and I would hope that, of course, this has good consequences in practical day-to-day lives. Sabine Seibold in the first row. Mr. Chancellor, I have a question pertaining to the Russian demands to receive payment in ruble. Has the European agreed on a common position as to how the European Union wants to deal with it, or did you task the Commission with this aspect? Thank you very much. I just answered the question to your colleague. Everyone has gotten an overview. We assume that the treaties, the contracts stipulate a payment in dollar or euro. Then we have the lady in the second row.
So, Chancellor, thank you very much. Question in English. So I wanted to ask you regarding the energy issue. Is the decoupling between the electricity and gas prices and also the gap, the pricing gap that Spain and other countries were asking still on the table, are you going to come back to this issue?
Solange Probleme groß sind, wird man sich immer wieder mit ihnen beschäftigen.
As long as the problem is big, we're going to continue to discuss these questions and the many proposals to find a solution. We tasked the Commission to review the various proposals, and we've had a careful and thorough debate, and I talked about the situation. There are more countries which are more market-oriented, others are more skeptical, but this has got nothing to do with a general attitude, but the assessment of what we can achieve. We have various problems at hand. One is the question of the amount that is available. Is there enough energy that we can buy on the global markets? If we become independent of the treaties that we forged with Russia in the past decades all over Europe, then of course we need to have other suppliers and should be willing to engage and supply us with energy. And there are various activities to this end. And secondly, the question whether our energy market has the correct design. Well, this is a question that in the long run is on the table and should be put on the agenda. If the market price is oriented with gas prices, and let's just assume that there's just one power plant that would need to pay a high price, and the wind energy would not dominate the market, then you would only have one supplier that dominates. So we have to deal with this question. We need to increase the amount of renewable energies in electricity generation. It needs to play a bigger role, and the more this is the case, the more it will be necessary to come up with an adapted model to the market. But this, we don't have a proposal that works just yet, so we see the problem but not the solution just yet. Michael Krohns, Phoenix. Mr. Chancellor, back to the refugees. Experts say that there will be more than 10 million people. The emotional capacity to receive refugees is large. that's good, but our European questions of organizations clear? Because we need to act quickly. Well, it is up to the activities of the various countries that play a role, but the agreement that we forge is to take a look at it together and how to distribute the burden in solidarity. We have not achieved more concrete and tangible results. Next question over here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor. My name is Minna Toglo from the Finnish newspaper.
Question. When will Germany no longer be reliant on Russian gas, and how will you achieve this?
First of all, Germany is less dependent of Russian gas than in other countries. There are some countries where the share of Russian gas is very, very high, up to 100%, and where there are other fossil resources that are needed in order to keep the economy running and the day-to-day lives. In Germany, the share of gas overall amounts to a quarter in the energy mix, and only half of the gas is Russian gas, to put it clearly. So it is a large task, but it can be solved to create alternatives. And we have dealt with this for many years now. And this is why there are projects that have been underway and have been prepared. And so we need to act quickly because we have also laid the preparatory work. This holds true for the LNG terminals and along the northern shores. When it comes to coal and oil, we are about to look into different supplies, how we can enable other structures, and how we can transport these fossil fuels to where they are needed. We have a clear overview on this. We very early on thought about this, and we're able to bring this about quickly. I don't want to forecast anything, but we will be able to act more quickly than others worry about, and we will act more quickly than some may hope. Allow me to add, with the annexation of Crimea, it so happened that we have established the enhanced forward presence along the eastern borders. With the war, we have promoted and bolstered the defense structures, and we're going to continue to bolster these structures. We've talked about this yesterday at NATO, but with the war entails that 27 countries of the European Union are thinking, and many others around the globe, are thinking about how they can reduce their dependency of Russian fossil fuels, and this process is irreversible. We are going to promote this step by step, and it will lead to a situation that we will not be dependent anymore, even should we import some in the future. So the situation has deteriorated. One can thus say that the Russian president, with all its aggression, has achieved a deterioration of his situation. He has not achieved his objectives. It has always been counterproductive. Stephanie Loeb, Agence France Presse. Two questions, if I may. A follow-up question on the LNG supply. What do you tell critics that are saying that the EU is making itself more just as dependent from one country like the US, or also other countries like Qatar? And the second question, I would want to hear your assessment of President Zielinski's speech yesterday. He talked about countries that support and others who don't support. Were grades given, and how did Germany fare, if you will? Well, First of all, we need to substantially diversify import structures in our countries. Diversification means that we need to create structures where we are able at any time to have alternatives as far as the suppliers is concerned. When it comes to pipeline, it is obvious the pipeline starts at one point and ends at another point, and there is a correlation between the source where the pipeline is being filled, and this results in an intrinsic dependency. When you talk about LNG that is being transported by ships, you increase your opportunities, your options to diversify in your suppliers. You have more options, and that holds especially true when you are able to continue to rely on your network of pipelines, those pipelines that don't come from Russia or don't go through Russia. All of this and the strengthening of our infrastructure as far as the electricity grid, as the gas grid is concerned, the hydrogen power grid is concerned, all of this lay the foundation for us not being able to diversify and move away from being dependent, so that we're able in the future to support each other and reduce dependencies. I had the opportunity to not only engage directly with President Zielinski. I was in Kiev before the war. I was able to talk to him over the phone. I continue to do so. I talked to him on the phone this past week. I participated when he joined us via VTC in the German parliament a few days ago. Yesterday, during the NATO summit, I also invited him to participate in the G7 summit and the European Council. We know the reports of his interventions before other parliaments and international institutions. I believe that the Ukrainian parliament is defending the interests of his country in a very
As you can see here, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are going to go out to Texas here. A big moment, as it was the National Medal of Honor Museum. We are going to hear shortly from former President George W. Bush as well. Let's listen.
We are breaking ground today, so I've been thinking a lot about dirt. From the black soil plains of Nebraska to the red rock of Utah and the sea-swept shores of Florida and Maine, the dirt is different, but the spirit of the United States of America is the same across this land. The individuals who were born atop this dirt and went on to earn the Medal of Honor left it behind. They left that dirt behind to follow a higher purpose, taking them to the dirt at Combat Outpost Keating in Nuristan Province, Afghanistan, or atop Mount Suribachi at Iwo Jima, the dirt at the top of the sand dunes on the beaches of Normandy, the dirt at Chosin Reservoir, the dirt at Village Green in Concord, even the dirt next to the rock wall of Gettysburg. So is all of this just dirt? Maybe. But in these places, it represents so much more. The grounds of battle are made hallowed by the blood and sweat poured out into the dirt. Meanwhile, the grounds these brave patriots left behind at home are marked by the sacred tears of parents and grandparents praying for a hero's safe return or mourning a hero's passing. Today, we're here to dedicate this place. And in so doing, we will mark a transformation from simple dirt to hallowed and sacred ground. But as Abraham Lincoln once said, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who are remembered here, have already consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. Yes, the world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did. Today, 66 Medal of Honor recipients are living. 15 join us here today. Each one a living legacy whose story will have a permanent home on this national landscape in the National Medal of Honor Museum. And today we salute these Medal of Honor recipients and we celebrate the country we love and they so bravely, so selflessly serve. Please stand for our national anthem to be performed by the United States Air Force Total Force Band. And please remain standing for the invocation to be offered today by Chaplain Navy Rear Admiral Margaret Grun-Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we ask you to bless this moment and make it sacred as the long-held desire to honor America's heroes appropriately comes to reality, as the hope for a monument that gives honor to their selfless sacrifice is fulfilled. We pause to ask you to be the foundation of this endeavor. You and the valor of the over 3,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of this United States, who, in the face of unimaginable circumstances, upheld the highest virtues of honor, courage, and integrity. On their shoulders does our nation's freedom stand, and this monument find its vision. So may every block and beam, rise and step be strengthened by the bravery and dedication of those whose lives we honor today. May the construction of this museum serve well to tell the story of gallantry and intrepidity in the face of impossibility, resilience in the face of unspeakable adversity, that our compatriots would find hope in humanity and inspiration for their own contribution to the common good. Throughout the season of construction, may those who labor on this site be inspired by the purpose for which they contribute their time and talent. Grace them with the knowledge that they, in their own way, honor those who left homes just like theirs to serve a purpose far larger than themselves. Holy God, sanctify the future of this monument. May it reflect the spirit of America and the blessing you offer to those who give of their whole selves in their service to you and to this country. And God, bless America. In your name we pray. Amen.
Every person is born with the potential to be extraordinary. Each of us, regardless of background or natural abilities, are blessed with a limitless well of courage. And when tapped, this courage empowers ordinary people to accomplish the incredible. The individuals who receive the Medal of Honor are an ever-present reminder of the potential within each of us to act in moments under pressure. They embody the valor, the values, and the vision alive in us all. On behalf of a grateful nation, thank you.
Medal of Honor recipients come from every branch of the military. Their names and faces are as diverse as America herself. First-generation American recipients of the honor represent more than 36 countries. Whether born into a family with a tradition of military service in Virginia or California, farmers in Iowa, or to a single mom in New York, recipients of the Medal of Honor come from every state in the nation, and though diverse in many ways, they are united in purpose and in sacrifice. For the past several months, friends and supporters of the museum, as well as family members of fallen service members, have been sending their state soil to Texas. Dirt from across the nation has arrived in bags and in boxes, in jars and envelopes, each container bringing with it a story. And today, as we prepare to turn this dirt, our attending Medal of Honor recipients will unite our nation's soil with the Texas dirt, building a whole greater than the sum of its parts. just like this great nation.
From the War on Terror, Master Chief Edward Byers, Toledo, Ohio. Corporal William Kyle Carpenter, Jackson, Mississippi. Staff Sergeant Salvatore Giunta, Clinton, Iowa. Captain Florent Groberg, Poissy, France. Command Master Chief Britt Zielinski, Northampton, Massachusetts. Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson, Seattle, Washington. Sergeant Major Matthew Williams, Casper, Wyoming. From Vietnam, Colonel Donald Ballard, Kansas City, Missouri. Major General Patrick Brady, Phillips, South Dakota. Petty Officer Robert Ingram, Clearwater, Florida. Specialist 5th Class James McLuhan, Southampton, Michigan. Command Sergeant Major Robert Patterson, Durham, North Carolina. Lieutenant Michael Thornton, Greenville, South Carolina. From the Korean War, Staff Sergeant Hiroshi Miramura, Gallup, New Mexico.
And as they introduce more and more dignitaries, you're watching Live Now from Vox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you.
From World War II, Chief Warrant Officer 4, Herschel Williams, Quietdale, West Virginia.
Museum deep in the heart of Texas, where the public can celebrate the spirit of the Medal of Honor and learn about the tremendous Americans who have received our nation's highest award for valor. And it is indeed a museum that will bring Americans together, as you just saw the pouring of soil from many of our states. Since it was established during the Civil War, 3,511 American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines have received the Congressional Medal of Honor. 66, as Jake Tapper pointed out, are still alive, and 15 of them have humbled us with their presence here today. Each of you is a living inspiration, not only to those of us who are still in uniform, but to our entire nation. In front of you are 7 Medal of Honor recipients from Afghanistan, 6 from Vietnam, 1 from Korea, and 1 from Iwo Jima in World War II. Thank you so much for being here today with us. The National Medal of Honor Museum will enshrine the stories of our Medal of Honor recipients for future generations to come. And these stories of selfless service deserve a permanent home. And those stories will now live here in this museum. By shining a spotlight on the Medal of Honor distinguished recipients that received it the values they lived for and, in many cases, died for. Visitors will come to understand the meaning and price of freedom and appreciate the virtue of putting service before self. The museum will also include an education center aimed at character development in our nation's youth. A critical part of that mission will be to share the stories of Medal of Honor recipients to inspire our young people and motivate them to be their best. And valor, for sure, is about physical courage, as each recipient demonstrated. But it's more important, or just as important, is their moral courage. Valor must be selfless and involve great personal risk in order to save others, regardless of the cost to yourself. But words do not do justice to the concept of valor. We need the power of example, the example of Medal of Honor recipients, each in their own time and in their own way, personally demonstrating valor. You see that valor demonstrated in Major General retired Pat Brady, who retired as a Major General and served 34 years in the United States Army. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Army Medical Service Corps in 1959, a year after I was born, and served in Berlin during the building of that wall. And he returned to the Berlin Wall in 1989 when it was torn down. And in between, he served in the Dom Rep, the Dominican Republic, in 1965, and in Korea along the demilitarized zone. But it was really in Vietnam where Pat was a soldier of uncommon courage and commitment. During his first tour in Vietnam from January of 64 to January 65, then Captain Brady served as an ambulance helicopter pilot with the 57th Medical Detachment. These Huey pilots, often flying under the call sign Dust Off, flew under the leadership of Major Charles Kelly, an infantry soldier turned pilot who never forgot what it felt like to be in a firefight and call for a rescue helicopter. On 1 July 1964, when, after being repeatedly warned away from a very hot and dangerous LZ, Major Kelly said, "I will leave only when I have you wounded." Soon after that, Major Kelly was shot in the heart while he was flying. Major Charles Livingston Kelly became the 149th American to die in Vietnam, and his name is forever etched on a panel, one echo of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in D.C. He is the father of Dust Off, and many, many Americans owe their lives to the concept that he created and personally led. And in a moment, Pat Brady lost his mentor, his friend, and found himself now as a detachment commander. The following day, a new commander showed up and tossed the bullet that Major Kelly was killed with on Pat's desk and asked then Captain Brady if they were going to stop flying so aggressively. Pat picked up the bullet and replied, "We are. We are going to keep flying exactly the way Kelly taught us to fly, without hesitation, anytime, anywhere." That is moral courage. In his second tour of duty in Vietnam in 67 and 68, now Major Brady was second in command of the 54th Medical. On 6 January 1968, Pat volunteered to rescue wounded soldiers from a site in enemy-held territory which was heavily armed and blanketed with thick fog. Without hesitation, he accepted the harrowing mission, one after another, in treacherous weather, each time finding his way to the dangerous LZs to rescue the wounded. On this mission, he deliberately rolled his helicopter sideward to blow the fog away with the rotor wash, and amazingly, it worked. Pat landed where 2 other aircraft had been shot down, and many others were trying and failed to penetrate the fog. But Pat got through, with wounded American soldiers laying less than 50 meters away. Brady was the only one to get to them. And he came back. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. 4 times, Major Brady went back into that hot LZ, and he successfully evacuated every single wounded American. And he kept going. On another mission, he and his crew rescued an isolated platoon of soldiers out on an enemy minefield. The mine detonated near Brady's helicopter, tearing through the aircraft and wounding 2 of his crew members. Yet he continued to fly, and he flew the wounded to their medical aid. And at the end of that day, his rendezvous with destiny, Pat had utilized 3 helicopters that had been destroyed while he was flying them to evacuate a total of 51 seriously wounded men who many would later die. The aircraft he flew that day had over 400 bullet holes. Pat flew over 2,000 combat missions in Vietnam and successfully evacuated over 5,000 wounded during his 2 tours of duty. And Pat is the only living Army veteran of Vietnam to hold both the Medal of Honor and the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's 2nd highest award. Pat's story is incredible, simply incredible. And so is that of every Medal of Honor recipient. These stories of heroism, service, and valor must be shared, and that's exactly what this museum will do. In a memoir he penned to his daughter Megan, a veteran herself who followed in her father's footsteps as a medical officer, Pat described the mission in Vietnam and the legacy he protected for his fellow friend and mentor, Major Kelly. And he wrote, Kelly's position was simple. The others came first. The patient came before all else. And our mission was to protect and care for them and never to abandon them. It is precisely this spirit that will fill every corridor of this museum. And we cannot truly appreciate the sacrifice of our Medal of Honor recipients unless we see the weapons they used and feel the uniforms they wear and hear the stories they told and read the letters that they wrote. We will never feel our lungs suddenly hollow from the impact of artillery and shells on a hot Civil War battlefield like Mary Walker did. You and I will never fight through the haze and the mustard gas of the Meuse-Argonne like Corporal Freddie Sowers did. We're not going to hear the whiz and the snap of Wehrmacht bullets while assaulting the last 100 yards of Omaha Beach like Private Carlton Barrett did, or know the carnage and the assault on the landings at Iwo Jima like Corporal Woody Williams did, who's sitting here in the front row. We're not going to suffer the blistering cold of the Chosin Reservoir like William Barber, United States Marine Corps did, or the sweltering humid choke of South Vietnam jungles like Bob Patterson did. And it's here in this museum that you're going to hear about Petty Officer Ed Byers in a fierce firefight, or Kyle Carpenter sitting in the front row jumping on a grenade, or Flo Groberg, who tackled a suicide bomber at almost certain death. And you'll hear about Zielinski and Swenson and Williams and all the rest of them who have served this country so proudly. But we can come here and we can see and hear those stories. It's those stories that will document our country's bravery, that gives purpose to our entire military. It's their heroism. And why do they do it? They did it for each other. They did it for their teammates. But they also did it for you and I and for a document called the Constitution, which is the North Star for all of us in uniform. It's that document that gives all of us purpose. It's that document that gives purpose to this museum. And we in uniform are willing to die, and our task is to pass it on to the next generation. And in it are the ideas and values that make this experiment that we call the United States of America. And we are unique amongst militaries. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or a president. We don't take an oath to a dictator or a tyrant. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to an idea, the idea that is America. Every single one of us in uniform is willing to die for that idea. And that is what separates your military, our military, the American military, from every other military on earth. We are willing to die for an idea. And it's been true across generations, and that's going to be true on display here in this great museum. It's a portal that will connect us to our past and cast a guiding light onto our future. This museum is a monument to the very best of our country. In the front row in front of us, all of us today, are representatives of the best that is America. The unparalleled valor of those who wear the cloth of this nation, who have guarded the wall and stood on the beach, defended Americans for 246 years. That spirit, that mission, that idea, the idea that is America, is timeless. And the valor it takes to protect and defend this experiment in liberty, that too will live forever right here in this museum. Thank you all, and may God bless America.
I do want to take one note of personal privilege because today is Medal of Honor Day. March 25th is Medal of Honor Day nationally. And I want to note that it was on November 15th, 1990, when President George H.W. Bush signed National Medal of Honor into law. So while the hero that was your father is no longer with us, his spirit lives on. And we just want to take that moment to acknowledge the Bush family for what... Soldiers, service members believe that life has meaning when it is lived for the benefit of future generations. Stories of Medal of Honor recipients and all who they served alongside inspire us to be better and to do better. A self-described reluctant soldier, Major General Patrick Henry Brady, was honored with our nation's highest military decoration for valor in 1969 from President Richard Nixon. Brady has flown more than 2,500 combat missions and rescued more than 5,000 wounded. A true patriot, he is a role model for service and for sacrifice. His openness, his humility, despite his acclaim, is inspiring. Representing our country's Medal of Honor recipients, past and present, please welcome Major General Patrick Brady.
Thank you. I just really love to hear what a fine fellow I am. I wish my wife could be here to hear what a fine fellow I am. But more than that, I wish my wife's mother could be here to hear what a fine I am. I got to find my spontaneous remarks. Now, don't alarm, because I'm reminded of what Henry VIII said to his fifth wife: I won't keep you long. So, Mr. President, is that just getting to you? Chairman Milley, I really appreciate the General bringing out Charles Kelly, because he was an incredible man. What he did continues to serve, and his dying words, "When I have your wounded," set the standard for battlefield rescues to this day. He was an inspiration to all of us, and we're going to go to Vietnam in April, and we're going to put a memorial on the spot where that great man was killed. Now, we're often asked why we did what we did. We did it for people like the Jones family, the Goff family, Don Arnell, Annette Simmons, and the great patriots we have here today. We don't believe we did America a favor by our service and sacrifice. We believe that God did us a favor by allowing us to be born in this great country among people like you. This museum This museum will trace our roots to Abraham Lincoln, the Civil War. On our rolls are names that will ever be a part of American history. Sergeant York, Charles Lindbergh, Douglas MacArthur, Teddy Roosevelt, Jimmy Doolittle, Eddie Rickenbacker, Mary Walker, Buffalo Bill, Audie Murphy, and of course, Pat Brady. Now, most recipients are obsessed with service. Chris, our CEO, he never stops talking about service. This museum will allow us to serve beyond our lives. It will highlight recipients' accomplishments as citizens, more important than what we did as soldiers. We are a family of Americans who not only defended our country, but we helped design and enrich it. These great blood donors to our freedom believe life has no meaning unless lived for the benefit of future generations. Now, those generations will come to learn that it was a Medal of Honor recipient who first flew solo across the Atlantic, who first flew in the clouds using a gyro that opened the skies for commercial travel, who was the first commissioner of the American Football League, who were great athletes, won a president, politicians, journalists, we had politicians, actors, builders who built our railroads, generals who fought and won our wars, one who founded our park system. And we have prisoners, as in POW and as in convict. It was a Medal of Honor recipient who composed TAPS, who founded the CIA, and on and on. And I think it was a Medal of Honor recipient who's on Mount Rushmore who spoke what should be on the door to this museum. And he said, "The lives of truest heroism are those in which there are no great deeds to look back upon. It is the little things, well done, that go out to make up a truly successful and heroic life." Heroism is interesting, but only valuable inasmuch as it is inspirational, that it inspires the values upon which this nation was built. And we will see in this museum the history of values told through our recipients. Young people will learn they can be heroes and they don't have to go to war to do it. This museum will be a vault for those values, the values embedded in this medal: courage, sacrifice, and patriotism. There's only 3, not 6. They screwed up on that airplane. These are the pillars of American excellence. Valor is finite. Values are infinite. Is there another museum anywhere in the world that ties valor and inspires to teach values? Courage, of course, is the key to success in life. It's the only way in which we are all born equal. Faith is the foundation of courage. Fear is an emotion. Courage is a decision. Fear is actually a form of slavery, as we have seen. I've never known anyone with enduring, repetitive courage who was not also a person of faith. And you're going to find that, and I have found through these many years, that faith is very, very prominent among our recipients. Sacrifice, love in action, vital to happiness and leadership. And I believe that the capacity for sacrifice may be the ultimate measure of genuine human goodness. Patriotism. Many recipients would rather be called patriots than heroes. We realize that the medal we wear more because of the mercy and grace of Almighty God and the goodwill and support of our fellow troops than for anything we did as we struggled through the mist and the mess of combat. We know that what we did to earn the medal is less important than what we do with it. It does not make us special, but it does allow us to do special things, and there is nothing we have ever done that's more special than this museum. The bottom line is America cannot survive if our people are not patriots. This museum will inspire patriotism. It can change America. Strength is the key to peace, and there is no strength without our patriots. Peace is the ultimate victory of all warriors. And I think patriotism is best illustrated by a story we tell of a dear friend of mine. You guys get ready for a war story? You know the difference between a war story and a fairy tale? Fairy tale begins once upon a time. War story begins with this is no shit. Webster was a great, powerful black soldier, an artillery sergeant. He was on a hill in Vietnam, an outpost, during a tropical storm. And the initial attack by the communists, they pretty much took off both his legs. Webster kept fighting. The initial attack, the secondary attack, they threw a hand grenade into his position, and Webster, when he was throwing it clear of his men, it pretty much took off his arm. He kept fighting. I flew in that night, and I picked up what was left of Webster and his wounded and took him to the hospital. Amazing. They saved his life, but they did not save 2 legs and 1 arm. But it also earned the Medal of Honor. Webster and I became very close, and we would go about the country as all recipients do, talking to young people. And we were in a classroom in Oklahoma talking to some young people. And one young man raised his hand and he says, Mr. Anderson, knowing what you know now, that it would cost you 2 legs and 1 arm, would you do it again? And Webster, we had to prop him up there. He insisted on standing up when he was talking to the troops. He says, young man, I've only got 1 arm left, but my country can have it any time they want. Now, if that didn't embed in those young people what patriotism is all about, I don't know what will. And by the way, it's a great thrill for me today to be able to introduce to all of you Webster's nephew. This young man was raised by Webster after the war. Webster inspired him, as we hope our recipients will do, to a life of military service. And he's here with his wife, Kathy. Stand up, Brian Freeman. Okay, God bless you guys. Get this damn thing done. We don't buy green bananas anymore.
Many who receive the Medal of Honor made the ultimate sacrifice. The medal is awarded to them posthumously and presented by the President of the United States to parents, spouses, or even children of the fallen. Those unknowns who lay down their lives for freedom are also recipients of the Medal of Honor. We would also like to acknowledge Medal of Honor families, specifically those who represent recipients who are no longer with us. Many of these families are sharing their treasures with us by graciously contributing medals and other precious objects to the museum collection. Each of these items will help tell the full life story of their incredible loved ones. Today, to honor these fallen patriots, we welcome from Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C., the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
For most National Medal of Honor recipients, service did not end on the battlefield. Those who came home continued to serve their country, communities, and families, reminding us that what we do in a single moment of trial is indeed important, but how we live every day is what truly matters. Through this museum and the National Medal of Honor Institute housed on these same grounds, Medal of Honor recipients will continue to serve long after they are gone. Their legacies will provide examples of character and lessons in leadership, transforming all who they encounter.
The National Medal of Honor Museum is on a mission to inspire the United States of America, and this, of course, begins with the next generation. We invited students from 6th through 12th grades throughout the country to write essays about what it means to live honorably and why we need people of honor in this world. Riley Gould is a junior at Fairland High School in Proctorville, Ohio. She and her mother join us today to share in this moment and share her winning essay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Riley Gould.
Hello. All right. When I am asked who I hold in high honor, my first thought is always the courageous, brave veterans. They risk their livelihood to protect the people of America. Honor to me is a necessity to give veterans. The soldiers of this country risk everything and die for the sake of the American people. My cousin, Sergeant First Class Matthew McClintock, was a Green Beret for the American Army. He was assigned to 1st Battalion, 19th Special Forces Group. Matthew went back into gunfire to allow a helicopter to land and save his injured team members. In that moment, he became selfless. Honor to me is especially important because of this. I watched as the country mourned the death of my family member. January 5th, 2016 forever changed my view on what honor meant to me and how it affected my everyday life. Because of what Matthew did, we were protected. Society needs honorable people to keep us protected. Without veterans and other honorable people, society would not recognize the importance of honor and what it means to be honorable. There is risk, selflessness, liability, danger, and love involved with honor. Society needs and will continue to need noble people to keep the peace. The self-sacrifice needed to be considered honorable is indescribable. My mother, Rebecca McClintock, works for a veteran hospital and shares with me the many stories of the brave veterans who stop and talk to her. She tells me that the veterans, if given the opportunity, would not change the fact that they went into the service. Our troops deserve so much for the amount of benevolence and generosity they possess. I would like to personally thank every single veteran for their sacrifice and let them know the honor they hold in my heart. We will forever be grateful.
We are a nation of values. They are the foundation of who we are and what we are always working harder to be. The Medal of Honor symbolizes the timeless American ideals of courage and sacrifice, commitment and integrity, citizenship and patriotism. At the National Medal of Honor Museum, these values will be celebrated and be a beacon of inspiration for generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you. too hot to applaud too much. Riley, thank you for your words. If there's any doubt about our nation forgetting the sacrifices of people like Matthew, put it out of your mind, because that's what we're here to celebrate. I appreciate General Milley for being here. It's a big deal when that many stars show up. I also want to thank Admiral Kidman, General Martin. Appreciate your service. And welcome to the other Arlington. That would be Texas. And if you think the Pentagon was big, just walk across the street to AT&T. Charlotte, I want to thank you and the board of directors and the funders for the work you've done to help build this museum. I congratulate you on choosing Chris Cassidy to lead it. Most of you don't know who Chris Cassidy is, and frankly, I didn't either until I met him. But he saw combat in Afghanistan as a SEAL. He became NASA's 14th chief astronaut. And I'm not so sure what's more impressive about him. Those two credentials are the fact that he had survived an interview with Charlotte Jones. I want to thank members of Congress, distinguished guests, Tapper, who I hadn't seen in a long time. Laura and I are proud to join you. I bring greetings from my fellow honorary directors. I'm a little hesitant to put words in their mouths, but I'm confident if Presidents Carter, Clinton, and Obama were here, they would tell you that presenting the Medal of Honor is one of the great privileges of being president. President Harry Truman said he'd rather have earned the Medal of Honor than be the commander-in-chief. And I think General Brady was probably there to hear him say that. It's the highest military decoration a president can confer. It's awarded for gallantry in the face of danger, actions above and beyond the call of duty, and courage so great that no one could rightly expect to muster. The tradition of awarding this honor began in the Civil War. Many who received it gave their lives. Today, the families who are here, Laura and I ask for God's blessings, continued blessings on you. 15 of the living members are here. I want to thank you all for being here and thank you for continued work. When you look at the Medal of Honor recipient, you're looking at someone who has demonstrated gallantry under impossible odds. You're looking at someone who's placed duty above self. You're looking at someone who understands the meaning of sacrifice in the most profound way. And you're looking at a person of integrity, fortitude, and patriotism. You're looking at honor. And these values must be preserved, protected, and passed on to future generations. And that is why the National Medal of Honor Museum is so important. During my time in office, I had the privilege of presiding over 9 Medal of Honor ceremonies. You know, I really don't miss much about being president. I mean, I miss being pampered. Air Force One, constant desserts. But I tell you what Laura and I miss. We miss being with the military and their families. That's why at SMU we spend a lot of time helping our vets transition from military life to civilian life, with a particular emphasis on post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injuries. But one of the cool things about hanging out with vets is you get to meet some extraordinary ones, and 2 of the Medal of Honor recipients who are here today, I got to know. Salvatore Giunta. 2003, Sal was getting ready to graduate from John F. Kennedy High in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, when he heard they were giving away T-shirts at the Army recruiting post. Sal decided to forego the T-shirt and wear our uniform. As he said, this is my chance and I can make a difference, and he was right. During Sal's first deployment in Afghanistan in 2005, he got shot in the leg. In 2007, he went back to Afghanistan, and that's where his unit came under fire from insurgent forces. His squad leader got hit, and Sal charged forward toward the ambush and rescued him.
He administered medical relief while taking on fire and engaging the enemy. After he got his squad leader to safety, he rushed back toward the fight to save more wounded Americans. For putting his brothers in arms above his own safety, he received the Medal of Honor. We met a few years ago at the Bush Institute's Warrior Open Golf Tournament. He's got a decent swing, but clearly he's more skilled at shooting a rifle than he is hitting a golf ball. Sal continues to serve our nation today in a perilous post. He recently went back to school and graduated with a degree in supply chain management. Proud to be with you, Sal, and thank you for your service. Florent Groberg is here. It's kind of hard to call a man Florent after he has won the Medal of Honor. So I just went with Flo. That'd be F-L-O-W. He grew up outside of Paris, France, and came to the United States at age 11. In other words, he wasn't born in this country. He embraced our country. He worked hard. He excelled in academics and athletics. And after graduating from the University of Maryland, he enlisted in the U.S. Army. Following the 9/11 attacks, there was no other choice for me, he said. Flo completed airborne ranger schools, deployed to Afghanistan with the 4th ID as the platoon leader. August 8, 2012, a suicide bomber approached Captain Groberg's formation, which included several high-ranking military officials. Flo ran straight at the threat. He pushed the bomber away from the group before the bomb could detonate. His selfless courage saved the lives of members of his group, including the colonel he had been assigned to protect. The explosion severely wounded him and several of his comrades. To this day, Flo wears a bracelet with the names of the 4 souls who did not survive the attack. When he received the Medal of Honor at the White House, he asked President Obama to recognize those individuals and invite their families. The brotherhood could not be broken. He wakes up every morning thinking about them. He's a reminder that many of our greatest citizens and most distinguished service members were not born in the United States. Some 3,500 individuals have been recognized with the Medal of Honor. More than 700 of those medals have gone to immigrants. When I recently painted Flo's portrait, by the way, it's a face only a mother could love. I painted a man I'm proud to call my fellow American. By sharing the stories of men like Flo and Sal, this museum will give Americans a deeper understanding of what's important. Patriotism, courage, duty, and service. Visitors will come away with a new appreciation of what it means to sacrifice and what it means to live in a free land. You know, during these turbulent times, people ask me, am I worried? And my answer is no. I'm optimistic about the future because for so long as we emulate the virtue and the character of the people we honor, we're going to be just fine. And that's what the National Museum of Honor does. It emulates excellence. I want to thank you all for being here. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Annapolis, Maryland, the U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club.
Great honor there by the former President George W. Bush. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then take you out to the UN Security Council, where they're holding this meeting on North Korea's missile launches. We'll have it for you and some of the highlights coming up next here on Live Now from Fox.
Did you guys see that?
Give the floor to the representative of the United States of America.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States would like to express its appreciation to Council members for this mandate renewal and for the important discussions that brought us here. The 1718 Committee panel of experts continues to be indispensable in investigating the DPRK's unlawful weapons program and sanctions evasion efforts. Despite the limitations of the COVID-19 pandemic, the panel has nevertheless continued to effectively monitor the implementation of these sanctions.
Thank you, President. First, allow me to thank the United States as penholder of the 1718 Committee for facilitating the process that led to the renewal of the mandate of the 1718 Committee's panel of experts for 1 year. This process has given all Council members an opportunity to contribute, and we appreciate that consensus has been reached on a technical rollover. I wish to express our great support and appreciation for the panel's hard work, which provides the committee with concrete findings and recommendations. The reports produced by the panel continue to offer invaluable insights and background information for both committee members and UN member states. President, the numerous missile launches over the last months, reports from DPRK state media on the development of new missiles technologies and the lack of an international presence in the DPRK due to its self-imposed COVID restriction all shows that assessment from the panel of experts are more crucial than ever. We therefore welcome the panel's assessment and reporting on incidents of possible non-compliance with relevant Security Council resolutions, also in the interim periods between the submission of its interim and final reports. I would also like to reiterate the importance of the confidentiality of the reports of the panel of experts or related information before publication. Any leakage of confidential information, especially the panel's report before the committee has had an opportunity to consider and discuss it, only diminishes the credibility of the work of the committee and severely impacts its effort to oversee the sanction measures and address non-compliance. We once again thank the Council members for the valuable effort to renew this mandate and extend our sincere thanks to the entire panel of experts for their continued work on this topic. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you, Madam President. Mexico supports the renewal of the mandate of the panel of experts of the 1718 Committee. Its work has been essential in the follow-up to the decisions of the Security Council regarding the nuclear and ballistic programs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. However, we regret that in spite of the many efforts of the author of the resolution, during the negotiations on the text, we have not managed to reach an agreement among all the members of the Council as regards explicit instructions to the panel of experts to investigate and report as needed on incidents pertaining to ballistic launches, in addition to the midterm and final reports. This is especially relevant given the launching activity that has been reported since the beginning of this year. We believe that the panel is the technical and impartial body that should provide information expeditiously on the type of missiles, technology, and capacity involved in these launches in order to establish without any doubt if these actions violate the resolutions of the Council. So thank you very much, Madam.
I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement, and I give the floor now to Mrs. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Madam President, members of the Council,
The state news agency of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea reported that DPRK launched a new type of intercontinental ballistic missile at approximately 2:34 p.m. local time on 24 March. The missile, so-called Hwasong-17, was reportedly launched from Sunan, an area north of Pyongyang. It covered a range of 1,090 kilometers and reached an apogee of around 6,200 kilometers. It made impact in the sea within Japan's exclusive economic zone. The last time the DPRK conducted an ICBM test was on 29 November 2017. Madam President, the Secretary General strongly condemns the DPRK's latest ICBM launch. This is a flagrant breach of the DPRK's own 2018 moratorium and a clear violation of relevant Security Council resolutions. This launch risks triggering a significant escalation of tensions in the region and beyond. The DPRK has conducted 12 launches using ballistic missile technology this year alone. This is the 5th time the Secretariat has been asked to brief the Council in 2022 in this connection. According to public statements by the DPRK, the launches involved, among other things, a test of so-called hypersonic weapons, railway-borne missiles, an intermediate-range ballistic missile, and tests of systems related to the development of so-called military reconnaissance satellites. It should be recalled that the Council, in Resolution 2397, reaffirmed its decisions that the DPRK shall not conduct any further launches using ballistic missile technology. The DPRK did not issue airspace or maritime safety notifications for any of these launches. The International Civil Aviation Organization has repeatedly informed the DPRK that unannounced missile launches represent a serious risk to international civil aviation. ICAO has also called on the DPRK to act in accordance with the Convention on International Civil Aviation. Madam President, the DPRK also appears to be actively pursuing its nuclear program. On 7 March, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency reported that there were, quote, ongoing indications consistent with the operation of the 5-megawatt reactor at the Yongbyon site, end quote. The IAEA added that they continued to observe construction activities at the Yongbyon site, including the construction of an annex to the reported centrifuge enrichment facility. The same day, satellite imagery analysis indicated that there was renewed activity at the Punggye-ri nuclear test site for the first time since Pyongyang announced its closure and dismantlement in 2018. In pursuing its nuclear capability and ballistic missile programs, the DPRK is defying the repeated demands of the Council to cease such activities. We have consistently conveyed these concerns to the DPRK. Madam President, the Secretary General reiterates the importance of addressing humanitarian imperatives in the DPRK. The United Nations remains engaged and stands ready, along with its humanitarian partners, to assist people in need in the DPRK, whose vulnerability has likely increased since the pandemic outbreak and border closures in 2020. We reiterate our call for the entry of international staff, including the UN Resident Coordinator, and the unimpeded entry of humanitarian supplies to allow for a timely and effective response. Madam President, the Secretary General reaffirms his commitment to working with all parties for sustainable peace and the complete and verifiable denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. He urges the DPRK to comply with the decisions of the Council, reset the course to dialogue, and build on previous diplomatic efforts. Further, the United Nations welcomes the regular contact and cooperation among the key parties on the Korean Peninsula. We commend the parties for their willingness to engage in dialogue with the DPRK without preconditions. Madam President, let me close by reiterating that the unity of the Security Council in this matter is essential to ease tensions, overcome the diplomatic impasse, and avoid a negative action-reaction cycle. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Mrs. DiCarlo for her briefing, and I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States of America.
Thank you again, Madam President, and thank you, Undersecretary DiCarlo, for your briefing. The United States, along with Albania, France, Ireland, Norway, and the United Kingdom, called for today's open meeting on the DPRK, the first since 2017, because of the urgency of the escalating situation. Let me be crystal clear. The United States absolutely condemns the DPRK intercontinental ballistic missile launch on March 24th. This launch violated multiple Security Council resolutions. It was an egregious and unprovoked escalation, and it poses a threat to the global proliferation regime and the entire international community. This launch warrants an immediate response from the Council. This is the DPRK's 13th ballistic missile launch this year. The United States and allies assess that 2 of these previous launches were also of ICBM systems. The DPRK's long-range ballistic missile system can threaten nearly every UN member state. Although the DPRK tried to mask recent launches under the guise of supporting a reconnaissance satellite, the March 24 launch demonstrates unequivocally the DPRK's intent to continue to advance its long-range ballistic missile systems. You may have also seen media reports that the DPRK is reconstructing a nuclear testing site that has been closed since 2018. The imagery and the analysis are alarming. So it is clear that the DPRK has escalated its provocations with impunity while the Council has remained silent. And it is clear that remaining silent in the hope that the DPRK would similarly show restraint is a failed strategy. We must pivot to a successful one. The Security Council must speak publicly and with one voice to condemn the DPRK's unlawful actions and encourage the DPRK to return to the negotiating table. The United States remains committed to a diplomatic solution. We hope the DPRK will accept our repeated offers of dialogue, but we also cannot stand idly by in the face of the DPRK's repeated security resolution violations. We have also heard recent calls for sanctions relief for the DPRK. But why should the Security Council reward bad behavior? The DPRK has broken its self-imposed moratorium on launching ICBMs and has repeatedly shown that it is more interested in advancing its unlawful weapons program than investing in the welfare of its own people. This is not my opinion, and it's not a secret. The regime itself openly outlined this strategy in the 2021 Party Congress to develop increasingly sophisticated and advanced WMD and ballistic missile capabilities. Offering sanctions relief without substantive diplomatic progress would only funnel more revenue to the regime and accelerate the realization of its WMD and ballistic weapons goals. It also sends the wrong message to other WMD proliferators, that the Security Council will reward them for repeatedly undermining the nonproliferation regime. Meanwhile, the sanctions regime has undeniably restricted the DPRK's unlawful weapons advancements. So now is not the time to end our sanctions. Now is the time to enforce them. The United States calls on all member states to fully implement the existing Security Council resolutions. And because of DPRK's increasingly dangerous provocations, the United States will be introducing a Chapter 7 Security Council resolution to update and strengthen the sanctions regime. In Security Council Resolution 2397, which we unanimously adopted, the Council decided we would take further action in the event of a DPRK ICBM launch. This is precisely what happened. So now is the time to take that action. And no matter what, sanctions regimes require regular updating and maintenance to be effective. Now is the time to make these critical updates. So I call on all my fellow